Huh. Hmm. Now let me go ahead. Oh, manager. Ooh, give me a minute. I will get. Ooh, there we go. That's better. Right. Rejoice, comrades. This is here. Hi, Tibbet. Good evening. How are you? Bear with me while I go and show myself. Hang on. I've got a YouTube. Oh, that's brilliant. Is that an LP one? Okay. Whoops. It's an old camera. It's got a ring light and a mic in it. It was part of the original setup that I got as a big package deal from the eBay that I bought it from. So the laptop, my now dated laptop cooler, a microphone which is sitting down there, and cloud storage and other stuff. No, the webcam for the laptop is refusing to work for me. I done a diagnostic this afternoon on it to see what's wrong. Still not working. Don't know why. Rather annoying, really. So I'm back to my old camera. Slightly better pixels. So all told, all in, it was £218 for this entire setup. That's excluding the chair. The chair was 60 quid. It's probably the computer settings, and the frame rate is well, it's what's this? It's an i9, and oh god, I can't remember the other stats. It's a little bit better than what the one you get built into the laptop. The reason I stopped using it is because I was struggling with the audio part of it because of the mic. Oh, it does actually. I do look a lot better, don't I? Still look pale as fuck, obviously. Oh, I am awake. Oh, you're just testing them. Ah, okay, my alerts still aren't working. Hmm, that is rather annoying. Again, more annoyance. Ahem. A better? I am sounding a little bit better today, thank God for that. I have finished off the bottle of cough syrup Super Happy bought me the other day. You might notice me coughing every so often, which ugh, not pretty, but I do apologise if that happens. No, Kev, I hope he's all right. I hope he's not ill or anything. Or just fell asleep again. We'll have him tomorrow though, hopefully. PMQs. That'll be fun. That is one hell of a headline, isn't it? Shall we have a laugh at HMRC's expense? Oh, right. Clueless HMRC robs benefits after failing to figure out how Ireland works. Already laughed, yeah. British British tax authorities have been forced into an humiliating apology after the extreme stinginess of their attempted benefit clawbacks led to a balls up depriving hundreds of residents in Northern Ireland of child benefit payments. Are you? Sweet. Ooh, I suppose it would get clawed. Depends what sort of medium you're using in printing in. A spokesperson for HMRC said, "We're sorry that a small number of customers in Northern Ireland have mistakenly had their child benefit payments suspended. We're working to contact them so their claims can be reinstated and they are not left out of pocket." All right. Mm. An error occurred as a result of new checks in place that compare international travel data with HMRC child benefit claims. Super happy told me about this one, and I showed him when this story came through. So yeah, I told you about it because Brexit fucks everything up because of the way it works. If they go on holiday, like there's meant to be cross-border cooperation essentially between the UK and the Republic. That's where they've fucked up, I believe. If someone is detected as being outside the United Kingdom for a period longer than that which is allowed in order to claim a particular benefit, an investigation will be triggered at the bean counters offices. That's quite a sentence. Up on my screen. In the case of those based in Northern Ireland and travelling back home via Dublin Airport, the absence of border checks between the North and South meant there was only a record of them entering a foreign country, but not one for re-entering UK soil when they reached Northern Ireland. There's a long-standing problem of Britain's ruling class not being able to get their head around the politics of Ireland. But when even HMRC doesn't understand, it seems we're entering a new era of cluelessness. Kafkaesque runaround demanded by HMRC bureaucrats. The detail gives the example of Maria, a British citizen living in Belfast, who got a letter from the tax people after getting back from a brief trip to Italy in May. She landed at Dublin on her return, then travelled up to Belfast, resulting in the British government having no record of her re-entering the UK territory. Rejoice, comrades! Resident philosopher. That's goody. Look, HMRC fucked up. This is fucked, man. A message from HMRC said, we have information that shows you left the UK on 19th May 2025 and travelled to Italy. This was more than 8 weeks ago, and we have no record of your return. To resolve the matter, it would have been a simple matter for the authorities to check her pay, PAYE records. That's basically pay as you earn, basically how your tax gets worked out if you're just a dummy little worker. Oh my God, Bezos box. Yay! Thank you, Scribby. Yeah. Super Hubby's part of our universal credit claim went through fucking piss easy. Clicking at the snap of the fingers. Because they conflated me with other me from when I was back on employment and support allowance, which was, how long ago would that have been? 16 years ago. So they conflated myself with a younger version of me when before I even got my PIP, and they thought I was 25. Thanks for taking 21 years. Well, but it would have been 20, it was last year. Thanks for taking 20 years off me, lads. That's good. But that version of me doesn't exist anymore. This version of me who is completely fucking disabled, who can't go back to work, who is 45. It took them 3 months to get my part figured out because Department for Work and Pensions are fucked. Stupid bastards. To resolve the matter would have been a simple matter for the authorities to check her tax records and see that she was in fact present in Belfast and working, but she was nonetheless forced through the rigmarole of proving her eligibility for child benefit. She was asked to provide 3 months of bank statements, letters from her child's school, and hospital records. Maria described the process as Kafkaesque. It's tiring, yes, leaving her exhausted. Stupid bastards. There are so many documents to collect. My son's school, my own office, it just felt a nuisance. And I happen to have the details of my travel because it was recent. Otherwise, I might not have the proof that I of that travel. You would, if you were living in Belfast, and you went to Italy, I would assume you would have needed a passport. So you just show the passport. Look, stamp. I was on holiday. I re-entered this week. Went to rejoice, comrades. Red Rust is here. Hi, Red. Welcome, welcome. This is a story about how our tax man fucked up essentially because Brexit makes everything fucking stupid, apparently. HMRC would not budge, however. Government office not moving, not still being stupid, never been known, apparently. We tried to push back on having to provide all these documents, but they said this is not within our remit. You have to send the documentation because that department is very strict. What? Dublin to Belfast is an unauthorised route, citizen. No, no. Another case cited is that of Mark Toll, whose family flew into Dublin from England in 2022, then went via bus to Belfast, which is very common. This route was less expensive than flying to Belfast directly because we get scalped by airlines for odd and stupid reasons. This route was less expensive than flying directly. This led to him getting a letter from HMRC in October this month instructing him to fill in a form with more than 70 questions. He was asked to also provide his boarding passes from 3 years ago. Fuck off. Which he had fortunately had framed and placed above his mantelpiece, only joking he binned them ages ago. Because of course he bloody well keeps the boarding passes from 3 years ago. What the fuck? Toll, who described himself as very annoyed, I would have been fucking livid, and said it boiled his blood. I believe it, trying to resolve the matter. He said, there's no border control. It's not as if I can tell someone at the border, hello, I'm back home, because Brexit makes everything fucking stupid. For now, maybe. In the future, perhaps we'll have the luxury of all being fitted with geotagging ankle bracelets by His Majesty's pre-crime division so that no potential future crime takes it and tries to nick 853 they're not entitled to, cunningly under cover of a weekend in Benetton returning via phone. Oh God, that is so fucking funny. Sinn Féin MP for Newry and Armagh, Dara Hughes and party colleagues wrote to Hilary Benn and Daniel Tomlinson. So that's Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, that's Hilary Benn, by the way. And the Exchequer Secretary, oh, is he the one in the Treasury Department, in the Treasury that deals with that? Okay. So these are both Labour essentially, by the way. Excuse me. It is abundantly clear that the practice of HMRC using Home Office data to monitor families' travel arrangement is completely flawed when it comes to citizens in the north of Ireland. Malice or incompetence? What do we think, comrades? The British state expels report. Correct. Yes, they do. Speaking via Twitter, a coffee one, yesterday, Hughes said, following pressure from Sinn Féin's team of MPs, HMRC has reinstated the child benefit payments of most families affected by recent errors. Shouldn't have happened in the fucking first place. They will come at you to the nth degree about paying your tax, but when their duty pay out to you, there's not the same reciprocity, apparently. Because if the taxman stew you money, you're just as well as bashing your head off a brick wall. Excuse me. It is vital that all outstanding payments are reinstated to families who have done nothing wrong. Yes, that is a good thing. These incidents highlight the flawed nature of policy being made in Britain without any understanding of the reality of life here in the North. It further demonstrates how the British government continuously make policy with no regard for people here. The British government and HMRC must also ensure this never happens again. Sorry. Gross. The HMRC spokesperson said 180 families have had payments reinstated and stated that tax records will now be checked before any potential future suspensions. It's what you're meant to fucking do. God, this state is run by fucking idiots. Additional checks will also be done for those returning to Northern Ireland via the Republic. Of course, whether this whole shit show with incompetence is open to debate. It's both malice and incompetence because Britain. When it comes to Britain's benefit system, malice should never be ruled out. I've been on the receiving end of that. The country is notoriously person parsimonious, basically. The skinflints are tight bastards. They don't like paying out to people who deserve it. When it comes to welfare outlay, been on the receiving end. With sadism regarding assistance to children most visible in the vile two-child benefit camp. Yay! That's fun, starving children. HMRC claimed the new checks have prevented £17 million from being wrongly paid out. But quite how great the savings are would be interesting to see once the admin costs for all this hounding of innocent people are factored in. They usually print that later. We get this information in arrears essentially. They don't show us how fucked up they've been, how stupid or incompetent or malicious they've been. We get that information later on. Because God forbid the people of this country should find out how fucking bad these people are at their jobs. Sadly, the following are never measured. They are. We just get them late. The stress of dealing with this nonsense, the time spent on both sides tidying up the mess, and the inordinate cost to society of millions of people left in deprivation through lack of proper welfare support. Take all that into consideration, and the politicians in successive governments, because it doesn't really matter what fucking government, what party are in government for the last, well, for at least the last 15 years now, really, basically since I've been alive. Neoliberal bullshittery from since I was born. Take all that into consideration, and the politicians in successive governments that have pushed these policies are revealed for what they truly are. People who know the price of everything and the value of nothing. Well done, Canary. This is definitely my wheelhouse. I like to keep everyone informed about how bad our benefit system is, and obviously, taxman. Let's see. I can get rid of that one. Thank you, Canary. Oh, is that an Oscar Wilde quote? I didn't know that. Thanks, Gribby. Oh, dear God. I was hoping this I'd be able to just click a button for this one. Hey. Mm. Oh, God, I think this might actually do my fucking throat in. Oh, so, right. If anyone's interested and wants to go and read it themselves, so I can save my throat. Sorry. Ah, crumbs, crumbs everywhere. No, I'll read out the dates. That might be good. Here we go. Right. Okay, the group will be challenging the terror ban on PA ahead of the judicial review, 25th to the 27th of next month. Protesters will hold lift the ban demonstrations in it. Okay. Okay. Not doing any here. Hmm. Wow. There we go, everyone. So people in Edinburgh, Cardiff, Oxford, Leeds, Aberystwyth, Nottingham, Northampton, Gloucester and Truro. Bristol, Sheffield, Exeter, Manchester and Lancaster. Nice. Okay. Ooh, 5 people. Oh, oh, Chester's going. Oh, hold on. 90%. Oh, hmm. Okay. News. Oh my God. I'm tempted to do that cross question. But let's go with this Middle East Eye one first.
I'm talking to you today because I want to hear about your recent visit to the occupied West Bank. We've seen, just from social media, incredible levels of violence there, but I know it's something entirely different, I imagine, when you see it in person.
Well, I've been traveling, on and off to West Bank for, 20 years or more. And something is entered a new dimension of horror and danger for the Palestinian population. The settlers, the settlers are have turned into a kind of fascist militia. They go from village to village, driving people out of their communities. They've got guns. They're violent. I mean, the nightmare which is faced, you're living in a small community and suddenly the settlement appears on the hill overlooking you, maybe a couple of miles away. They'll come down, they'll start stealing your livestock, they'll start beating you up if you try and go to your olive groves or your farmland. They'll smash up your equipment. And then maybe another settlement will develop a little bit closer, and then they'll come in, they'll go through your house. If you try and defend yourself, the police or the IDF will arrive and beat you up and arrest you. That is the situation now. And then eventually you're driven off your land. I think it's 80 communities now since October the 7th have gone. This is ethnic cleansing on a very rapid scale. At the same time, Smotrich, the administrator of the West Bank, is driving forward the E1 project. He's splitting the place up, and this is some of the footage is just beyond belief. Something's changed.
You use very deliberate terms. You speak of organized militias and ministerial policy from Smotrich and words such as ethnic cleansing. In international media, we often see this described as kind of a handful of extremist settlers or, young and irresponsible, ultra-religious Israelis. I wonder then why you think this narrative endures of individual criminality, and why you would say instead that actually this is systemic, this is state-directed policy and one of mass displacement. And if you would argue in your case why you think that's correct.
What has happened is that this is state-sponsored. It's a deliberate plan. I went with Lubna Musawa and I, our bureau chief in Jerusalem. We went to Taipei to look at, the attacks on the village, which is a Christian community. But we just happened to meet a Bedouin, and that wasn't why we were there. And he was at the bottom of the hill, and he told us, 2 weeks ago, 40 settlers had come into his house. They'd beaten him unconscious. We woke up, they were beating his wife, and then they were rampaging through his tents. They were taking everything he'd got, all, including they'd ripped out of his sofa where it was hidden, the cash he used for his daily capital. So, and then they'd stolen his 80 sheep. Now, that's the destruction of his life, and his little grandchild, 7 years old, I should think, was listening as he told us about all of this. And I didn't want to ask the grandchild what he was thinking, but he was sitting impassively listening to his grandfather describe this. Now, that wasn't reported anywhere. The point is, this is an extraordinary assault on an ancient, an old man and his family and his clan. Not reported anywhere. We just came across it by accident because this is going on all the time. It's deliberate. And then we walked up to the top of the village and we could look across. Taipei is more or less in northwest West Bank, and you can look across from it over the hills, these beautiful hills, to the Jordan Valley and beyond into Jordan. And that area, since time immemorial, has been home to the Bedouin, the villagers. It's been swept clean.
I wonder
This is
then,
deliberate ethnic cleansing, all on the instructions of the Israeli state, but using these youngsters, these hilltop youth, clearly to do it. They're supplied with guns, they're given money, and they're given the protection of the.
Oh, God damn it. Fucking. Uh, bear with me, comrades. Annoying me. That's worse. That's worse. Cameras.
Army, which makes them invulnerable, and if you fight back at them, you're quite likely to get killed.
that's, as you say, that's extreme violence, and it's shocking, and it's happening, as you say, it's ongoing all the time, and you just happen to encounter that particular story because you were there. So as this violence is ongoing, and it's, as you say, having a real effect, it's forcing Palestinians to flee. How does that measure up against, Trump may say, oh, we won't allow Israel to annex the West Bank. But in practice, when you have this happening, I wonder, can
I
anything
don't believe
stop it?
this.
People talk about, oh, well, the Arab and Muslim states will lobby to make sure that Israel doesn't annex the West Bank. But if this is kind of going on, this slow motion process, regardless, I wonder what real leverage is there to stop it, if any?
Look, the US president made these statements, which were repeated in the press as if they meant something. I will not permit the annexation of the West Bank. That's absolute rubbish. It's going on in front of us. It's not going slowly, by the way, anymore. It was a long, slow-ish process. Now it's a rapid. And Smotrich is overseeing it. He's determined to get it done, really, I think, in effect, by the elections in a year or so's time. It's not. That's the program. The Bedouins being driven off their land. Where do they end up? In sort of rubbish dumps, basically. They live in really horrible places. They're going to end up. There's sort of scraps of land which are used for public dumps. It's kind of horrific. And and then you say, what about the international community? Nothing. Now you've got to look. We're British, so let's have a look at Britain. It's of course you get these sort of dulcet tones, condemnation, routine condemnations, but to confront it, you have to have it isn't words anymore. You've got to address the crimes which are being committed under international law. Let's not forget, and this is absolutely critical, that in July last year, wasn't it, midsummer, the International Court of Justice, the highest court in the world, declared the whole Israeli occupation of the occupied territory illegal, and said that all nations, member states of the UN, had an obligation to bring it to an end, and it gave a deadline of which I think the deadline was this September to take action. Of course, Britain's not even bothered to respond. The Starmer government hasn't even. It said it was going to respond and hasn't, because it's very difficult, because that way you're going to upset Netanyahu, you're going to upset Trump. That makes Britain complicit. I'm writing a piece for Middle East Eye at the moment, which will set this out in some detail.
Thank you, Redrust. Because never forget, the UK doesn't make up its own foreign policy. We take the line from the State Department. We're literally in the cup chair. We're not allowed independent foreign policy, apparently. Anyway, we sold our soul to fucking settled colonial state. entity. That's fun. God forbid we should create our own fucking fun policy. Where's the cross question? PC. uh,
Centre for Radio Jamaica in Kingston told LBC the latest.
We're getting reports of flooding in major towns, schools, of hospitals, of houses being damaged in southern and western Jamaica, in particular, roofs being blown off. The power company has told us 35% of customers island-wide were without power.
The Home Office says an Afghan national arrested over the stabbing to death of a 49-year-old man in West London entered the UK in a lorry in 2020. 2 others were injured in Uxbridge yesterday afternoon. Blasts have been heard in Gaza after Israel's Prime Minister ordered power. A child by 40.
On the programme tonight.
Cross Question is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale.
Hello, a very good evening. It's 8:03 on LBC. Welcome to Tuesday's Cross Question. We have 3 debutants on the programme tonight, but they'll learn the ropes quite quickly, I'm sure. We have with us to my left Peter Swallow, Labour MP for Bracknell. To my right, Teresa Bischoff, Head of Campaigns and Communications for the Good Growth Foundation think tank. And next to her, Connie Shaw, External Affairs Officer of the Free Speech Union. And to my left, Claire Coutinho, who's the Conservative Shadow Energy Security and Net Zero Secretary, and also Shadow.
so 3 of them are unknowns to me. The last one you just mentioned, the Claire Coutinho, she's been an MP for Boris? Since Boris? She either came in at 17 or 19. Didn't take. Right, 17. Give me a minute. Oh, give me a minute. When did she enter? She's a Tory girl, by the way, so. Claire Coutinho. Oh, for fuck's sake, she's 6 years younger than me. 2019 intake, so she's relatively newish. Oh gosh, she was an investment banker at Merrill Lynch. It,
Equalities Minister and MP for East Surrey. They're here to take your questions. The number to call 0345 6060 973. And if you'd like to watch us, and why wouldn't you, you can do so on Global Player and the LBC app.
Call 0345 6060 973.
or do what I'm doing and use just go to the LBC's YouTube page. Easier.
Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Let's start with the text question from Wesley in Gravesend. Are we just a Christian country on paper? Many people are angry with the possibility of the UK helping Jamaica rebuild. Where are our Christian principles which we're continually told about when discussing integration in communities? I think this stems from the phoning that we did in the last hour, where a couple of people phoned in saying, no, we shouldn't be helping Jamaica rebuild. I mean, it's possibly even a little bit early to talk about that, but clearly there are going to be scenes of utter devastation. And given that we were the colonial power in Jamaica, I was arguing that we had a responsibility to do that. But naturally, not everyone agrees. Claire, continue.
So yes, we are a Christian country. I think it's a really important thing to remember that, because so many of the things that flow come from that. That's why we're a pluralistic society. That's why we believe in forgiveness. That's why we have a separation of church and state. Those are fundamentally Christian things, and we're a majority Christian country. In terms,
Our church and state are not separate. The head of state is also the head of a church. You can thank Henry VIII for that one. So the head of the state is the monarch, who is currently Charles III. He is the head of the Church of England. And the head of our state, he's the head of, essentially, is the government run at his behest, essentially. It is separate, but for this sort of distinction, no, that we're not, church and state aren't separate, they're headed by the same person.
of Jamaica, I actually think lots of people are supportive of a country having aid for countries which are in crisis. I think that is a powerful thing that a country can do. I think where people push back on aid is where they feel that we're overspending when there are difficult problems at home, and also where the money is not being spent well. And I can talk from my experience as in government when I looked at some of the climate aid spending, and you think if you've got parts of your government spending which is, helping Kazakhstan farmers to buy solar panels from China, well, that doesn't seem like a very good use of UK money when it comes to aid. So I do think making sure that you have something which is proportionate to what you can spend, and also help.
That's the International Development Fund, international development, part of government spending. It is minuscule compared to what the rest, what other expenditure the British government spends. It is tiny. I have no problem with foreign aid, considering the ruin that we've wrought across the world from empire. I see, is recompense to how we treated people in the past and what wealth we extracted from these places throughout history. And like I say, foreign aid or international development is minuscule compared to other parts of government spending.
Helping people in crisis and doing genuinely good work is important for people to have confidence.
Okay, Peter Swallow.
It's interesting that Claire started off there with an example from her government poorly spending public money. I'm sure we'll hear more examples of that over the course of this show. Look, there are lots of people in Jamaica who have roots in the UK, and there's lots of people in the UK with roots in Jamaica. They are part of the Commonwealth, and I think it is important that when they're facing this really significant crisis, we step up and we support them in whatever way we best can. And I think that's something that is going to be broadly welcomed across the country.
Okay, Connie Shaw?
Of course, we should be helping other countries, especially when it is a country like Jamaica, part of the Commonwealth, etc. They're going through such a...
Scribby, is that Toby's fucking outfit? Is she one of his minions? I'm talking about Toby Young, by the way, everyone. I don't like him. Funny that.
horrific time right now. However, I agree with Claire. That's quite difficult for people to hear when the cost of living crisis is still so bad, when they're frustrated with the way that we're not dealing with issues here. People are fed up. Some people are fed up with sending money elsewhere. In terms of whether it's still a Christian country, I think largely perhaps we are just a Christian country on paper. I'm quite concerned about the decline in Christianity, and I say that as someone who grew up as a very avid atheist. I was very obsessed with New Atheism when I was younger, to the point where I was...
New Atheism?
Yes.
What on earth is that?
So New Atheism was the movement sort of headed by Christopher Hitchens, Daniel Dennett.
I've got a lot of time for... He was the better brother, by the way. Peter Hitchens is I have issues with Peter Hitchens. The other brother, who is no longer with us, is shuffled off this mortal coil. I've got a lot of time for Chris Hitchens. I do kind of miss him. But the New Atheist thing, you can think of people like Dawkins as well, and people of that ilk. Don't get me wrong, Dawkins has done good work. He's got good books, mostly. I've read one of them. But the God Delusion, I haven't tried it. My stepdad's got it. I could just borrow it the next time I go up to my mum's. I might actually end up throwing it at the wall. Each to their own. I'm an atheist. I have family members, close family members, who are Christians, who go to church each Sunday. All the power to them if they want to go to service or mass or whatever. A good few of my comrades here in Glasgow are Catholic, and they have no problem reconciling the two, being a communist and being a Catholic. Protestant, slightly different. Don't get me wrong, there are Protestant comrades. But all the Protestants I know, some of them are leftish, but quite a lot of them are Tories, unfortunately, up here in Scotland. There's no many of
them. Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris, the idea that you're not just an atheist but an anti-theist, you sort of hope that God doesn't exist. And I'm worried that the extent that secularization has taken hold of this...
I need evidence to see that God exists. Sorry, scientist here. Just saying. Scientist in me is yelling, I need more proof. No slight to any people of faith in chat or in my community. I'd love to talk Jews. Don't try to convince me being someone of faith or religion again. People have tried and they've failed miserably over the years. I've been an atheist for the best part of 30 years, essentially.
Country means that we've left a massive void for other much more harmful things to fill it, and I'm relieved to see more young people going to church. And actually, I think that I would quite like to start going to church, despite the fact I don't believe in God. I think we need to be embracing our Christian values far more.
Well, I grew up as someone who's very Catholic, and one of the things I think is really interesting that Richard Dawkins, who you mentioned, who is one of the most famous atheists that we've got in the country, I would say, arguably one of the most famous worldwide, said, I'm actually very lucky to live in a culturally Christian country and I wouldn't want to change it. So I think, yes, I think fair points made by Connie.
Teresa.
Yeah, I think, broadly, I agree with what has been said. I think, obviously, the scenes that are possibly going to unfold in Jamaica are going to be devastating. Something I want to pick up on, which almost everybody on the panel has referenced, is the sense that when the economy isn't in the right place at home, you're much more unlikely to want to help those abroad. And I think that's a theme we're probably going to be returning to throughout this conversation. I do think that being a Christian country on paper, a lot of people feel like that's not enough. At the same time, many are having to balance that with concern for their own households. And I think that's the difficult tension there.
But in terms of the Christian thing, I think, seeing as you've raised that, Connie, I think it is an interesting avenue to go down. I rather agree with you. I don't believe in God, but I would describe myself as agnostic, just in case, hedging my bets. But don't the figures show that we are no longer a Christian country? That under 50% of people identify as Christian.
Yeah, exactly. But also the way that the census is done, when you ask, are you a Christian, lots of people will say they're Christian, but they don't go to church and they don't really celebrate religious festivals in the Christian tradition.
You have to go to church to be Christian?
Well, this is a question within itself, but the questions on the census are so broad that when you say you're a Christian, we don't really know what that means anymore. And that's sort of reflective of this whole conversation. What does it mean, whether we're a Christian country or not? Are we just a Christian country on paper? Or are we a country that really does embrace Christian values? And so when we get those figures about less than half of people in the UK being Christians, I would say probably.
And I always like to say, Jesus was a socialist. If we were to go on what's actually in the New Testament, Christ was a socialist. That's why I don't have I have severe problems with evangelicals and religious fundamentalists of any stripe. Jacob Rees-Mogg, devout Catholic, and Tory wank, essentially. I'm glad he got voted out. Ha ha ha. Get wrecked, Jacob. Thank you, North East Somerset, for getting rid of that fucking bill.
It's probably smaller. People who actually think about Christianity that much, it's probably smaller.
Claire, why do you think that successive governments haven't really been able to convince the British people that we should be an international aid superpower? Which is what Andrew Mitchell described.
I think there's two things. I think one, and again, I come from I believe in compassionate conservatism. As you know, I worked at the Centre for Social Justice, which looked at poverty in the UK. And I think often when you look at some of the international aid spending, it's very bureaucratic. It goes through these big international organisations, and a fair amount of it is not well spent. You can go and look at the outcomes, the trillions of pounds we spent on aid, and the countries which we have not lifted out of poverty, whereas actually some of the approaches you're seeing by places like China, which are more commercial, which are building bridges and roads, have had a bigger impact. So I think looking at what the outcomes are versus what you're spending is one of the reasons that people have lost faith. And secondly, we are a country which has not had enough growth. And I think when people are looking at their future prospects and thinking,
you can't have infinite growth on a finite planet. I swear to God, these Tories are going to be the end of me. We can't keep on perpetuating just hitting the fucking growth button. Oh, I'll show that. That is one of the best emotes that Helena has. Where is it? Where is it? There's Helena there. Ah, she'll be pressing that in a month's time. Slightly less than a month. Doesn't work like that. This country is screaming out for more funding. Rachel, can you hear?
of the big problems that we've got in this country, then yes, I think they feel less willing to sacrifice that government spending if they are then facing higher tax rises here. And those two things you have to acknowledge will mean that people want to spend less in aid. I think that is human nature. And so if you want to be a country that is very generous and has a strong international aid offer, you have to look at what are the outcomes you're getting for that money. And we have to focus on having growth and prosperity here.
Which Labour seems to agree with, Peter.
So the Labour government took the really difficult decision to reduce our international aid budget in order to increase spending on defence. And for me, that was all about reflecting on the importance of resilience in an increasingly fractious world. And when we're facing a very real threat from Russia and from others, it's important that we have a defence that an armed forces that can.
But why should the international aid budget suffer? I mean, I find it incredible that I have Labour MP after Labour MP come on the programme arguing that it is right to cut the international aid budget. I mean, that would have been unthinkable a few years ago.
So this is a really important point. I think it's important to see international development and defence and diplomacy as really three sides of the same coin. So for me, when we are saying that now is the time to increase defence spending because of the global threats we are facing, that is a reflection that the threats that are coming down the track are frankly military in nature. Whereas, in the past, it has been more about global stability in terms of
nuclear armed island nation. No one's going to be fucking invading us. Trust me on that one. I've had family members who are part of the military, and I've asked them, we're not going to get invaded, are we? No, we're not. And the only one who would actually even attempt it, because he's a fucking lunatic, he's got other countries he wants to get in first. I'm talking about some Russian individual. He wants to take back the Baltic states, essentially. Before he even attempts to. Don't get me wrong, there's been Russian subs off the coast of the fucking UK. But they wouldn't even dare, like you say, nuclear armed island. I'm gonna have a go if you think you're hard enough, you crazy bastard.
Of global poverty, some of those challenges remain, and I hope that we will get back to a time where we can increase aid spending to go back to addressing those.
So do you regret the Labour Party criticising the Conservatives for cutting international aid from 0.7 to 0.5% of GDP and then abolishing the department altogether and bringing it into the Foreign Office? Because that you seem to be saying that was the right thing to do.
I'm saying that in the current circumstances this government is facing, the difficult decision had to be made. That is the job of government ultimately, to make those difficult calls. But look, I want to see a world where we go back to increased international development spending. I think it's really important that we play our part on the international stage and that we do stand by developing nations. But at the same time, I think when public finances are stretched, it's about prioritising where we need to most prioritise.
Right, let's go to break a little bit earlier, and then we'll come back and talk about the new idea of the government to house asylum seekers in some army barracks in Inverness and Crowborough in East Sussex. It's 13 minutes past 8.
LBC.
Switching to Vodafone full fibre broadband is now as easy as pie. From a baby.
My name's Coach G if you fancy a brew, or if you
14.
21!
Is Dream Big Play.
Peter Swallow from Labour.
On LBC.
Pension confident when investing your capital is at risk.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
8:15 on LBC. We have Claire Coutinho from the Conservatives, Peter Swallow from Labour, Theresa Bishop from the Good Growth Foundation. What is the Good Growth Foundation? And I mean, is there any such thing as a bad growth foundation?
We get this question all of the time. The Good Growth Foundation. We're a think tank that basically looks at what the public actually needs to see in order to perceive economic growth as something that is good for them in their lives, not just something that is good for big business, good for those who are rich, but actually for ordinary people who want to get on in their lives, who feel devoid of opportunity at the minute. And we put forward the policy to make that happen.
And Connie Shaw is here from the Free Speech Union, which does what it says on the tin, I guess.
Yes, we're a mass membership, non-partisan organisation which defends the free speech rights of our members and campaigns more widely for free speech.
Have you been reading this book?
I haven't yet.
Woke is Dead, for those of you listening, not watching, by Piers Morgan.
Unfortunately, our cases would say that...
Look, Piers has got a book. Guess who won't be buying that? Seriously, does anyone believe that book would be a good read? I'm doubtful because Piers wrote it. I was worried because Laura was talking to Kamala Harris on Sunday. I thought he might have been on the panel again. He wasn't. Thank fuck. Just stay in the States. Yours. Anytime you come back over here, I start yelling for some strange reason. Good up, bunker. I have major problems with Piers Morgan, not just there's plenty of people here in the UK and in the States, oddly enough. I just think that people laugh at the YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber, for fuck's sake. I'm pretty sure I'm better than Piers in lots of different ways. I will play. I will be back momentarily, comrades. Listen to these three, and I feel worried when I heard Good Growth Foundation. That seems us, in my opinion. Just saying.
Opposite.
Well, we're going to talk about that after 9 on the programme, because I think it's an interesting theory that woke is dead, but we've got Piers Morgan on the programme. Right, Paul in Horsham says, will putting asylum seekers in old army barracks instead of hotels really end the public anger about the entire issue? Now, ministers have confirmed plans to begin using former military sites rather than asylum hotels from next month. Reports claim sites in Crowborough in East Sussex and in Inverness in northern Scotland are going to be used. Peter Swallow.
So I completely understand the public anger on asylum hotels. They are not appropriate. They are costing a huge amount of money. It is a system that we inherited from the past government, and we're determined to tackle and address.
Why has it taken 15 months to change the policy?
It's important that we take these decisions carefully and after much consideration. You don't just use an army base willy-nilly. That is a serious decision to take, and it's right that ministers have taken the time to think the policy through. But we do need to see hotels closed. It's not an appropriate place for asylum seekers to be housed, and ultimately what we need to do is clear the backlog and get control of the illegal immigration system.
I gather there are 32,000 people in hotels at the moment. This will deal with 900 of them. What about the other 31,000?
As I say, we've got to get through those asylum cases that the previous government stopped hearing and clear that backlog.
Well, they didn't stop hearing them, did they? That's an exaggeration. They might not have dealt with them quickly enough, but they didn't stop hearing them.
They stopped processing them.
They didn't stop. Well, I don't know why I'm speaking for you, Sarah.
That's ridiculous. I mean, firstly, there are more people in asylum hotels than under us. But let me say this. Illegal immigration is a global crisis. We're not the only country struggling with it, and it's a really important issue to address. We did put that top and centre to say we wanted to stop the boats, and we didn't. It's one of the reasons we lost an election. So you cannot underestimate public anger on this. And my worry is, look, you can move people from the hotels to the barracks and you can move them then into the social housing system. The anger will remain the same, because what the public want is to have secure borders. What they want is for people who have come here illegally not to be here. And, credit to Kemi Badenoch, our leader. One of the first things that she's done in her time has to set out a much stronger border policy. I completely recognise that it would take a time for us to be trusted on again, particularly because I think there has been and is such public anger about this issue. But I think rather than making these sort of nonsense partisan political points, I think we should address the fact that people do not want people to come here illegally and stay, whether you put them in barracks or hotels or in social housing or wherever it might be. They want to have secure borders, so everybody who comes here illegally is detained and deported, not in months, but in days.
Claire is actually quite right about that last point. It is really important that the public see that we have control of the borders, that we are tackling the small boats crisis. It is more than just this policy. We have to look at the range of measures that this government is taking, from our returns agreement with France, which is meaning that we are deporting.
That's going well, isn't it?
We are deporting people back to France.
And then they're coming back.
It is not perfect, and it's a pilot, and I want to see it expanded and put into full effect. But we are doing other things as well, including our review of immigration laws, so we can make sure we've got the best tools at our disposal.
But the general public look at this and they think, well, there's actually more people coming across this year than last year. So it's not really possible to claim that whatever approach you're adopting, and I accept that there are all sorts of different initiatives, it's not possible to claim that that policy is working.
Yeah, look, the small boats crisis started 6 years ago, and it has been running ever since. Before then, we had lorries. We were hearing earlier about the really tragic attack from an asylum seeker and how he came to this country on a lorry. So it's not like illegal immigration has never affected this country before. It is not a new problem, but a serious grown-up approach to it does take time. And I completely hear the frustration from my voters, from voters across the country, that they want to see real action on this as quickly as possible. I can say I share their frustration. We have to get to grips with this as quickly as possible. But the way that we do that is with serious grown-up policies that start to tackle these solutions, and recognising that it will take time and it will take a range of measures for us to get control of the system.
Connie?
Well, on the army barracks point, my first thought when I heard it was, why have we just got army barracks lying around with no one in them? But I understand that obviously things change in the military, but it makes me think, there was that
damage. The Home Office has revealed an Afghan national arrested on suspicion of murder following a trip.
I don't know enough to actually comment on that. For more than that, you can go back and check No Justice MTJ stream or Kev stream. They can be a little bit more coherent than I am about it. I know my wheelhouses. I know where I'm good. Essentially, don't get me wrong. Our immigration policy is fucking dog shit. That's the deep analysis you'll get from me on it. Unfortunately, I know what I'm good at.
Stabbing in West London was here legally. The 22-year-old was granted leave to remain in 2022, 2 years after arriving in the UK on a lorry. A child's died in hospital after a family complained of smelling chemicals in a flat in East London. Fire crews were called to a property in Newham, and around 12 people were evacuated from surrounding properties as a precaution. LBC weather: rain and showers moving east across Northern Ireland and Scotland, rain reaching Wales and central and southern England later, a low of 0.
This is LBC.
Amazon offers term time working to their employees, like Anton, who's home to look after his daughters during their holidays.
Hello?
To him, this is the best sound in the world. Actually, maybe that's the best sound of all. Now that's term time working. Offered at Amazon. 10 weeks off guaranteed per year. Mix of paid holiday and unpaid time off. Conditions apply.
At Laithwaite's, we go to great lengths to bring you great wine. We go far and wide. Deep underground in the beaten track, we certainly go nothing.
What are you doing here?
I've come to tell you about you ordered for moving their energy use.
Search Get Us.
Required. Reward schemes and tariffs available to selected customers from selected suppliers.
32 on LBC. Claire Coutinho is here, Conservative Shadow Energy and Net Zero Secretary, and Shadow Equalities Minister and MP for East Surrey. Peter Swallow is Labour MP for Bracknell. Teresa Bischoff, Head of Campaigns and Communications for the Good Growth Foundation, and Connie Shaw, External Affairs Officer for the Free Speech Union. Next question from Caroline in Prestatyn. With the ceasefire in Gaza looking over after only 3 weeks, can we say that Trump failed? Now, the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, has organised strikes to be launched on the south of Gaza immediately after reports that Hamas opened fire on Israeli soldiers earlier today. Plus, there are accusations from the Israeli government that the terror group also breached the ceasefire deal's terms over the return of hostage remains. Connie, let's start with you on this one.
So the idea that Trump has failed is, I disagree with. I think what he did was amazing. And when you're dealing with a group like Hamas, I think it would have been very difficult to continue that success. Hamas has been provoking the IDF. I think they very much wanted the IDF to break the ceasefire. They have deliberately not returned the bodies of dead hostages.
They literally want to do this. It doesn't really matter if they were harassed or whatever. They were going to do this anyway. That much has been made clear over the last 2 years. We have all the receipts to show exactly what kind of genocidal bastards these people are. The fact that Palestinians still exist is provocation to these people. So no, I don't really care if they felt provoked just because of the existence of Hamas or the existence of Palestinian people. They are monsters, and we need to distance ourselves from them. We need to stop selling them stuff, giving them diplomatic cover, literally helping them, giving them intelligence from our overflights. I hate my government for this, and many other reasons, obviously, as well. But no, they were going to be doing this anyway.
They were seen on camera reburying a hostage to try and make it seem like to the Red Cross that they discovered it again. So it's obviously awful that the fighting can continue going on, but when you're fighting against a group like Hamas that uses your own morality against you, Israel has been in a real life, the worst possible imaginable trolley situation where the two aims of the war, to get the hostages back and to destroy Hamas, arguably you can't do both because of the way that Hamas operates, by leaving all of their civilians above ground, saying very clearly that they're not allowed in the tunnels, but Hamas terrorists are, but you don't know where the hostages are. So when you're looking for Hamas, who are hiding in mosques, in hospitals, in hiding their ammunition in children's bedrooms, in people's homes.
What hospitals? What hospitals? Seriously, point to one. Show me a hospital.
So it was almost impossible to try and get all of the hostages back without risking their lives, at the same time as defeating Hamas, at the same time as making sure that the civilian casualty is as low as possible. So Israel is in an impossible situation.
They are literally doing a genocide, Connie. They are not trying to minimise civilian casualties. We are seeing it live streamed every fucking day. They're not trying to minimise anything.
Situation, and no doubt they will be continue to be demonized after this, after the ceasefire has now been broken by Hamas.
Teresa.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a devastating situation. It has been for some time now. Can we say that Trump has failed? I think he's made some important steps in the right direction, and of course, it was heartening to see that progress. Given tonight's news, I think once again the efforts have to be all about de-escalating and restraining any further escalation of this conflict, and of course, primarily getting humanitarian aid in where it needs to be.
Do you think Hamas is deliberately provoking the Israelis to encourage them to almost launch these attacks because they know that over the rest of the world, Israel will be vilified for it?
I mean, I wouldn't really feel comfortable saying that. I think it's a very, very complex situation. And as we've seen, the sort of peacemaking efforts have been vast and the focus on diplomacy is right. I think we have to do what we can to try and ensure that there is a lasting peace. I can't speak to their intentions.
Well, isn't it easy to speak for Hamas's intentions when they return an empty coffin with a little bit of human remains in the coffin? I mean, not a body, just a little bit of a human body. I mean, that surely shows the kind of people that they are.
It's really, really heartbreaking. People will have their opinions on either side of the debate. But as I say, the focus has to be on peace.
I think the issue, Ian, is that we do. Einat Wilf, who's an Israeli ex-politician and thinker, she has this term called West-splaining, that we try and sometimes ignore things that Hamas say, for example, other groups included, or try and explain for them. Hamas has been very clear on Lebanese TV that they would do October 7th 10,000 times if they could. Their ideology is a way that they don't care whether they live or die. They don't care if their civilians live or die. So the idea that we don't know their intentions is not true. They are very clear what they want to do, and that is to destroy Israel, to destroy the Jews in Israel, and to destroy Jews around the world. So the idea that we...
Wrong. I need to direct you to Spooky Scary Socialist video that you done 10 days ago. Oh, 11 now. Yeah, 11 days ago. You keep on bringing up that fucking old charter. They don't run on that old charter now. There's a new one, much better, and they dropped it. The one that you're all mentioning, they literally dropped it within a matter of months. That's why we can't trust anyone who speaks up in our media sphere, in our media bubble, especially here in the West.
We don't know what they're doing is frankly not true.
Peter.
In this story broke just as I came on here, so you'll forgive me if I don't talk about the specifics, but what I can say is...
We know what the specifics are, that Israel has launched attacks on Gaza City in response to Hamas breaking the ceasefire.
What I really want to get across is how deeply tragic these events are. I think, I certainly hope and pray that we can get back to a ceasefire, that people can get back round the table, and we can get the long and difficult process of peace back on track, because frankly, if that ceasefire breaks, if the war continues, then the people who will lose out are Israelis and Gazans and the wider region, and that would be a desperate tragedy.
Bring Israel to heel. That we can help a bit. We can stop selling them shit to start with. Well done for the co-op for completely changing their supply routes, and they don't stock any Israeli stuff at all in their stores. Kind of applause for the co-op. Obviously, the only one that can really get them to actually behave themselves would be America, like the Israel. It would have to be America, and that ain't going to be happening anytime soon.
And any words about Hamas returning an empty coffin?
It's absolutely imperative that Hamas played no role in the future of Gaza. The government's been really clear on that. I am really clear on that. Hamas must have no role in the future of the Palestinian
Why did you recognise a Palestinian state without any conditions on Hamas?
So really importantly, alongside the recognition of a Palestinian state, we secured an agreement from across the Arab world that Hamas would play no part in a future Gazan state.
But you recognised it before that happened?
That was part of the process of our recognition, and that wouldn't have happened without our recognition. That is really vitally important. But that's the point about getting back around the table. That was so key in Trump's 20-point plan. Hamas cannot play a lasting role in the governance of a Palestinian state.
That peace plan was not constructed around a negotiating table, was it? It was imposed by the Americans.
The peace plan has, up until now, kept a very, very fragile peace. We have seen how fragile that is today. As I say, I do hope that with pressure from America, from allies across the region, and from UK and others as well, we can get it back on track. Okay. I know how difficult that is going to be.
Claire.
Well, I will just say this. I think it's impossible to say Trump has failed when you saw the pictures of those hostages being reunited with their families, and you think of the horror of what they've been through and the hopelessness. And I know sort of Kemi, our leader, had met with those families before, and just the hopelessness that they felt that they would ever see their family members again. So for that alone, I think he has done a great thing for those families.
Right, let's move on to Rachel in Weymouth, who says, with both Labour and the Tories only 1% above the Greens in the latest poll, is the two-party system over? I think the Liberal Democrats are in the mix there as well. I think they're now on 15%. Now, YouGov's latest survey puts both Labour and the Conservatives on only 17%, with the Greens on 16%, Reform some 10 points ahead of both of the traditional major parties. Theresa, let's come to you first. We'll come to our party politicians last on this. It looks... but you can never say something's over permanently, but it looks as if sort of like six-party politics is here for quite some time.
The Tories are electorally dead. Politically and electorally dead. Bye, Tories. 46 years in the making. By the way, I was born in March. She became Prime Minister in May. So all of my life I've been waiting for this to happen. Finally. They lost their deposit in Caerphilly the other week. They're on course to get no constituencies up here and only a few list in the Holyrood elections in May. They're looking at electoral wipeout in the Senate. That's the Welsh devolved administration. Labour's on to get hiding. Hopefully it looks like they might actually lose a good few of their constituencies up here in Scotland, which is deserved. Keir Starmer's fucking hated up here. Reform might get list. They will not get constituencies, trust me on that one. And I will be campaigning on that fact for the Scottish Greens next year. All three unionist parties are in for a hiding up here because they fucking deserve it. Oddly enough, the Lib Dems are going to be breaching into Fife. Weird. What the fuck's going on in Fife? I want to know. They still retain the Northern Isles, which is Orkney and Shetland, and the northern parts of Scotland. So that's basically keep this Sutherland up there to the north of me. So up that direction, up there. Labour are looking at getting wiped out here in Glasgow because we're getting fed up with them again. I've been saying this to everyone here in Glasgow. Why did you go back to them? Because we were numpties. Rejoice, comrades, Mobius. Hi, Mobius. Greetings from Glasgow. How goes things down in London? Welcome, welcome. So we're talking about the latest polling, and I'm just explaining how they're going to get wiped out up here. The Unionist parties, that is. Hi, Mobius. Everyone, Mobius is here. He be YouTuber. Is there assembly elections next year, Mobius? Like, see, we've got Zach. Obviously, he's part of he's an assembly member. Nice one. Great to hear.
Come.
Yeah, I mean, I think the message from voters is pretty clear here that they need to see some change. I think from the sort of research, the focus grouping we do, I wouldn't say that voters are necessarily radical. Rather, I'd say they are restless for change. And it's something that hasn't come quickly enough, and it's something that they're simply no longer willing to vote for. Now, I think for the government in particular, what's important when looking at these figures is they have to realize that it's now on them to reunite the progressive side of politics. I don't think that the right move is to now try and chase reform votes. I don't think you can.
That's what Keir Starmer's doing, isn't he?
I mean, I don't think that's what he
can carry on if he wants to. Seriously, he's just going to get scalped for it. That's why people like me exist. I really do hope there's a few of them who are MSPs up here, Labour MSPs, who I want to seize later. Fuck off. Case in point, Anna Sarwar's deputy. She has a constituency. That's Jackie Bailey, everyone. I hope she loses her seat. I really do. She was my MP. I used to live in Cleveland, by the way. Before Holyrood got sorted. Before we got our devolved administration set up, she was MP for where I lived when I moved down here 8 years ago. God, I'm old. I want to see her gone. I want Anas gone as well, obviously, because he's nothing but a little puppet. It depends how it works. The way obviously it's first past the post for the constituency, just like it is for Westminster. But the list system is all about percentages and stuff. I might actually bring that video up if anyone's interested, and I can show you how it actually works up here with how the voting system works. Always good to learn. What system is it for the London Assembly, Mobius? Is it the same as like Holyrood, or is it first past the post down there as well?
Or maybe trying to prevent more Labour people from going to reform.
I mean, absolutely. There are policies, though, that can meet both the objectives of avoiding sort of a drain on the left as well as on the right. And that's kind of the sort of stuff we put forward. For example, we recently put out a work and teach visa that not only...
Too late. You don't like how we've changed the party. There is the door. You basically said to us, fuck off, and look what we've done. We've fucked off. Oh, but you still need to vote for us. No, we don't. Shut up here. Just go away. Whose seat would I like Zach to run for in London? Emily's? Yours would be fun, but I think Andrew Feinstein might actually go for that one again in the next general election, which would be good. Who else have we got? Ooh, we have the odious little prick. We can maybe go after Ilford North. Get rid of Ways. Mind you, in saying that, I'd love to see Leanne Mohammed. Oh, don't worry about it, Mobius. I'm just curious. I can find out, don't worry.
Decreases serious concern about immigration by 18 points.
I will ask you that. Who would you want Zach to go to try and get rid of? Don't get me wrong, I'd love it to be Keir, but I think Andrew Feinstein might actually run for that one again. Maybe Wes, that would be fun. Maybe Emily. I'm trying to think what other ones are basically London constituencies. That's the three main ones that I know. Or they could maybe try back home. Who's up in that neck of the woods around about Manchester? Can't remember. I'm going for one in London, might be quite fun.
But brings together Labour left switchers and Labour reform switchers. So kind of bringing those two together, it's possible. You don't have to try and run in one direction.
He told us to fuck off. Please. He literally said to us, if you don't like the changes I've made to the party, you can use the door. And we've used the door. Get wrecked, Keir Starmer. Seriously, you're fucked. This is going to be a one-term government, methinks. Oh, you in Jeremy's seat. Nice one. Oh my God. You just reminded me of someone. Lammy's Tottenham. Maybe Zach can go after Lammy's seat. That might be fun. He's pretty loyal to Jeremy, aren't you? In Islington North, isn't it?
By possibly alienating the other side entirely. I think it's exactly that challenge that the government now has to meet.
Connie?
I think it's quite hard to tell because obviously all of the polls say that if there was a general election tomorrow, many of the polls say if there's a general election tomorrow, Nigel Farage is going to be our Prime Minister. But if there was actually a general election tomorrow, how would people vote? And that is obviously, we'll never know whether what would happen in that case. But I think it's almost been like a domino effect. As soon as reform came on the scene, suddenly the Green Party thought, oh God, we've got to get going here, especially then when they saw your party coming up. And so now we have, the Lib Dems feel almost irrelevant, although this is idea that maybe perhaps they could be the official opposition in some circumstances. So it's hard to tell, although I feel it's quite a daunting time because if everything is so uncertain, and that's obviously not helping to the absolute turmoil we're in as a country, culturally, economically, and just as a general society. So it is quite a daunting time. And because of the uncertainty, it's very difficult to tell. I'm quite sad to see the uni party disappearing. I was always a very strong defender of first past the post and the two-party system.
Connie. First past the post is fucking garbage. I want shot of it. I like the system up here. It does quite well for us here in Scotland. It's good. I approve of that one, mostly. First past the post is fucking garbage. We're fed up of it. We need to get rid of it. That's not going to happen now, unfortunately, unless us on the left, eco-socialist, by the way, and Marxist, I want rid of it. So with a big enough left coalition from many different, like your party, Greens, both Green Party of England, Wales, Scotch Greens, and the SNP, we all want electoral reform. All of us. Plaid as well, I believe. Don't quote me on that one. I can say with all honesty, Scotch Greens and Green Party of England and Wales, and the SNP, we want rid of it. We want short of first past the post because it's fucking daft. It doesn't work. I've basically said this since I started voting, which was nearly 30 fucking years ago. Oh, by the way, the first general election I voted in was that Labour landslide. nuclear avalanche. Wish. That was fun. I thought I was doing something good for my country. Obviously, I was communist back then as well when I was a teen, when I was in the late teens, and I thought it's going to be nicer to the working classes. We get better funding into the NHS, which did happen mostly. We got our parliament. Good. Thank you, Blair, for that one at least. But first part of post in relation to Westminster, fucked, hate it. We've basically got governments that we fucking despise. It is less democratic, completely undemocratic. The other place. It shouldn't fucking exist. I'm a Republican, by the way. I want rid of the monarchy and the lords all in just one fell swoop. Just get rid of the fuckers. All of them in one go. Which he campaigned on, and he was running to be Labour leader. Quickly turned on that one, didn't he? And lots of other ones, obviously, because serial liar, your Sammer. Kind of.
A-level politics. I think that it's the only way that we can sort of get things done, as much as maybe it's not the most democratic way we could go about it, but I think in terms of having a stable
understatement
democracy, it does concern me that we're seeing not tiny parties, obviously the Green Party is doing very well at the moment, but seeing smaller parties just pop up out of nowhere does worry me for that stability.
Well, if we enter a period of 5 or 6 party politics where all the parties are roughly the same, I mean, obviously Reform at the moment is way out in front, but it's going to make the business of opinion polling almost it's going to be impossible to predict an election result, because you could have if all the parties sort of have roughly the same share of the vote, there'll be some very weird results that come up, I suspect. Claire?
Well, I think a lot of it reflects that people have just lost faith in politics. And I think, when people interact with the state, they often now find it big and remote and dysfunctional, and they don't understand why people can't fix some of the problems that we're facing. I think we all need to be honest about that. Now, if you look at the people who've benefited from that, you have the Green Party who said they want to dismantle all nuclear power in this country and get rid of landlords and just tax the billionaires and everything will be fine. I mean, that's seriously not going to fix any of the problems. You've got Reform who
funding things, bringing things back into public hands. That might help. More renewables. I will scream endlessly into the void about doing fucking tidal. More offshore and onshore wind. Water is publicly owned up here. Unlike south of the border. Sorry. We are mitigating the 2-child cap. I'm getting treated like a human and receiving my benefits up here now. Thank God for that one. Department for Working Pension or scum. I hate it. I'm glad my benefit is away from them now. Quite good, actually, since that fucking ghoul's in charge now at Caxton House. And I live in fear about what she's going to do in the budget next month. We'll find out, obviously. I'm split right down the middle with that one, John. To tell you the truth. My dad explained to me back in the day, many years ago. He was a nuclear engineer, by the way. Said, would it work? I'd want more renewables and stuff. You're right that renewables would be part of the mix. I'd be quite happy with that. Nuclear would actually work as well. You didn't want the decommissioning to be happening up at Dounreay, which was getting closed down essentially. Having nuclear in the mix as well as renewables would be beneficial. And he explained all the science behind it to me. Again, I understand the actual, mostly the science behind it. Helena's going to explain it as well a bit, which is good. I understand that. I've got problems with nuclear because of the waste issue. Don't get me wrong, the energy generation for how much we put into it and how much we get back out is good. Yo, I'm okay. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. I'm Cat79 Scotty, a Scottish disabled Marxist. I talk about health and disability and politics and some histories from an for good measure. Welcome. This is Cross Question from LBC. That is a Tory. That is Claire Coutinho. Shadow energy and net zero. I don't like her. She's a Tory. Funny that a left is not like a Tory. Never been known.
We currently do not have an economic plan at all, having saying that they were going to spend £200 billion from who knows where at the last election. So I think the thing that I worry about is at the moment people are sort of in I think a real sense of outrage that things aren't working and they want things to be better. And actually what we all need to do as political parties, I know we are doing it, is work to be those credible options for them so that they have something to look at the next election. I personally believe with the Conservatives that people want a party which is strong in the economy and strong on borders. And one of the things that I've worked very hard on is to make sure that we've got a credible energy policy, which we have worked out that we could cut people's electricity bills by 20% now. I think one of the things that people worry about the most at the moment is their energy bills and why they're so high. And
okay, I mean, you're slightly going off the subject here, but do you accept that the two-party system is effectively over for the foreseeable future?
Look, I don't think we know what any of this means.
We don't know. We do know, Claire. Trust me on that. Just saying. Multipolarity is better for better types of politics, to a certain extent at least. Getting rid of obviously it's going to be harder across the pond. Obviously the duopoly has such a stranglehold on American politics, unfortunately. It is a little bit better here. Yeah, I know why I was on it as well, because people were rightfully worried. There was still the Cold War, essentially. Understandable. They hear the word nuclear and they get kind of scared. I'm more worried about the waste issue, essentially. I know how it gets dealt with and stuff, but that's not sustainable. We can't keep on using it and not figure out a better way to actually deal with the waste from obviously that further down the road and using it to begin with, the first startup of like a nuclear power plant. That's where I get. I understand it'd be I'd have it as part of the energy mix. I would still have some slight reservations though. Sorry. I understand it and how it'd be good for us and stuff. I will scream endlessly into the void by doing more renewables. We're the windiest fucking country in Europe, for fuck's sake. Doing more onshore and offshore wind generation is a no-brainer to me. Trust me, I live in Scotland. I know how windy it is here. Plus tidal. The moon's a thing. Tides move. So doing tidal is a no-brainer for me either. So having those three in the mix for our energy generation, I get it. It would work. It'd be good. Still problems with the waste issue. Sorry.
I think what it means is that people are really, I think, feeling a lack of faith in politics. And until we get closer to an election, we can really see, like I say, you've got the two parties at the moment which have been the main beneficiaries. They don't really have credible policies. And I think that's the kind of thing people look at closer to an election. But I'm just conscious that one of the things I think people care about deeply is the economy. And like I said, I think one of the things that's really important for us as a party is making sure that we're credible on that and we can give people that sense that growth can be available to them and that, you know, whether it's the high energy costs they face or the other challenges that they've got.
You got booted last year. Rightfully so. We were all fucking fed up of his. And Labour's basically doing the speedrun of what you've done over 14 years. It's quite funny to see, actually. They are, yeah, I don't get that. The NIMBYs just infuriate me anyway, so. Good. You're on the same page as me, John. Good man. Ah! Sorry about that. On. Thank you.
That they've got a party that will be pro-jobs, pro-growth, pro-them, pro-the consumer.
Morgan says, is it really fair to bash the Green Party or Reform without allowing them to defend themselves? Life's so unfair, isn't it? Peter?
Look, I represent a seat that has never been Labour before, and I have a majority of fewer than 1,000 votes. So if you want to ask me, do I believe that we are living in a very unique time in Britain?
Okay. I missed it when Peter 923 was. Let's see where the seat is. Okay. Oh, oh dear God. 1993. I'm 14 years older than this fucking child. Bracknell. Oh, it's just outside Ascot. Berkshire. Let's see. Holy fuck, that is not a majority. His majority is 784, which is fucking nothing. What was the turnout? Yeah, 61%. Tory, 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 Tory. Oh my God, was it Philip Lee? Christ. Tory, Tory, Tory. I'm noticing a theme. So obviously that looks like a Tory shire essentially. Tory was beaten into second place last year, 13,999, and this lovely individual, 14,783. That is not a majority. But there's ones that are smaller than that, possible than that as well. Case in point, West Beating, 521. So Bracknell.
British politics, I would say the answer is yes. The way that I think that I need to go about my job as a local MP is to be as powerful a champion for my constituents in Bracknell as possible, and to advocate for all of the things that will make their lives better. It is great that we've got an economy that's the fastest growing in the G7, that we've seen inflation rates cut, but I know that that's not being felt by enough people in my constituency yet.
But
so we have to.
You know that you were elected in 2024. No MP has a personal vote of more than, say, 1,500, 2,000 votes, which you build up over a period of time. I mean, you must be sort of almost beside yourself with the performance of the government so far, because people aren't feeling any better off. They don't see much change in their public services. And do you not think that there is a huge responsibility on this government to succeed? Because if you don't succeed, we know what the next stage is.
Absolutely. I'm laser focused on getting the delivery that will make a real impact in people's lives, the change that they can feel in their pockets. That is the job of this Labour government. It does take time. I was really clear with people before the general election.
Oh, my dude. People like yourself with basically fuck all majority, you're going to be the first on the chopping block, by the way. And lots of Labour stalwarts who have been there for a while, essentially, they're all on the chopping block, including Ways. Like I said, 521 votes. We might have had actually over 520 votes. Could have had Riyad Mohammed instead of odious little prick.
That change would take time, but we do have to be able to demonstrate to people the real and lasting benefits a Labour government has brought. And I'm sorry to disappoint the last contributor, but we also have to do highlight what a reform government.
Also, case in point, there is no safe Labour seats anymore. They don't exist. They're going to get tested next year up here and in the Senate. Mark my words. Don't get me wrong, that people have problems with the SNP. I understand that. They haven't mixed the bag, really. But they are doing good things for us in certain areas and not being completely good in other areas, just like any fucking government, really, especially in the West. But they're not as despised as Labour are now. Like I said, Labour's doing speedrun of what the Tories done over 14 years. It is a delight to see this Labour government literally getting everything wrong, fucking up or doing it deliberately. Serves them right. He'll mend them, I say. Literally, it will be he'll mend them because a lot of them are just going to get fucking wiped out. I will bring that up after this. In Helena's chat, in Helena's Discord. I'll bring it up. I'll show you what someone done for us and posted it into the No Justice. It's called the Judiciary, the Discord that Helena has. I'll bring it up. It is quite a sight to behold.
Would genuinely mean. Just today, we've seen a Reform County councillor request that the government give them permission on Warwickshire County Council to have children as young as 8 walk 5 miles to school in the bitter cold because they want to balance the books on children. That is what Reform in Power means.
To be fair to Reform, I'm not sure they would have quite put it like that, but I haven't seen this proposal, so I'll have to accept what you're saying.
The proposal.
Okay.
They want to be allowed to.
Not sure that's a vote winner.
Well, indeed.
Right, we'll come to more of your calls in a moment, and of course our famed fun question at the end, which I'm about to tell our panel what that is, so they can prepare their hilarious answers. It's 8:48.
On the latest episode of The Newsagents.
On the orders of Donald Trump, 4 more boats have been struck off.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC. Text 84850.
Feel free to post your answers in the chat with this silly final question. Some of them are quite ridiculous at times. Let's see what it is. Yeah, I will tell you what mine is, obviously. Okay, take it away, Ian. What daftness have we got tonight?
10 to 9 on LBC. Claire Coutinho, Peter Swallow, Teresa Bischoff and Connie Shaw with us answering your questions. Daisy in Northampton says, what good is there in abandoning the Climate Change Act and ending support for clean energy just to chase votes from Reform, as the Conservatives have done? It doesn't make sense to me when we need to be bringing down bills and ending our reliance on fossil fuels. That's one for you, Claire.
Well, firstly, this is a continuation of some of the things I said in government. As you remember, when I came in, I did a net zero reset and I said we've got to worry about cost to consumers. And what you're seeing at the moment is the clean energy path that Ed Miliband is signing us up to. There is no way it can bring down bills. He's signing up to price.
Not entirely accurate, Claire. Thank you. We need to be doing more renewables. We can't keep on using fossil fuels for obvious fucking reasons. Like keeping the climate crisis is a fucking thing. We've only got the one fucking planet. And we can actually help a little bit, mostly. There's other nations we need to be dealing with as well. Encouraging them, to say the least. If we actually do the sixth largest economy on the fucking planet, remember? If we start doing more renewables, might actually inspire other nations. Just saying. That's why I'll endlessly scream into the void about doing more tidal and doing more energy generation for onshore and offshore. And with the help of people like John the Brazen, thank you, Mr. the Brazen, doing nuclear as well would help, because technically that is renewable as well. We just need to get off fucking fossil fuels, do more energy generation through renewables.
Prices much higher than the current cost of electricity, and he's locking us into contracts for 20 years. Now, people are
Why would he do that if it's such a bad idea?
I don't know why he would do that. I'm telling him not to do that. I think it's a terrible idea. And you can see from the numbers, and energy bosses just last week in Parliament said, even if gas was zero, bills are going up under Ed Miliband because of all of these extra costs he's putting onto people's bills. Now, my view is that you cannot win a climate change race at the cost to consumers. If you're making your people poorer, if you are losing jobs, if you are raising people's bills, no one around the world is going to follow your lead.
Taking the people out of the fossil fuel industry and training them to go into the renewable sector is something the government can do. We can literally pay for these people to get the training to go into these. Some of these people already have the fucking necessary qualifications. They just went into the fossil fuel sector. They still have the fucking degrees to do this shit. And all the other ones that we do need, we can be training them. And we can take them over into the renewable sector. These plans already fucking exist. They've existed for like 15 years now. They can get brought in. They can get trained and put into the green sector. Will they listen to us? Will they vote? Apparently. Ed Miliband, kind of listening, maybe. I don't know what his majority is. I think he might actually survive. Time will tell, obviously.
So we've done, by the way, more than most other countries. We've halved our emissions. But what we need to do now is focus on getting cheaper electricity. We have some of the highest prices in the world. And by the way, just on this decarbonisation point, if you massively bring down the price of electricity, you would have a much easier job at convincing people to buy electric vehicles and use electric home heating. And actually, even though, I've been saying this for months, this week,
those plans already exist up here to change all the central heating here. My central heating here in this flat is gas. There's a gas boiler just through that wall right behind me, right there. See where my standard lamp is behind me? Right through that wall is where our boiler is. It's a gas boiler. That's to be changed out. I'm socialising the former council tenant in my housing association. They have to change them. They have to get rid of the gas one, and it'll be underfloor heating, so warm air. To do that for this flat, they'd need to fix the floorboards, which need fixed anyway. So they have to go, essentially. So hopefully before, well, I was going to say before I'm 50, which is basically just slightly over 3 years away. So I don't see it happening before I'm 50 years old. Maybe before I'm 55. I'll keep you posted. Do not worry. So they have to be gone. My mum is electric. She changed over. She got a home loan off her mortgage a few years ago, and she changed it over. She paid off her mortgage 8 years ago, 6 years ago, 8 years ago. So mum's had electric heating in her house for about a decade now. It'll be a decade next year. My sister here in Glasgow, she's gas. I think she's gas like us as well. She's a homeowner as well. So they'll be changing. They're changing theirs over just now, I think, or they're going to be changing it over next year. My other sister, my younger one, I can't remember. Is she electric as well? I can't. She's a council. She literally is a counciltenant on Perth. Can't remember if she's gas or electric. I think she's electric. I'll ask her the next time I talk to her. My niece's flat is electric heating as well, but mine's is gas, and it should be going over the next decade essentially, hopefully. So these measures already exist up here in Scotland, at least. I don't know if it's. I'm assuming it's different down in England and Wales, I believe.
The Tony Blair Institute has come out with a report which is saying incredibly similar things, that we need to focus on cheap power, and the most important thing.
Renewables are cheaper than fossil fuels now, by the way, Claire. They have been for about a decade, oddly enough. Your government could have done that. You could have changed that, made it easier for the British people. Did you? No. No, you didn't. I do not trust what anything. I pinch of salt with whatever this individual says, because she is a Tory. It can't be trusted.
Is to make sure that we look after the consumers.
So the Tony Blair Institute has said that. What's the Good Growth Foundation said about it?
Yeah, so I think this element of making sure that bills are brought down, it's absolutely key for the people that we poll, the people that we speak to in focus groups, etc. And understandably, there is this reluctance.
You do an awful lot of focus grouping and polling. I mean, how does that help growth?
How does that help growth? Oh my God, we want the kind of growth that's popular, the kind of growth that people actually can experience in their lives. So we have to ask them the questions about how they actually would perceive change in their pockets. That's kind of a big part of
But surely the role of a think tank is to lead public opinion, not follow it.
Oh yeah, of course. I can talk to you at length about all of our policy recommendations.
No, let's not.
Too. I already told you a little bit about our work in Teach Visa, right? The kinds of policies that can soften public anger about things like immigration, but also have a positive impact on the economy and help the government bring together their voting coalition. But back onto this green energy question. So yeah, I mean, the sort of hesitant nature of some voters towards this, because they fear it's going to actually heighten energy bills, it is understandable and is something that is to be avoided. At the same time, especially given the current geopolitical tension, we have to make sure that we build up our own energy resilience too.
So if I told you we could cut electricity bills tomorrow by 20% and still have some of the cleanest electricity in the world, do you think that would be good growth in your view?
I imagine that a lot of voters will think so, yeah.
Connie?
The energy question is way beyond my remit, but from my perception in terms of the sort of the political sphere that I come from, when you ask Claire, why is Ed Miliband doing this if it's such a terrible idea, I think the perception to a lot of people is that ideology of clean energy is being put before pragmatism, and I think that for a lot of people angers them. I have no idea. It's not something that I really know about what would be the correct path, but I know that I'm very familiar with that perception that it's ideology that's put in front of people.
Peter?
The investments that we're seeing in the green economy are creating jobs, thousands of jobs across the country. It's helping us to produce that cheaper electricity that Claire talked about, because it is just a simple fact that producing energy through renewable energy now is cheaper than it is to use fossil fuels, and
That's
it is
just
absolutely helping us be more secure.
Well done,
it's
Peter.
getting
Well
Putin's foot off our necks. It's making sure that we are a self-reliant nation that is producing our own energy.
Why would you end oil and gas production in the North Sea then? Or
we're not ending it.
No, not ending production now, but that's the aim.
You've got a ban on new licenses.
This is the vitally important point. It's about
should not be giving them new licenses. Mad Cat has spoken. I will be listened to. We shouldn't be getting them. We shouldn't be getting them the licenses. Fuck off. No, don't do this. More renewables, if you please. Thank you.
a just transition. We are seeing globally the way that we produce energy change, and that means that we are having to adapt as a country. It's about taking the opportunities that brings to grow our green economy, create these new jobs, but also vitally, very, very importantly, support workers in those industries to transition across into this new world.
We've just got time to squeeze in one more question. It's from Fortune in West Hampstead. Cameroon has re-elected its 92-year-old president for a 7-year term, while Ivory Coast has given its 83-year-old leader another 5-year term. Plus, there's Donald Trump now talking about wanting a third term as president when he'll be 82 when this one ends. Within our own political system, should we have age limits for serving in public roles? Any guesses?
Yes. Yes. Easy. Yes. And anyway, there's a major roadblock to him getting his third term if they get rid of the 22nd Amendment. And with the current Supreme Court, that might just actually happen. Fucking terrifying. My super happy believes that there isn't going to be another election. There isn't even going to be midterms next year. I sincerely hope he is incorrect. Now, do you still hear? Do you want me to yell at Super Hubby? I will yell at him in the morning if he still believes this fucking nonsense. That's a quick and easy way to get a fucking revolution going over there. Just stop and say no, martial law, anything, state of emergency, whatever, and stops the midterms from happening. That could be quite fun. Quick and easy way to get the post there, Donald.
As to how old Britain's oldest MP is?
No, I have no idea.
One of your colleagues.
It's one of mine, isn't it? It's Edward Lee, isn't it?
No,
21.
No, it's Roger. It's Sir Roger Gale, 82.
So sorry, Edward.
And some members of the House of Lords are in their 90s. Right, 30 seconds each on this. Connie.
I do understand, and obviously then when you get cases like Joe Biden, you think, God, why are we allowing members so old? But then you have people like Trump who on the international stage, whatever you think about him, does and tend to do quite a good job.
Yes, that is fucking ridiculous, isn't it? Oddly enough, our ones here usually sort of, don't get me wrong, there's people who are in their 70s who are in the Commons, and the amount of crusty old bastards that are in the other place, that's one of the other main reasons they have a problem with the other place. Other than it being deeply undemocratic, some of them are old as fuck. Seriously, just fuck off. You have to remember a lot of these people are in there until they croak it. And some of them don't seem to be doing that. Just seriously, fuck off. They're all crusty old bastards. Most of them are fucking Tories. Don't get me wrong, there's people in there who are younger than me, for crying out loud. Case in point, Ruth Davidson or Baroness Davidson. She's younger than me, by the way. I don't want that place to fucking exist, and it's filled with old, decrepit fucking bastards. They are old bastards, and the only one who had any fucking time, well, a couple of them, the only two that I ever had fucking any time for was Tony Benn. His son is a disgrace to me in my eyes. By the way, that's Hilary Benn, the Secretary for Northern Ireland. And the other one was the Beast of Bolsover, Dennis Skinner. He's not in, he didn't run again, he got outvalued. So they were the only two trustees, I'll say. I love those two, especially Tony Benn, Comrade Benn. Round of applause for Tony Benn, everyone. He lost the real one in that one when he stroked it. Back, Tony Benn, please. And obviously Dennis Skinner calling Cameron Dodgy Dave. Genius. Fucking love the man.
You like his style or not, and he is an elderly gentleman, I guess. So it's hard because relatively you might have a really great person who's older and you have a much younger person who isn't. So I'd be reluctant to put a cap on it, but when you get the really old cases, you do.
Rejoice, comrades. Feck's Bean Farmer. Good evening. Welsh comrade. How's it going, Specs? Great to see you. What do you think of the question? Should public leaders face an age limit? Yes. Yes. Morning? Technically morning. Technically.
You think maybe this is a bit ridiculous?
Peter?
I think it was really great that at the last election we elected a wider range of MPs in terms of age, including a lot of younger MPs. I just about count myself as one of them, but I think that experience has its place as well. So let's have a range.
Because it was interesting. Now I've forgotten his name. Peter, MP for Bury St Edmunds, former
Priestley.
Pete Priestley. That's the one.
My lovely Welsh comrade. Age limit. I'd say somewhere between 65 and 70 personally. Because what is he? Was he 61 or something, or 62? That would deal with Keir. He's 61 or 62, I believe. Give me a minute. I'll actually find out. I am losing my chat off my phone for a second, everyone. How old is Keir Starmer? How old is Keir Starmer? If we set it at 65, he's fucked. He's 63. 70 is the hard limit for me. Anyone older than 70 shouldn't be in fucking politics. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of fucking ones that are in my age who are fucking fools. Oh, retirement age, depending on the current state of the country, the age demographics for the UK. It is 67 to 68 just now. Mine's a 68, unless she fucking changes that. Rachel, do not fucking do it. If she changes it, if she increases it more, she'll have to deal with Gen Xers. Don't test us. Some of us are, I might be in my mid-40s and I'm disabled as fuck. But there's plenty of people who are in my cohort between the ages of like 45 and 50 who are still fully fit. So if you fuck with our pension, when we get our state pension, just it's not worth it. Trust me, angering us. Quite a lot of people in this age group still fucking work. So don't test us. Just don't. Even though I'm disabled, I will still come at you with this. Do not change when I get my pension. It's bad enough that I'm on benefits. If you start fucking with me in retirement, which I won't get for another 22 or 21 years, do not test this person, let alone the rest of my age cohort. Have you, Mobius? Nice one. I asked my mum about this. Said, do you see them working with my one? Said, what is yours currently at? We get mine's at 68. So for 20 years, missus, you're going to survive. Bonnie, don't test me. I've already had successive governments try to end me. Mum's retired now and she's got mortgage paid off and everything, so she's fine. She's nice and mostly comfortable. But me and my other two sisters, we're all still basically working age, if you wish. So if she starts fucking with our state pension, don't try us. Seriously.
I mean, he's been on this programme before, and I've seen him on various others, and I think he's really refreshing that he's got elected at the age of 67. Gives me hope. Claire.
There's still time, Ian. There's still time.
Really isn't. Claire.
I think you should judge people on outcomes and what they actually do, not the other things.
Teresa?
I mean, I think there's a number of problems with Trump considering a third term beyond his age.
Like the Constitution.
Small detail. I mean, I think this is a very tough question. Like we've kind of heard, there are, some cases where people even of an older age do a really, really good job and others that haven't. I would be minded to just maybe the solution is more rigid health checks. I know we saw with Joe Biden, we didn't really find out what we needed to know in time. But I don't necessarily think that age should disqualify you, especially given there are so many brilliant statesmen and stateswomen.
And can I just say a final point here, that across our society, across Bracknell and across the country, there are many older people who give so much time to their communities, volunteering or just helping out with grandkids, who do so much to help this country. So I just wanted to say that as well, because I think often, when this conversation comes up, I can only imagine how infuriating it must be for people like that.
Andrew in Norbury has our fun question. With Jeremy Corbyn starring as the Wizard of Oslington, get it? In a panto production in the next few weeks. Yes, that is really happening, apparently. When someone told me this earlier today, I just wouldn't believe them. Which famous person would you most like to perform alongside on the panto stage? Teresa.
So I know there's a Traitors UK season on, but Traitors US, Alan Cumming, he is brilliant. And I know he would put on a fabulous show and I think would be a very dynamic duo.
Connie.
Prunella Scales.
Bit late for that, I'm afraid.
I know, but R.I.P.
Indeed. Yeah. Peter.
Ian, you and I would make a great pair of panto dames.
I'm not sure how to take that. Claire.
I'm going to take the punishment.
I like that answer from Peter Swall. That's quite funny. My God. Seeing Ian Dale as a dame. I'd pay money to see that one. I thought it was a piss take when I heard this earlier today. On you go, Jeremy. Have fun. It's in North London, by the way. Yeah, lol. That was funny, wasn't it?
How dare you?
I'm going to take the punishment. I'm going to say Ed Miliband, not because I would enjoy it, because he would finally get to answer some of my questions.
Oh,
and I'd do that for the country.
Oh, yes, she would.
Right, thank you all very much for coming on the programme tonight. On tomorrow's panel, we have Chris Murray from Labour, Greg Smith from the Conservatives, the writer and comedian Timandra Harkness, and LBC's own political correspondent Aggie Chambray. So do tune in for that at 8 o'clock tomorrow. Coming up in the next hour, we are going to be talking about this book. It's called Woke is Dead, How Common Sense Triumphed in an Age of Total Madness. It's by Piers Morgan. I spent just over half an hour with Piers a couple of days ago asking him about the book. We're going to play you part of that interview. The whole of it will be on my All Talk podcast tomorrow. But he's got some very interesting views on wokeness. It's a much more interesting and better book than possibly I imagined it would be. I really enjoyed it. I wonder what you're going to make of the interview that we're about to hear. Do you think woke is dead? Is it twitching? Or is it still in full throttle? 0345 6060 973.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at...
Oh, God. Not yesterday's.
For the business newspaper City AM. They are eagerly awaiting your questions on 0345 6060 973. You can WhatsApp us on that number. You can text us.
Oh, good night, Mobius. Thank you for dropping by. Always a pleasure. Enjoy your indoor gardening. And we'll talk later. Oh. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with alcohol. Self-care is good care. take your meds, stay based, free Palestine.
BBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation. Cross Question with Ian Dale.
Hello and welcome to a new week of Cross Question. Joining me on the panel tonight, we have Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat Deputy Leader and MP for St Albans, Mark Francois, Conservative Shadow Defence Minister and MP for Rayleigh and Wickford in God's Own County of Essex. Emma Burnell is editor of the Labour List website, and Jamila Robinson is an entrepreneur who's also a columnist for City AM. They are here.
Another one of these fucking bastards from City AM. That's it. We've been dealing with Alice Denby over the last couple of days. I don't like her. So there's another one. So you can basically say that she's some form of Tory, basically, some sort of right winger. Rejoice, comrades. Sock Now is here. Hi, Sock Now. The second to last question on tonight's cross question: should there be an age limit? Putting aside the 22nd Amendment, do you think Trump should run again? Because he'll be old as balls. I would set the age limit at 70 across the Western world. Oh, yeah. Is it in the Discord? Did you post it in the Discord? Or if it's in the Discord, you don't need to worry. Thank you kindly. Much appreciated, Sock Now. Everyone, go and follow Sock Now. They are based. How are you doing tonight, comrade? So we've just done tonight's one, which was on at 8 p.m. here in the UK. This is yesterday's from 8 p.m. on Monday. So technically we're on Wednesday now. So this is from Monday night. You know what? While I've got this paused, I'll be back momentarily. Thank you for posting it in the Discord. Much appreciated. I will be back. Oh, more comrades. Oh, don't worry. I'll be going for a couple more hours at least, guys. Rejoice, comrades. Natok and Dan with Alba are here. Hi, Natok. Hi, Dan. Welcome, welcome. We have covered tonight's first question. This is yesterday's. This is Monday night's. Mark Francois on. That will be fun, shall we? I return. Take it away, Ian Dale.
To answer your questions, 0345 6060 973. And we'd love for you to watch us on Global Player and the LBC app.
Call 0345 6060 973. Yeah. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Right, well, let's start with Martin in Doncaster. Martin, hi, what would you like to ask?
Hi, Ian and panel. Yeah, my question is after the Caerphilly by-election, should Labour and Tory councillors and MPs be worried about their jobs with Keir and Kimmy leading both parties?
Yes, they need to be worried. Tories lost their deposits in Caerphilly. Please be. Stop now. Specs, can I get a hooray and a little giggle? Yeah, right. So to retain your deposit with the Electoral Commission, you have to put a deposit down for when you run for a seat. I don't know how much it is for the Senate, but if you get anything less than 5%, you lose your deposit with the Electoral Commission. The Tories lost their deposit. They got 2% of the vote. Same for the Greens and the Lib Dems. They got 1.5% each. Labour got beaten into third. They got 11% of the vote. Plaid won. They got 47.4, I believe. And Form got 36 or something. UKIP ran as well, but they got less than a percent. So basically, the top three retained. Obviously, Plaid won. They got the majority of the votes, so they're safe. They got their deposit back. Reform got their deposit back. So did Labour because they got 11%. But everyone lower than Labour, they all lost their deposits because they were all under the 5% that they needed to get their deposits back. Aha, Tories, get right. Yes. Can you tell me who they are? Sorry, stop now. I really should know more about. I only know about the duopoly, really. Oh, right. Claudia de la Cruz. Is that her party? Yes, they should be scared. They should be worried. Good question, Martin in Doncaster.
Right. Well, Daisy Cooper, I know Labour only got 11% in that by-election and the Tories only got 2%. I can't remember what the Lib Dems got, which indicates that it might be under 2%.
1.5.
I'll give over. Look, everyone knows that by-election in Caerphilly was a straight-up fight between Reform and Plaid, right? Everybody knew that, and it's clear that the anti-Reform vote coalesced around Plaid, right? Over the last couple of weeks, if you look at other by-elections that have been going on, particularly those around England.
Let's stick with this one for the moment.
Well, let me just say, if you look at the other ones, Ian, you'll see that we've been winning against the Tories, against Labour. We won 7 out of 10 on the Super Thursday, so we're doing quite all right. Thanks ever so much.
So what was your percentage in Caerphilly?
I do not know, and I cannot remember.
You're the deputy leader of the party, and you don't know.
She's talking bollocks, by the way. If I know what the fucking result was for Caerphilly for her party, she knows. She's just embarrassed to say. Daisy, it was 1.5% of the vote. You lost your deposit. Get wrecked. To rebalance, to clear all the gumminess, not actual gums, but the gummy, that horribleness in your mouth. A touch of citrus, especially lime or lemon, in your water, or diluting lemon, or fresh orange if you've got that. That'll help get rid of the gumminess, rehydrate the mouth, clear out any sort of gumminess. I don't know what other way to describe it other than getting too technical or too ick-inducing. We don't. That's why people like me exist up now. That's essentially what Manfrog is. I am here to disrupt his voting pattern the way they make it. Obviously, primarily up here in Scotland and in the UK wider. Do not trust this man. I despise Manfrog with every fibre of my being. That's why I call it Manfrog and his merry band of lunatics. Just look at the way they're fucking running some of they're in overall control of 10 councils down in England, and it's a fucking shit show. The people in these council areas are getting treated like fucking, just not getting looked after, essentially, because Reform do not know what they're fucking doing, and they want to run an entire fucking country. I'm here to counter that. Manfrog, beware. A mental Scottish Marxist is going to make sure that you do not get any power, or any more power. Anyway, when was the last time you visited Clacton?
Look, our local team there did put in a.
Could we ask ChatGPT, Chris, what the percentage was for the Lib Dems? Because
I'm good at numbers, but I can't remember the percentage of every single by-election in every single part of the country.
But Lib Dems are really good at by-elections, aren't they? So why didn't people coalesce around you? And 1.5%, by the way. Why didn't people coalesce around you in this one?
Well, I think because we have a particularly strong ground war in many parts of the country, but not in every single part of the country. And where we do have, Lib Dems who are active on the ground, we do incredibly well in by-elections. That's what we've shown. But as I say, in this particular by-election, it was a straight-up fight between Reform and Plaid.
Give me a second. Where is it? It's in the judiciary. Whoops. Where are we? UK politics. What is it? Huh. Back in the day. Maybe. Ah, I wasn't here. Ah, got it. Oh. Oh God. Okay, this is from Marx's Chartist. This got put in the judiciary, which is no justice is discord. So it decided to run the results through a few quick projection websites just to see what it might look like. So these are the numbers I'm about to give you are the percentages and how they would look in Westminster. So Labour would be on 17, so the Tories, Reform would be on 27%, the Lib Dems would be on 15, the Greens would be on 16. Ray Joyce, comrades, King of Silver River. Hi, King. Did you see this in the judiciary earlier? So Labour 17%, Scum 17, Reform 27, Lib Dem 15, Green 16. The SNP only up here would be on 40%, and Plaid would be on 20% for Wales. So because they're separate. Today, as in the 29th, I know what I can show you. I've got one for you. So going on these percentages, if there was a general election held basically soonish, Labour would be on 61 seats, a loss of 350. The Tories would be on 36. Reform would be on 327. Fucking hell. Lib Dems would be on 88. The Greens would be on 52. The SNP would be on 51. Leaving that means 4 other seats would be for the other parties. Plaid would be on 6. And the other ones would be there would be 10 spare to go for the other things, other parties. So that is terrifying to me. 327 for Manfrog, and as bad as Mary fucking lunatics. That needs to get changed. That definitely needs to get fucking dealt with. But seeing the Tories on less than fucking 50, fucking bring it, man. Greens on 52 cheers me up, and SNP having the majority again up here. Bring it. Plaid on 6. I like. Thank you, Marxist Chartist. I just heard something fall. I'm not entirely sure what that was. Sounded like it came from the bathroom. I'll find out the next time I need to go. I wonder what it was. It was probably a shaving gel. Labour losing 350 seats is delightful. The fact that most of them get hoovered up by fucking Reform, though, I have major problems with that, to say the least. We will get back to cross question in a minute. For King of Silver River.
What?
Hi, my name is Keir Starmer. Hi, my name is
Happy birthday, King. I will try my best not to make your birthday, the start of your birthday too fucking shit. We can sit and laugh at Mark Francois.
Mark Francois, the Conservatives over the last 20 years have done quite well in different parts of Wales over that time, but 2%, pretty humiliating.
Well, yeah, but we...
Deserved. Deserved. It's even more embarrassing for Labour because they've held it since 1918. So over a century, wiped off the map. See what happens when Labour don't seem to forget about their heartlands and who they used to serve. Seriously, I will say it until I'm blue in the face. Literally, because he is now blue. He's not red. He's not Labour. Get wrecked, Keir Starmer. You've brought this on yourself, you and Morgan McSweeney. So basically, get wrecked. 100 years of serving the community just basically wiped off because of Keir Starmer in one fucking year. Serves them right.
We were not talking it up. I mean, we
You know what? I'll go back to
years.
By election.
Only a few minutes.
345 6060 973. Tweet at LBC. Text 84850. Cross question with Ian Dale. This is LBC.
Right, well, let's start with Martin in Doncaster. Martin, hi, what would you like to ask?
Hi, Ian and panel. Yeah, my question is after the Capilli by-election, should Labour and Tory councillors and MPs be worried about their jobs with Keir and Kimmy leading both parties?
Right. Well, Daisy Cooper, I know Labour only got 11% in that by-election and the Tories only got 2%. I can't remember what the Lib Dems got, which indicates that it might be under 2%.
I'll give over. Look, everyone knows that by-election in Caerphilly was a straight-up fight between Reform and Plaid, right? Everybody knew that, and it's clear that the anti-Reform vote coalesced around Plaid.
Daisy, I've got a question for you. How did your party bother running then? Why put your deposit at risk? Seriously, 1.5% is an embarrassment for you. If you knew it was going to be a straight-up fight between Plaid and fucking Reform, why did you bother? I would say the same to the Greens, but I won't be so fucking damning because I don't like Lib Dem, by the way. They could have just they could have said to the voters, the party members who were in Caerphilly for the Green Party, who just said, we've might have had skin in the game. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know what it's like, what it was like on the ground in Caerphilly. Obviously, in the lead up to this by-election, they should have just said to their members, it's basically a fight between Plaid and Reform. Go and vote for Plaid because we've not got a look in here. Essentially, that would have made sense to me. I don't know why the Lib Dems and the Tories fucking run there because they weren't going to get fucking in. Simple as. I'm glad Plaid won. Oh, don't you worry, Brodie. I usually go live between midnight and past. I went live at 10 because no Kev. Don't you worry. Rejoice, comrades. Brodie is here. Hi, Brodie. What do you think of the question? Should, it was more than just Labour, should Labour and Scum basically take lessons from Caerphilly? Our party needs to be worried as well. 1.5%. Why the fuck did you run? Stupid. Great to see you, by the way, comrade. How am I sounding? I'm sounding a lot better to myself, really. It's amazing what a pack of lockets and some cough syrup does. And actually getting stuff cleared out of your throat. Not an injection, a sort of wash, essentially. Tasted fucking rank. I thought I would have had to have paid for it. I didn't need to. I knew the pharmacist from something that happened earlier this year. So how much am I due to pay for that? You're not. Just take that, get that dealt with, because that's not going to survive. Because I know you stream. So she gave me this sort of mixture that she made up herself. Oh, Vendale is playing a game. Have fun, Vendale. Well, whenever you hear me say that, one of my comrades, who I know from Raptors chat, we're friends on Steam. So anytime he plays anything, I see what he's playing. And I ask him if he had a good time playing it. Vendale's good, he's helped me with my stream. Thank you, Vendale. Daisy, why did you run? And I'll say the same thing about you for certain seats. There's no fucking point in you running for Holyrood in certain areas. Really? And you're projected to actually get a few seats in fucking Fife, which just seems deeply weird to me. Fife is seen as sort of a Labour stronghold for many, many reasons. Over a century, essentially, same for parts of Wales, parts of what used to be like Labour heartlands and stuff like that. Fife was seen as Labour. But it go and Lib Dem for Holyrood? Yeah, Cooper. Francois on as well, so we can laugh at him. Don't get me wrong, I laugh at Daisy as well. And her boss. Been seeing more and more of her instead of Davy. You're a bit busy.
Right. Over the last couple of weeks, if you look at other by-elections that have been going on, particularly those around England.
Let's stick with this one for the moment.
Well, let me just say, if you look at the other ones, Ian, you'll see that we've been winning against the Tories, against Labour. We won 7 out of 10 on Super Thursday, so we're doing quite all right. Thanks ever so much.
So what was your percentage in Caerphilly?
I do not know, and I cannot remember.
You're the deputy leader of the party, and you don't know.
Look, our local team there did put in.
Could we ask ChatGPT, Chris, what the percentage was for the Lib Dems? Because
I'm good at numbers, but I can't remember the percentage of every single by-election in every single part of the country.
But Lib Dems are really good at by-elections, aren't they? So why didn't people coalesce around you? 1.5%, by the way. Why didn't people coalesce around you in this one?
Well, I think because we have a particularly strong ground war in many parts of the country, but not in every single part of the country. And where we do have, Lib Dems who are active on the ground, we do incredibly well in by-elections. That's what we've shown. But as I say, in this particular by-election, it was a straight-up fight between Reform and Plaid.
Mark Francois, the Conservatives over the last 20 years have done quite well in different parts of Wales over that time, but 2%, pretty humiliating.
Most of the English border you get, actually.
Well, yeah, but we we were not talking it up. I mean, we Reform got this horribly wrong. They
got 36% of the vote. Yeah, 34% more than you did.
They were telling you and all of your colleagues.
The reason they were fucking basically seen as going to be the winners here is because of media. It's because of the news. Because of basically vested interests. They downplayed how Plaid was going to. They had Plaid in second, obviously, on 38% and Reform on 42%. That Salvation poll was completely wrong. They were out by about nearly 10%, 8.5% roughly. Salvation do better work. Serves them right. Seriously, get wrecked, Francois. I don't get why they were running as well either. 2%. You never had any fucking chance, Mark. Seriously, you didn't. I was scared. I thought Reform were going to fucking win it. Thank fuck they didn't. I believed the polls that were coming out from Salvation and a couple other different, not as good pollsters. Essentially, they had Reform winning this seat. And I was getting a little bit scared, so was Feck's as well. We didn't need to be worried because those polls were off by 8% essentially. Do better work, Salvation. Thank you very much. And you'll keep on hearing the only poll that fucking counts and all that, blah, 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 blah. Which technically is correct. The only poll that matters, really. You can believe the polls if you want to. I take them with a pinch of salt, really. It depends on what's happening during the day. Essentially, what part of the week, what's happening, what's recently happened in the news, blah, 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 across the country, whatever. What's happened locally as well, even. Some pollsters are better than others. Obviously, YouGov obviously the gold standard, like Helena said earlier on. But all these lower, the Salvation, Opinium, they're all right, I guess.
Colleagues that they were going to win it. Behind the scenes, they were going to bag this, and this was going to be part of this massive breakthrough, and they didn't, did they? So, I mean, that is a seat which historically, Labour have held the parliamentary seat for a century.
Yeah.
So for them to get 11% of the vote, I admit that's more than we got and more than the Liberal Democrats got, but for them to get 11% of the vote in an absolute heartland Labour seat, I think really genuinely has sent shockwaves across the Labour backbenches. And, the reform bandwagon hit a
YouGov and the poll of polls are the best ones. Obviously, YouGov's the best one. Mostly. The other ones, it depends. Quite a lot of them, the Salvation ones and a couple of the other ones that would come up in the run up to the Caerphilly by-election, they were all completely out. They were all off by over 5%, which in the polling game is fucking useless, essentially. If you're that, the margin of error is either 2.5% or 3% either way. So that's the amount of leeway you get is 3% either above or below what the actual poll is. No, they were 8.5%. Salvation were 8.5% off this, and after it was all counted and everything, it was the best part of 10% that applied were ahead of reform, which is good. Yeah, yeah. It also depends on the seat itself. If it's Westminster or if it's the Senate or Holyrood or a local council. There's lots of different factors in play when these polls are getting taken. Seriously, it depends on what sort of mood people are in and who they ask. Polling is notoriously difficult for obvious reasons because you're asking people, you're asking humans things. And humans are fallible. Don't get me wrong, humans are amazing. We're brilliant. The human mind is quite good, mostly. But it depends what sort of mood we're in, what question we're getting asked, and who is asking it. All these things have to get factored in when these polls are getting done. It is a science, mostly. Half of it, the way the actual polls work, the percentages and everything, that is a science. That's part of it. But then you're dealing with the human element in asking people, asking humans. We are fallible. And it obviously depends what mood. That's why you got it, the way they do the questions, the way it gets formed, and obviously the science behind the actual polling, the actual numbers part of it. That is a science. That's quantified. They know what they're doing with that side of it. But actually asking the people, fraught with inherent biases and everything, cognitive dissonance. You're the unknown factor.
But in terms of the next general election, which I know is probably 3 years away now, maybe more than that, there must be a lot of Labour MPs that are wondering.
Literally less than 4 years now. It has to be held in 2029. And we'll see how it goes for Labour in the intervening years.
About their own seats. But given the state of the national opinion polls, lots of your colleagues are also worrying about theirs. We thought 122 was about the lowest it could get, but maybe not.
Well, Harold Wilson once said a week is a long time in politics, Ian. You're an expert on prime ministers. So, 3.5 years is an extremely long time. But I take some comfort from the fact that in some of the most recent polls, we're now second. That's still a long way behind Reform, but we've been second. And that means we've got some work to do. But I genuinely, if you see the morale of Labour backbenchers at the moment, bearing in mind they got a notional majority on paper over 160, 16 months ago they had a fairly bloodless landslide, but it was mathematically a landslide, and a lot of them look miserable as sin.
Well, let's talk to a woman who has a pulse on the her finger on the pulse. Shall I get this right? Her finger on the pulse of the Labour Party. What about benchers saying to you, Emma Burnell?
Yeah, Mark is not entirely wrong. So a sentence I'm not sure I've said before in my life. You'll forgive me, Mark.
Somebody write that down.
Yeah, there is disquiet. I mean, I'm not going to gloss over it. Backbenchers want to see things get better. Things can only get better.
Hello, Emma Burnell from Labour List. What you could be saying to the backbenchers, go to the Cabinet. They're the ones who it is in their grace. It's in their power to make it easier for the backbenchers, because a lot of them are going to be on the chopping block at the next general election. They can make differences. They can make better choices. Obviously, they are in government. Will they? We will see. Advise the backbenchers to go to the Cabinet, go to the whips and say, I'm upset about blah, 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 blah policy. I'm upset about my constituents have feelings and we're not representing blah, blah, blah part of society. So the backbenchers can go to the Cabinet, or they can go to the whips and say, blah problem. And it's within the grace of the Cabinet to change it. I'll say again, will they? I am doubtful. Because they need to go to their Lord and Master, Morgan McSweeney. That person needs dealt with. No violence, please, anyone. Talk him down if you want in the chat. Obviously, I despise the man. What does everyone think about Lucy Powell getting voted in? For a long time, I thought it was going to be Phillipson. By the way, the two posts are getting separate. So Lammy's going to stay Deputy Prime Minister. So he's going to be basically in the Commons, and the rest of the Labour Party in general across the country. That's Lucy Powell's remit. It's usually done by both. Case in point, Angela Rayner had both positions, but they're getting separated. I think I know why McSweeney's doing that. I will see if I'll get proven correct. Let's see what happens after the Holyrood Senate and the locals in May. And I'll get back to you on that. I'm formulating my plans on this. I know what my position is. I'm keeping it secret for the now, unless something major happens. Like, I don't know. Lisa Nandy resigning, maybe. No, another major scalp claim from the Cabinet because of Fogwittery.
So I think someone else once said that. There are, real disquiet about not just, where we are at the moment, but the fact that then, it was supposed to be a reset on the 1st of September. And ever since then, it just has felt like what we've reset to has been fairly chaotic. There is, I don't think there's yet a mood for a dethroning. We're not the Tories. We're not kicking out our leaders every other Tuesday. But I do think that there is, a real sense that people want this to work and they're not seeing it working. And they need proof pretty quickly that things are going to start working.
Well, several backbenchers have said, well, it has to get working by the May elections, which could be a bloodbath for, well, certainly the Labour Party. I think certainly the...
I'm wanting a bloodbath for all of them. Seriously. They fucking deserve it. And that is what I'll be educating and campaigning for in May up here in Scotland. They all deserve a kicking. Literally, they do. They all deserve it. And I am here to see it, to make it happen. Rhodey, feel free to post anything, especially with what outreach you would suggest I go on. Obviously, the disability rates and everything of that nature, funding for the NHS, things of that nature, the benefits as well. So if you can, if you've got anything to add to help me, feel free to post in the Discord. I will shamelessly borrow everything that anyone tells me. I will literally nick them. Don't worry, I'll give you the credit. So any sort of ideas, feel free, anyone. It's always on the cards, Dan. Would it work? With the S&P, it's all about damage mitigation. That's why we still take our, that's why the S&P still take their seats. Don't get me wrong, I'd be happy if they go down the same road as Sinn Féin does. Because we essentially, the S&P essentially believe in, I believe as well, that no such thing should exist. We should be an independent country by now, for fuck's sake. Or at least they should have carried on with the Smith Commission. We never got all of it. We barely got any of it, actually. Yeah. Ugh. Piece of sound. Ugh. That's gross. Where's abstentionism work? I can see where you're coming from, Dan. It might work. It might work. Might. I'm sounding a lot better. Trust me, I was sounding kind of rough over the weekend. I'm feeling a lot better, and because a lot of the horribleness that was in my throat, it's mostly all been expelled now. It's just a little bit of strain. There's still some sort of infection. I've still got like an upper respiratory sort of issue, really. Still lots of stuff that needs to get expelled, essentially. I won't go into great detail because I'm using the exponent, which basically helps get everything out. I am sounding a lot better, trust me on that one. I'll get back to full. I'll get back to my better voice, hopefully in the next little week or so, roughly. Obviously, you'll be able to tell. What do you see happening in May, Brodie? And Dan, obviously, because pair of you are up here. What do you see happening in May? Bloodbath for Labour and Tory with any fucking luck. There is things we can actually do up here. We don't need to have this fucking vote. But we're being nice towards them. So there is things that we can be doing up here to actually make that more possible. We are treating them with much too kindness, in my opinion. There is ways we can actually do this without needing the vote. Westminster seems to forget that. we need to remind them, and hopefully a bloodbath in May might be the impetus. Don't get me wrong, pinning any sort of election result to actually get a vote from them, those days are over, unfortunately. We're just going to have to force the issue. Literally force the issue. I have talked to friends and family members here in Glasgow and up in Perth and other parts of Scotland. I have educated them about this thing that we could actually be doing. And a few of them said, but you, isn't that showing disrespect to Westminster? Fuck them, they've shown disrespect to us over the centuries. So fuck them. There is things we can be doing up here. Just saying. Plus, I have a family member who's a lawyer. I procurated fiscal anyway, so as a first year. And I've asked them about this. Said we can't do this. We can. We can. Then they can. I am loath of violence. I don't want violence involved in this process. But if it gets so bad and we have to do this, I've kept on saying, if that gets put into number 10 in 3.5 or 4 years' time, I will literally dig the ditch myself. I will literally sever the actual land bridge. Cut us off. Get wrecked. You voted in that fucking bastard and in his band of merry fucking lunatics. Westminster is dead to me at that fucking point. I do not want that as my Prime Minister. Don't fucking test us on that one. Trust me, you'll not like what we do. You think we're upset right now? Just fucking test us.
Tories. I mean, to my mind, Kemi Badenoch, she'll be here in the studio on Thursday doing a phone-in, and I've said to her before that I think is the Tories' ground zero. It won't get worse than that, so you've got to build up from there, assuming that she can survive it. But you don't think there's any great mood to get rid of Keir?
Oh, I know what I'm doing on Thursday night after question time. Who's up for that? He wants a mad Scottish Marxist responding to Kemi answers questions from callers on the LBC. Oh God. Oh. Sudden rush to the head with that one.
Starmer.
I don't think there's an urgency. I think that I would be lying if I said questions weren't being asked, questions weren't being raised, conversations weren't being had. But it is more a conversation of you need to prove things are going to get better at the moment than it is we're going to go into a regicide.
Okay, Jamila.
Well, I think, you said that you're not the Tories and you don't get rid of your leaders every 5 minutes. But I think in the case of Keir Starmer, you probably should. He's obviously doing an appalling job. And with Rachel Reeves's budget coming up, things can definitely get worse, and they're going to get worse for businesses, for parents, for families, for anyone with a job, anyone who wants.
Yeah, I've been hearing things happening. I've still got family members who are in the Labour Party, by the way. Some of them want rid of Anas as well, for obvious reasons. They don't like him. They think he's not the Scottish contingent for Labour up here, especially in Holyrood, are doing amazingly at the minute, countering the SNP in government. I've got that on my. It's private. No one can get into this bit yet. I'm fixing it. But there's going to be something that's uniquely Scottish that only Scottish people can join. Sorry to all my Welsh, English, and Irish compatriots or comrades who are on my Discord. This is going to be for Scotland, Scottish people only in the run up to Holyrood. Or anyone who is currently based in Scotland who will be voting during the Holyrood elections. It will be for us. Sorry. But yes, that's in there already. Thank you, Dan. You'll be invited in, by the way. After the Holyrood, I'll open up to everyone else. But in the run-up to the Holyrood elections, I want a safe space for everyone who is going to be voting in Holyrood. Was to talk.
To keep their job, anyone who employs anyone, it's just not looking great. So I think it is the road is not going to get better between now and May for the Labour Party. So I think the only option really is to either get rid of Keir Starmer or completely change his front bench. And
How close are you, Brodie? Obviously, it's in May. You've got a good few months yet before you need to move up. Obviously, the cut-off will be New Year. I've still got that little voice chat that you're part of. If you want to talk, we can strategize. I can get you up here.
kind of what his direction is. Obviously, everyone knows he has no sense of direction, but he does need to find one soon.
If I may, just look, a government implies some collective sense of purpose, some joint endeavour, a mission, if you like. And I think part of Labour's problem, in all seriousness, is there's just no sign of that. I mean, it isn't really a government. It's a kind of day-to-day crisis management organisation. And it's, what is today's crisis?
That's rich coming from you. You were the same under some of your prime ministers over the last sort of 15 years. You were crisis management as well at some times. Case in point, pandemic. You were coherent during the coalition mostly, but you were busy on the mission of destroying parts of the working class, the disabled, the ill, and the unemployed. 330,000 excess deaths. Anyone? They knew what they were doing. They were on a mission to end people like me. They failed. Get rid of Tories, you absolute fucking scum. Yeah, you're professional. You have a bus pass. Your bus pass is valid, by the way. If you've got a bus pass, that's photographic ID. My bus pass is what I used during last year. Oddly enough, a month after the general election, that's when I got my passport. 2 months in July. I got it before our anniversary last year. September, so 2 months. My bus pass was my photographic ID because the case issued by a council, and I had to have a photo ID for it. In fact, I'll show you. Just a second. Where be bus pass? Oh, I'll show you funniness first. Let's see, look at that photo.
Is it that, Chatler was accidentally released from prison, or is it the collapse of the China prosecution, or, is it the latest?
For that, it's not valid. It doesn't have your age on it. It doesn't have your date of birth on it. So it doesn't work as ID for those kind of purposes, unfortunately. But as actual identification for yourself for voting, it does work. Obviously, the best ones are obviously the the Scott card or your passport. $88.50, by the way, for your passport. It took me the best part of a year to get my passport. I started going for my passport last January, so January 2024, and it took me until basically just a week before October because passport office are fucking idiots. Yeah, $88.50. Fucking ridiculous price. Your digital ID will be proof though, apparently. Fine, go ahead, fucking do it. Don't charge us. I don't think it would survive a legal challenge, essentially. I don't think it would. I think the Supreme Court might just say fuck off, which is a good thing. It shouldn't be able. There's no point fucking doing that because it's not going to help with illegal migration. Obviously, these people don't have any recourse to public money, and the vast majority of UK citizens don't fucking want this thing.
UBR projections, they just seem to go from one crisis to another. And when you speak privately to Labour backbenchers, they're obviously no names, no pack drill, but they're tearing their hair out. And I'm not sure whether Starmer has it within him to suddenly, develop that sense of direction. I mean, time will tell, but at the moment, I've lost.
He doesn't. We will see what she does in a month's time. It's going to be fun, everyone. Obviously, the closer we get to the budget, the more they'll start seeing things appearing in the news. And, oh, I don't know how that made it into the fucking news. Yes, you fucking do. You drop all the. The minute any fucking treasury says this, it doesn't matter who the chancellor was. They've been doing this for fucking decades, essentially, dropping little things into the news about what might be in the budget. But this appeared in the news. Oh, I can't possibly say. I would never preempt the chancellor. Fucking bollocks. They're all lying when they say that shit.
Track of how many resets there've been, and none of them, I'm afraid, seem to have been very effective.
And that is rich coming from you.
I mean, I sort of agree with you in that I think.
Crikey, I'm nearly 2-0 up.
I know, this is terrible.
3 strikes and you're out, Emma.
Job tomorrow. There needs to be a much clearer sense of what the government is for, not just what they're against. I think there needs to be, and I think if you look at Starmer's conference speech, which I thought was his best speech yet, actually, I thought it was a very, very good speech. Mm-hmm. There was an element in that, but there is a problem sometimes in politics where you think that one conference speech is okay, that's it, we've done that bit now. And then you go back to the day-to-day, and actually that's not how political messaging works.
But isn't this kind of telling, though, that, people were waiting for Keir Starmer's speech to decide whether or not he could actually make it through to May. The same with Kemi Badenoch. People were saying, will her speech be good enough to get her through to May? We're in a situation where people haven't forgiven the Tories. They really feel betrayed and let down by Labour. You've got both the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition sort of on the rocks. All I'm going to say is, people are really fed up right now. We Lib Dems see this and we were sad for the country.
But they tend to be going to the Greens or Reform rather than you.
Not necessarily. When you look at many of the polls, you can see that Ed Davey consistently comes out as the most popular party leader. You can see if you poll across the south of England, Liberal Democrats are in pole position. We see a.
That's only one part of this country, Daisy. Just saying. What's your polls looking like up here? They're looking to get basically wiped out. Are they all list? I can't remember if they're listed or not. Give me a second. Okay. Liberal. Democrat. MS. Please. He's list. Oh dear God, I'm going on to the Liberal website. This will be fun. Just the essential. Thank you. Scotland. List. List. Oh, they have an MSP. Liam MacArthur, Orkney. Oh, most of their MSPs are list. They have one constituency so far. Give me a second. Hello. Oh, he was a special advisor to Jim Wallace. Oh, he lives in Sandy. They've only got one constituency MSP, and that's Liam MacArthur, spokesperson for Justice and Climate Emergency. Good, I guess. The leader of the Liberal Democrats in Holyrood is List. That's Alex Cole-Hamilton, by the way. So all the Lib Dems up here for Holyrood, they're mostly List, essentially, which is fun. I think Lee MacArthur might hang on, but the rest of them, it depends on how their list, and how the vote turns out, and the different lists that they're on, essentially.
Really big distinctive space for people who are internationalists, people who are environmentalists, who want to have a dynamic private sector, and that's a space we're determined to fill. But how sad for the country that these two major parties are in such a mess.
Well, I wasn't at the Lib Dem conference. My invitation must have somehow got lost.
Is she constituency? I thought she was list. So that's two constituency MSPs that they've got. I know Alex Cole-Hamilton, he's just list. He's not got a constituency. He's the leader of the Lib Dems up here.
In the post, but I was at the Tory conference, and I don't want to over-egg my point, but when Kemi was talking particularly about small businesses and entrepreneurs and people taking a risk and creating wealth, just once or twice there were shades of the old girl. Just once, and I'm old enough to have. I went to my first conference in 1987, so I can say.
I beat you by 2 years.
Well, there you go. Yeah. so you don't look it. So just one.
Oh, look, Mark Francois. Looks like he's a fucking Thatcherite. What a surprise.
Once or twice there was just a whiff of Margaret Thatcher in there, and when she did the thing on stamp duty, and the security on that was great. There was no Twitter speculation. She delivered it in the hall as an absolute zinger, and the hall just rose as one. So I think she, genuinely, that was.
But the Tories didn't change in the polls one iota. She might have bought herself some more time as party leader, but the public's memory is
I think that is because
Daisy.
Since this recent defection, we have now lost who we were going to be promoting for the constituency here. To challenge it. Sorry, Bob. My MSP for my constituency is SNP. He's Bob Doris. Excuse me. Who we were meant to be running for the constituency is now defected. Get wrecked. Feeling betrayed sucks. So we'll need to reformulate and put someone else forward if they want to put in someone to run for the constituency for the Greens here in my seat. Your party, Ellie Gummersall, plus 3 councillors. Did you not know that, Brodie? I can bring that back up. I can show you the news story if you want. Yeah, they've defected to your party. Delightful. I will say again, feeling betrayed sucks. Yeah, Ellie was meant to be running in this fucking seat. Nice. We've lost Fiona Hoy. She was councillor for Hillhead, which is basically the top part of Byres Road, which is in Partick, and two other councillors who had seats the other side of the river were councillors in Glasgow City Council. So we lost those three, plus we lost two or three more organisers essentially from the Glasgow branch. Fun. I will say again, I feel betrayed. I had so much faith in Ellie Gummersall. Have they? Has Ash Regan defected yet? Or is she going? I think she's just going to stick as independent, isn't she? Alba's effectively dead, by the way, Dan. They have lost their totem, essentially, when he shuffled off the mortal coil. That's what happens when you elevate someone to that level of reverence. Don't get me wrong, he was a heavyweight, but now that he's gone, the party's basically directionless. Yeah, Diago Salmon, essentially. She's going to stick on as an independent, I believe, in the Holyrood elections.
We all know it doesn't work like that. You don't give one really good speech and then suddenly you go up by 10 points. It doesn't work like that. Well, we all know it doesn't work like that.
But I think what you said originally, Mark, there is part of the problem, because you're looking for somebody to be somebody who died like well over a decade ago, has been out of power most of my adult lifetime. You don't need a new Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
You need Kemi Badenoch to be good enough. And, you know, if you see once or twice a glimmer of somebody who was last in politics before anyone had heard of the internet, then you're in trouble.
No, forgive me, I disagree. I just think once or twice that there was the sort of passion and absolute clarity that, you know, let's be fair, Margaret Thatcher won 3 general elections in a row, and I can't remember the last Lib Dem leader that did that.
She shouldn't have. From her getting into power the same year I was born, 79, so May 79, Galtieri fucking gifted her that second general election, by the way, because he invaded fucking Falklands or the Malvinas. Thanks, Galtieri, you fucking bastard. Because guess what? He was using the same fucking policies that she was using. Ruined the Argentine fucking economy, and he felt he wanted to. I'm not entirely sure that this had been formulated for a while. Then they, with him invading, basically gifted her that short victorious war. So she was on the high from actually dealing with that, and we renewed British pride in the military and all that fucking bollocks. She should never have had a second term. She should never have won in '83. So because of the Falklands happening, we had to deal with her. Then she won the '87 election as well. She shouldn't. There's debates whether '83 she would have won it or not. I don't think she would have personally. She should have been fucking dealt with in '87 at that point. Basically 8 years just ruining this country completely. Then we're doomed from '87 onwards to have Tories until fucking '97. Then we got fucking Blair. Politics since I've been born has been fucking shit. She should never have won that one.
Yeah, She had passion and clarity, but she also had her flaws. I mean, I'm not going to talk about, you and I can argue about Margaret Thatcher's politics until the cows come home, but that's actually not what I'm referring back to. I'm talking about her style. And if what you want is the style of someone from the 1980s, basically Joan Collins in Parliament, that's not actually what the moment is asking for.
Let's take hang on, Mark. Hang on, Mark.
Taking the mick out of someone who won 3 general elections on the bounce.
Let's take a follow-up call from Harry in Hampton Court. Harry, what would you like to say?
Hi there. First time calling.
Welcome.
I was just driving home from work, and I have pulled over now. And I was just listening, and you're talking about the potential of maybe we should get rid of the current leader. My question is, and my concern is that at the moment our country needs stability. We need somebody to put some actions in place and try and give it some time for things to improve. So without stability, that's not going to happen. And so my question really is, if we were to get rid of the current leadership, who would you put instead? And how confident can we be that that will be the solution? Or would we be having the same conversation in 6 months' time to say, well, let's get rid of them too and try somebody else now? At what point do we stop?
Jamila.
Well, I think, I get the point that we do need stability, but if we're being led by someone who's completely incompetent or a party that's proving themselves to be quite incompetent and, releasing prisoners who are trying to get back into prison and saying, no, please go to the train station.
We're going to come on to that in a minute, but you can't blame Keir Starmer for the wrongful release of a prisoner.
Well, I think there are many things that have happened.
A poll is needed. Give me a second, comrades. Oh, no, that's a prediction. Poll. Oh. The poll. Who else has been? Oh. Right. Rejoice, comrades. Hold on, upward. Hold on. Got a point? Take your time. 10 minutes on the poll. If anyone needs me to explain who the people are, I think the descriptions are pretty on point.
In the last week that you start to join the dots. I mean, it's not completely random that all of these things are happening under Keir Starmer. I'm sorry. to say. In terms of who should replace him as Labour leader, I couldn't say, because I don't think the Labour Party should be in government, because I don't believe in Labour values. I don't believe that socialism is good for this country. I believe in enterprise. I believe in privatisation, and I believe in giving people the opportunity to be the best.
Get wrecked. Privatisation has failed. I fucking despise it. Get wrecked. Correct, Brodie. Yes, she does. Oh, don't you worry. Yes, literally before his parliamentary career, that was his fucking job. He had to know every part of the system. Is he doing anything to fix it?
Version of themselves, instead of keeping them in a box and telling them that they should stay in their lane. So I would think that a Conservative leader would be the best person to lead this country. but I am biased.
Democracy, right?
Indeed.
Okay, Emma, who would, maybe you can't say given your illustrious position, but if Keir Starmer went, who would you like to see replace him?
I will cover any internal elections, should they happen, with complete impartiality, because that's what Labour list does. Completely non-factional. I know it's so dull, but what we'll do is look at what Labour members are talking about, what matters to them. That's what we always do, whether there's an internal contest. We just had one for deputy leader, and we looked at that through that lens, rather than simply going, oh, I like X, I like Y.
Well, we saw Wes Streeting auditioning for the role over the weekend on the Laura Queensberg show, so that
wouldn't be the first time. David in Horsham says, lifelong Tory voter here, please tell Emma she's a refreshing breath of fresh air with her honesty about the Labour Party. Well, there you go. You've got a fan. Daisy, quickly, if Keir Starmer went, if you were a Labour MP, who would you be supporting?
Oh, goodness me. Honestly, I don't know the ins and outs of the different Labour factions. I find them really overwhelmingly complicated. I don't even know how many there are.
I've got an infographic for you, Daisy.
I mean...
Magnus. It's usually inches. My favourite one is, oddly enough, Thatcher's Katie. It is rather delicious. I like Thatcher's Gold as well. And I also appreciate Guinness. I sometimes take cans of Guinness for myself. But they have to be chilled. I've got a Guinness glass sitting in the cupboard in the kitchen. I love my Guinness glass. Plus, both myself and my Super Happy have won awards. You know the little plaque you get outside pubs to show that you've poured the perfect pint? Me and Super Happy have both had that before for different places we've worked in. Correct, Elron. You never know, the next Labour leader might be your MP. Sorry, I had to do that. I had to get that out of my system. Sorry, Elron. My God, what would it be like under her? Is it okay if I say Elron? Oh, odious little oik. So I don't need to explain who that is. The other three options was the obvious odious little oik. Wes, obviously Deputy Prime Minister, that's David Lammy, or Ghoulish Glaswegian. I think that one is pretty evident as well. What's her, so I don't need to lose everyone off the chat. Can you check what her majority is, please, Elron? Me and Elron are on a mission to get rid of his MP. We don't like her. I'm sorry, Dan. Oh God, my face hurts. My God, at this point, it wouldn't really make much of a fucking difference. I don't think Ian Murray would have stood a chance. Yeah, you said before. He might stand a chance, you never know. Labour are already dead up here anyway, as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, imagine him being Labour leader and Prime Minister. Fucking hell. That'd be fun. Yeah, like I said, he knows exactly how the system works. He knows how to fix it. Will he? Not by the looks of it. And also the Justice Secretary is also the Deputy Prime. So Lammy's the Justice Secretary, so he would obviously have and he's a lawyer as well. Can the Greens not take policy? That's a bit upsetting. Yeah, we've already had plenty of Scottish twats as Prime Minister. Case in point, Gordon Brown. Yeah. Technically, Blair, he was educated up here. Yes, yeah.
I mean, it must be a real muddle. It honestly looks like a spaghetti junction. I'm honestly, the factions in Labour I find way too bemusing. I think really what the country needs is a party that knows what it's about and a party that communicates it. Sorry?
Who would that be?
Well, I would say it's the Liberal Democrats, wouldn't I? I absolutely.
Amazing.
Wouldn't you love to see a Davian number 10? You know, an economist, the guy who
anyway, time to hear from Mark.
Energy.
Over a century since we've had a Lib Dem or a Liberal Prime Minister. Was the last Liberal Prime Minister David Lloyd George? I think it was. That was back during the World War, by the way. So it was over a century since the last time we had a Liberal as Prime Minister. Well, he does that all the time, doesn't he? Oh my God, was he Liberal? I keep on forgetting about him because I despise him. I keep on forgetting he was a Liberal.
Champion of social care? I think so.
Well, I'd be interested in Emma's opinion. I think most people agree that in Liverpool, Andy Burnham massively overplayed his hand. He got the timing and the tone all wrong. Well, we have just had a Labour deputy leadership election, and now, in the past, the deputy prime minister and the deputy leader have often been the same person. Now those roles are split. And, from Starmer's point of view, it was quite humiliating because obviously Bridget Phillipson was his candidate and Lucy Powell pretty much trounced her. So
Phillipson was McSweeney's pick, not Starmer's. He obviously backed him, but that was his pick. That was all his doing, by the way, because she's Labour together just like he is. Well, he started it. She was fundamental in starting of Labour together. And I said for a long time I thought it was going to be her who would get voted in, but no, because of what's been happening recently, that's why she fucking lost. Did you not vote? I was wondering if you voted or not, Elbron. Did you not like it, either of them? I don't blame you. Beryl Biro Addy, I would have liked to have seen her or Paula Barker. Obviously, they were two left-wing office, or the Dark Lord McSweeney. Oh, was he a Tory? Right. Because I thought the last Liberal one was David Lloyd George. Yeah. Yeah, I liked Belle. I knew she didn't have a chance. It was a bit of a shame, really. I thought Paula Barker might have had was in with a shout. Apparently not. I thought it would have ended up being between Powell and fucking Phillipson anyway. We'll see how Lucy Powell gets on.
In terms of the Prime Minister's personal authority, he's now got a deputy leader who he brutally sacked about a month ago. It's a bit of a toxic mix.
Okay, we're going to move on now. We'd love to hear Emma's views on that, but there may be a question on the deputy leadership later. You never know. It's 8:20.
This is LBC.
Our pet's in a pickle. We're here when it matters most. For but you can
just like black
National Lottery. Move on.
Corey likes this panel because they're
LBC.
8:21 on LBC. Corey likes this panel because they're basically all ignoring me and talking to each other, which is what he likes. Daisy Cooper is here, Liberal Democrat Deputy Leader, MP for St Albans. Mark Francois, they're getting unruly, Conservative Shadow Defence Minister and MP for Rayleigh and Wickford, Emma Bennell, Editor of Labour List, and Jamila Robertson, an entrepreneur, also columnist on City AM. Right, a text question from Scott in West Hampstead. Is Britain's prison system broken? If so, how did this happen, and who needs to do what to fix it?
Years of underfunding from Mark's party. Next question. Let's see what Mr. Francois has to say. Yes, Lib Dems do suck. Coalition, anyone? I have no time for them anymore. And we all know Helena's opinion on them. She feels aggrieved, and I quite agree with her. I've never voted Lib Dem in my life, but I'm a left-winger. So is Helena now, obviously.
Mark.
It's clearly under pressure. We had a prison building programme in government. There would, if we'd stayed in government, there would have been several thousand extra prison places.
Elrond, Jeremy wants to change that. The way it works, especially with this current vote, what's just happened and how Lucy Powell became the party lead, the deputy party leader, essentially. Did Corbyn want to change that? I think he did, but I can't quite remember. Yeah, they knew exactly what they were doing, Brodie, obviously. Austerity never fucking works. How much more evidence do we need to show these fucking bastards? Okay, Mark Francois, take it away.
It's clearly under pressure. We had a prison building programme in government. There would, if we'd stayed in government, there would have been several thousand extra prison places coming on.
You had 14 years to do that. Yeah, and they voted for recognising the genocide. PLP ignored that one as well. There is no democracy in the Labour Party anymore. Doesn't exist. Anytime you want to escape, Elrond, please tell me. Obviously, having an insider is a good thing. Feel free to report back to me. Or report back to Helena or Kev. Or Dave Legend if you're on Dave's stream as well. Feel free to report back to us. Because it's always good having an insider. You may only be one, but at least it's in fairly large seat, I believe. Fairly powerful because Wolsey, obviously, one of the major, outside a major polity, like Liverpool's fucking massive, obviously.
line. Clearly, Labour now inherit that. But I mean, if your caller is talking really about what happened at Chelmsford,
you left that part of society as a fucking shit hole. How many times do we need to explain this to you? You had 14 fucking years to fix this. You fucking didn't. So saying, oh, look how Labour's fucking up in this area. You're the ones that fucking destroyed it. See, this is what we have to fucking deal with. Just fucking end me. Having to deal with these fucking bastards. Bad on the throat. Don't get me wrong, the mental health is up and down at times, don't get me wrong. Yeah.
I mean, I'm an Essex MP. I was just about to do an interview on another media outlet, I'm afraid to say, as the story broke, and they put it to me and said, what do you make of this? And I just said, you couldn't make this up. You literally could not invent it. And it just comes back to this wider narrative about a government without any kind of grip or sense of purpose. I mean, from Starmer's point of view, the timing could not have been worse. But it was in media terms, it was a sort of total nightmare, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is the prison system broken? I think there are really, really fundamental questions that we haven't actually talked about in public discourse about prisons and about the criminal justice system for a really, really long time. And that's, what is prison for? What is prison for? What is prison not for? What is prison good?
Nordic model. Rehabilitation Act. We're not like America, where we're taking on too many of the elements from their prison complex system. It's meant to be rehabilitative, in my eyes. The Nordic model fucking works. That's what we should be adopting. We're a forward, progressive-looking country. We should be doing these sort of proposals. Fundamentally changing the way the prison system works in this country.
What is it bad at? Fundamentally, there are people who need to be removed from society, and then we need to have punishment for people who transgress against society by breaking the law. There are other people who transgress against society in more minor ways that we are locking up, and we're locking up in underfunded.
But this guy would not have been locked up under Labour's new sentencing proposals. Exactly.
Well, I mean, this is. I mean, I want to come away from the current story, because I think the more interesting story about prisons is and this is true under all governments. What happens is everyone says prisons are overcrowded, let's increase sentences, and we never ever join up the fact that those two things are fundamentally opposed to each other. Let's lock more people up. Wait, hang on. We've got overcrowded prisons that don't work because the prison guards are under so much pressure. So I think there are lots of things that we should be thinking about from first principles, and that's incredibly hard to do in government. You going back to first principles is the kind of thing that you get to do when you work in a think tank. It's very, very hard to do when you have to both run the thing and change the thing all at once. But that's what I think we should be doing on these big issues, is actually thinking about.
That's the whole point of government. They're in power. They can still run the thing and change it at the same time. In many areas of civil society. Norway have nailed it. Rehab does work. They do get buried. They do. The Norway model is what I'd want to base it on, essentially. That works. Just look at it. It's bloody amazing. The people who need locked up that are beyond rehabilitation, they're certainly sociopaths and psychotics. There's a distinction with this. That's why you need better mental health provision as well, and especially for certain types of prisoners, certain types of offenders. But low-level, non-violent, they should just be fined and rehabilitated within the community. These sort of models have been proven to work. They are currently working in other countries, especially in parts of Europe. So that's the kind of model I'd want to see. Will it happen? Doubtful, in my opinion, at least. Certain people do need to be locked up and shield society from these people, because mental instability or certain ways of thinking and operating, these people need to be locked up and rehabilitated while they're still being in prison. Some people should never be able to interact with society, in my eyes. You can't save them, you can't rehabilitate them. Most of the people who do get locked up can be rehabilitated, they can be introduced back into society. They don't need to be locked up. I will say again, I don't see that happening under this government, unfortunately.
What do we want? In 2025,
but surely,
prisons to be for and to do.
Fine, but surely that thought process should have happened in opposition. Yeah. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only meaningful prison reform that's happened since Labour's come into power is to shorten sentences and let people out earlier.
Yeah.
Elron, are you in mod view? Can you pin Dan's comment, please, if you're in mod view? Can I pin it? Oh, I can pin again. You're safe, don't worry, I can pin again. I don't know what changed about that. Yay! I can pin again. Fucking amazing. Half an hour.
Yeah, because, as I say, this is there should be thinking about what prison reform means. There has been some. There hasn't been, it hasn't been widely and comprehensive, and it's difficult because, in general, the public agree with both those opposing sentiments, and it's really, really hard in a democracy to go, well, which one of those two opposing beliefs that you hold in your head, that we all hold in our heads, I'm not calling, saying anyone is any different from anyone else on this, which one do you want us to prioritise? But I think in terms of, shortening sentences, that should be...
Correct, Brodie. Correct. Oh, don't worry then. I don't know what they must have updated a bit, or I must have updated my Streamlabs yesterday, and now I can pin again. I didn't pin. I wasn't able to pin before. I was able to pin, but then I lost it about 2 months ago. So I've been relying on my mods to pin messages that I like. I can pin again for some strange reason. Oh, I'm not doubting it, so I'm glad I can pin again. Oh, don't worry. If you notice any trolls coming in, just alert me and I can deal with them.
Part of a much bigger story about thinking about what prison's for.
Jamila.
Well, I think, like you said, Labour have been in opposition for 14 years, so they have had quite a lot of time to think about it. There's also the point that, we have review after review after review, and there's lots of thinking and lots of thinking. I think the country actually just wants some doing. I think we've had enough reviews. I think we know that not all crimes need to be, people need to be in prison for. We know that. We don't need to go back to the drawing board and think about it some more. We just need people to actually implement it. And I think when people vote for a Labour Party who says they're going to change things, then they should actually do that and implement the things that they say they're going to change.
So which crimes are the Conservative Party suggesting should no longer hold criminal penalties?
Well, I'm not a representative for the Conservative Party.
But you're a Conservative commentator and you've stood for them in the last election. So which crimes that currently have a custodial sentence would you suggest should not?
Which ones do you suggest that shouldn't?
Well, I would say that nearly all non-violent crimes committed by women are crimes of desperation. I would say that shoplifting...
That's just a bit absurd to say that, because why is it a crime when a woman does it? It's suddenly they're a victim. I don't like that.
It's not that they're a victim. It's that the types of crimes committed by women tend to be, when they are non-violent crimes, tend to be of the kind that you end up in a custodial sentence because it's been a serial a serial shoplifter or something. Now, I am not saying that shoplifting is okay. I shop on my high street. I know how hard it is for people who work in those places.
But let's be clear, you don't shoplift on your high street.
I do not shoplift on my high street. What I'm saying is that there are, I would say that kind of lower petty crime, there are better ways of dealing with it than locking people up.
All right, let's be radical and say we shouldn't lock anyone up who hasn't committed a violent crime and find other ways of punishing people.
I mean, that's certainly an idea we could look at, because I think there are real issues with people going into prison for short sentences and then being essentially, because of the way that prisons are overcrowded, underfunded, under-resourced, actually being just basically trained into higher level crime.
OK, let's hear from Daisy.
So is the prison service broken? I think, yes, it is, like so many things in this country after years of having a Conservative government.
That's the Labour line to trot out.
No, it's also the Liberal Democrat line as well. Don't forget, we were opposing the Conservatives when they were in power.
Well, apart from the first 5 years.
How has it got to such a muddle? I think, like Emma says, I think we have forgotten what the purpose of prison is. In some cases, people are so dangerous they should be locked up and probably for their whole lives. But in many cases, prison should be there to reduce reoffending.
Yeah.
And the support is not in place in prisons to reduce that reoffending. There is a particular issue around women, which is that women enter the legal system from a very different point of view from men. So the vast majority of women who are involved in non-violent offences are often victims of domestic violence themselves. They may have had addiction problems, and so they enter the justice system from a very different point of view. There are some really fascinating trials going on to support women in a different way. There is an issue around short sentences, and I think also, if you want to step back and take an even bigger look at the prison service, there are trends. Young people who have mental ill health are more likely to end up in the prison service. Young people who are care experienced, who have grow up in care, are more likely to end up in prison. These are things that we can solve as a society, and it's part of the reason why we as a party are so passionate about fixing social care and care in general. But I think some of these questions do stem from the events that happened in Chelmsford, and I think there are some very serious questions to answer, because we've had this crazy situation where, first of all, this guy was released in the first place when he shouldn't have been. Secondly, he tried to actually get back into the prison and was turned away, and I think possibly reports suggested was given some money to get on the train. And thirdly, when our Liberal Democrat MP contacted the prison governor and said, look, can you give me a briefing? So
round of applause for Dan in the chat. Well said, Dan. Yes, I completely agree with you.
I can tell my constituents what's going on and give them some information so they know what precautions they should be taking. He didn't pick up the phone and said he wasn't going to be speaking to stakeholders. So there's some very serious questions to answer.
So he wouldn't speak to the democratically elected MP. Mark Francois, as a democratically elected MP, if that happened in your constituency, what would your reaction be?
It would be brief.
As was Marie's.
No, but not, so far as we know, I mean, the man tried 5 times to kind of get back in, and 5 times he was told no. And because they thought he was supposed to be released, they gave him a sum of cash, which they normally would do. And someone apparently pointed...
£78, by the way. If anyone's curious.
him towards the train station, which in Chelmsford is not far from the prison. So, as I said, you literally couldn't make this up. But to come back to something Ian mentioned earlier, when David Lammy had to defend this in the Commons, straight away he went into this thing about the Tories and 14 years, and I do think this argument, it's a bit like a radioactive isotope. It has a half-life. And, nearly a year and a half into a Labour government, if I may, I think you're getting to the point now where people are saying, I've had enough of that. The last lot, there was an election.
Correct, Brodie. There needs to be root and branch change, in my opinion, especially in the education system. You've got two base Scots agreeing with you. Well done, Brodie. As far as I'm concerned, they're already Scottish.
Election, they got beat. You're in government, you're supposed to be in charge. What are you going to do about it? And constantly just blaming the previous administration for everything when you've been in government for coming on a year and a half, I think is just less and less effective.
And this is why the public says plague on both your houses.
I think that two things can be true at once. It is true and perfectly fair to say that
Plague on all three of your houses, Daisy, I'll hasten to add. Not just Labour and Tory, but your party as well, by the way. Did you forget the coalition years, by the way? Just saying. When was she voted in, anyway? Give me a second. Daisy. Daisy Cooper. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's her birthday today. Happy birthday, Daisy, I guess. She's 44. So she's 2 years younger than me. My God, that is a bright orange scarf. 2019, she was in the 2019 intake, so she wasn't part of the coalition government. English comrades in the chat, where is St Albans? Oh, neither have I, oddly enough. I will keep on saying 330,000 excess deaths, anyone? I have no time for the Lib Dems. Just north of Watford. Thank you, Brodie.
Labour inherited a complete mess, and turning that around in a year and a half is not possible. It is also true to say that that message is less effective on every day that it's given, and that people are more impatient for the change that Labour promised at the election than they are for hearing, oh my God, things are worse than we thought, it's going to take time. The problem is that policy and politics move at different paces. And so, the media political conversation is absolutely, we want the next message. We're tired of that message now. We want to hear the news.
The political discord in the mainstream media here in the UK is dog shit. Just saying. It's been dog shit for a while. Parties getting captured by the media? Anyone? Can you hear me? Not that any of these bastards will listen to me, of course. But a loony lefty in Scotland, obviously. And a woman to boot. Be quiet, little girl. Do not underestimate me. I am more powerful than you can ever imagine.
Story. Don't keep blaming the last lot. The policy conversation is, well, okay, getting under the hood, getting inside things, getting things fixed doesn't happen in a year and a half. And
If I may, mate, you had 14 years to prepare for this. You weren't dropped into it.
You had 14 years to fucking fix it. I can turn it back on you, Francois, you fucking idiot. You had 14 years to fucking fix it. Did you? No, you defunded it and left it as a shithole for the next government to take over. Hell, Menges, you're scum to me. Correct, Elron. Correct.
At 4 days' notice.
Well, that's not specifically true, actually. You keep saying we had 14 years to prepare for it, as if on the day of the election in 2010 we knew what all the problems that were going to be that have been created over that 14 years.
Well, even if I said you had 14 months, you promised change, and it's now.
Bear in mind, she's not an MP.
You could have fucking touched it. Not an ounce of self-reflection from these bastards. Not an ounce of it. Ugh, these Tory cunts. I can't stand them. You had all those fucking... Oh! Captain! Thank you for the follow. If you're here in chat, say hello. You had 14 fucking years to fix this. You defunded it. You didn't give a shit. The literal prisons themselves, the physical buildings, are falling to fucking pieces because of you. And now you're here moaning that Labour is basically doing what you've done as well. Get wrecked. I have no time for you fucking bastards. I hope you get destroyed in the local elections and in the Senate and up here in May. I really do. Yeah. You fucking deserve it. You got fucking brutalised last year in the general election. Deservedly so. Correct now, talk. Thank you. Oh, God, these fucking bastards. Help me, chat. I'm losing my mind here.
Sorry, but the Labour Party promised change, and it's absolutely apparent they haven't got a clue what change they want.
We're very late for the news, so let's get the news headlines on LBC. It's 8:33. Here's Daryl Jackson.
The Justice Secretary's ordered an independent inquiry after a migrant sex offender was wrongly released from jail. Harish Kabatu was rearrested on Sunday morning. David Lammy says a review will... Sarah...
Wanted, but then came unexpected site fee increases, and that was before the dramatic loss in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
A safe trip begins with TRIP. Take a road trip with your family, get there safely. Do your trip checks. T, top up on island fuel. R, rest every 2 hours too. I, inspect tire pressure and tread. P, prepare for the weather ahead. A safe trip begins with TRIP. A safe trip begins with
Think. Do the 4 trip checks before every long journey. National Highways.
It's easy to forget just how crazy things have been over the past couple of years. Every day we wake up to something new. Tariffs and taxes on anything and everything. It's tempting to put your hands in your ears and go, la 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 la, I can't hear you, until it's all over. But you know what's the best response to crazy times? A plan for your money. And Quilter can help. Because let's face it, there's probably going to be some crazy times ahead too. Money needs a plan. Quilter. Pensions, investments, advice. Find out more at quilter.com.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
8:36 on LBC. Daisy Cooper from the Lib Dems, Emma Bennell from Labour List, Jamila Robertson, entrepreneur, and Mark Francois, Conservative Shadow Defence Minister, are with us. Mark, just before we go to the next question, this deal that Keir Starmer's done today now we have to say, is it Turkey? Have I pronounced that right now, rather than Turkey? Anyway, he's done this deal worth billions of pounds, safeguarding 20,000 jobs by selling some Typhoon fighters to them. That's good news, isn't it?
It is. My boss, James Cartledge, when he was the procurement minister in the previous government, spent about a year on this. So we did do a lot of work on this, for the record. But to be fair, well done to the government for securing it. It's 20 Tranche 3 Typhoons. It has the British version of the radar. There are 2. And deliveries will start in about 2030. Turkey is a key.
The British version of radar is the best in the fucking world, by the way, just to let you know. I have people who used to work in that sphere in my family. Is our version best? It's the best in the world. We were the ones that came up with radar, by the way. And our version of radar, with the help of some French scientists as well, ours is the best version in the world. Like a tick for British science there for that one. It is the best version. You might hear some Americans moaning. They still buy our version of radar, by the way. So they can moan all they fucking like. Turkey. I still call their capital Constantinople, or if I'm feeling very fruity, Byzantium, because they're history nerd.
NATO ally. This will help to keep the production line at Wharton running. No, this is good news for NATO, and it is good news for the United Kingdom, and it's also indirectly good news for the Royal Air Force as well.
£8 billion, not to be sniffed at. Mm-hmm. Right, let's go to another question from Steve in Manchester. Steve, very good evening to you.
Good evening, Ian. How are you?
Good. What would you like to say?
I would like to ask that at the weekend, Sarah Poachin made a statement about advertising and colour. A few weeks ago, Robert Jenrick did something very similar regarding the streets of Birmingham. Are these comments tone deaf from simple-minded people, or are they planned, strategic comments from well-educated, intelligent politicians who are trying to move the needle of acceptable discourse to the right? I am sure that a few years ago, they would both have got fired.
Well, to recap, Robert Jenrick recently said that he hadn't seen any white faces in the Handsworth area of Birmingham, and that this...
Well said, Mancunian. I'm noticing that Liverpool, obviously, left wing, love Liverpool. I've visited Liverpool, fucking love the place. I need to get back down there. I haven't been to Manchester yet. Hopefully I'll get down there at some point. So I can actually go and say, hello, my left eye. I need to meet him so much. He is based. Everyone, go and follow my left eye. He is based. He is Mancunian. He does the bruise at 10. He is good. They are. Would you say the same about Birmingham, Roddy? Birmingham's also on my bucket list. To a certain extent, so is London, according to both my sisters who have visited many times. My younger sister, when she worked for the Megabus, has visited London many times, and she has said to me, do not take Super Hubby. You will not like the prices in London. He's likely to start a war. Do you want to know something? Reza, my lovely Reza, I love him. Them. If you're still here, Reza, or if you're here, he's essentially Scottish in my eyes. If I could, I would literally glomp all the way down to Liverpool. Because Lots of Mancunians, lots of Liverpudlians, lots of Geordie Scousers, Mancunians. All things basically like us. So the good portions of Birmingham, oddly enough. I would literally glomp all the way down to Liverpool. Because you're all pretty much the same. You basically think the same way as us, especially Liverpool. Yes, love our northern comrades, Frisbee. That's why I'm trying to rescue Brodie. Underwhelming. Kev tends to agree with you. I've asked Kev about that. Said, would I like Birmingham? Would I like Brum? You might like Brum. I would wait until we get our bin problem fixed before you actually visit. Brum's good. I love Brum. I love where I'm from. But as a tourist destination, you're better just going back to either Liverpool or going to visit Manchester. I'd love to get back down to Newcastle. I've been to Newcastle twice in my life. Loved Newcastle. Fucking love the place. Frisbee, Paddy's Wigwam. I have, Dan, I have.
It is therefore an example of integration having failed. Emma, let's start with you.
I mean, I found both of the comments, both Robert Jenrick's and Sarah Pochin's, just completely disgusting and unacceptable and wrong.
Completely reprehensible, obviously. Jenrick, fuck off. And Sarah Pochin, what the fuck? Why do you think I call them a merry band of fucking lunatics? Yeah. We have hope in the Green Party, especially the Scottish Greens up here and the Green Party of England and Wales. We have hope. There is hope there. And we can build on that hope. We can make a wider reach into definitely urban areas and maybe reach out to maybe the outlying suburban areas of major metropolitan areas, like Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, Newcastle, Sunderland, maybe even places like in parts of London and stuff. We can reach out. The Green Party can actually reach out to these voters who feel disenfranchised and left behind by 14 years of the fucking scum. Get wrecked, Mark Francois. And the fact that Labour just fuck off. They are not Labour. They do not represent Labour anymore. They've been captured, essentially. Labour together can fuck off. It's leaving great swaths of this country in desolation. Disgusting. Hate it. Want it changed. Sarah Pochin, shut the fuck up, you absolute fucking racist bitch.
As well, I mean, just wrong on the evidence. What colour your skin is has nothing to do with how integrated you are. You can be, you can look like me and be completely isolated and out there and completely averse to all British values, or you could look like Jamila here, or my brother, in fact, and be the most proudly patriotic British person that's ever walked the planet. And so Robert Jenrick's comments were just wrong on that. And Sarah Pochin, what really strikes me, I mean, she's just statistically wrong. I think there were some stats that Sundar Katwala, who looks at this a lot in depth, was putting out. And he was saying, actually, when you break it down, about 80% of people on adverts are white, right? They're actually...
So the population is 83%.
Yeah, exactly. So they're actually underrepresented. But, ultimately, advertising exists to sell us stuff, right? They're trying to flog us products. products and services. So they are going to put out an advert that will do that in the best and most effective way possible. So the idea that they're going to take some political correct wokeness, whatever the name du jour of what people are up in arms about, over the bottom line, is for the birds.
Jamila, you're a black woman.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are on the radio, they listening on the radio, they won't know this, but if you're watching on Global Play, you will. Yeah. I mean, do you find both these remarks from Robert Jenrick and Sarah Pochin incredibly offensive?
Okay, so with the Robert Jenrick stuff, so obviously I'm slightly biased because I am a member of his party and I have met him quite a few times and I know him, et cetera, et cetera. I do understand the point he was trying to make was obviously about integration in British culture. And I think that's a really important point, that everyone who is pro or against immigration wants people who come to this country to want to integrate and want to love the country that they're coming to and want to be a part of it.
Dan, you need to speak to Satnav or go over and watch the demo. Kenau demo. Hence the name, he's Cornish. I have a lot of time for demo. He is amazing. Love him. Best individual. Everyone, go and follow Kenau. Demo is brilliant. Yes, King is amazing. Please be King of Silver River. Ah, itchy nose. Damn it. She had a chance there. Yes, what he said is fucking racist against people like me. I don't care if you're part of his party. What Jenrick said is fucking reprehensible. Yeah. Robert Jenrick is a racist. We know this, obviously. Get wrecked, Robert Jenrick. That's who we're looking at. I'm saying the two people who are going to throw their hat in the ring is either him or Phil. I don't think Cleverly or Stride's going to bother. The pair of them look fucking knackered. I can actually see Mel Stride and James Cleverly just saying fuck this and leaving and not standing at the next general election. We will see, obviously. I don't see them running again, even if they still stand for their seats. Again, they will not throw their hat in the ring. I don't believe, at least. I think I've got that read correctly. Time will tell, obviously. Things can change. Politics to be wild recently.
So I do get that point. I think Andy, the West Midlands Mayor, Andy Street said,
former West Midlands Mayor,
former West Midlands Mayor, the best West Midlands Mayor, but anyway, he said, you know, obviously that's not true. I'm from there. Well, I represented that area and I know it very well, so fair enough. With the Sarah Pochin comments, I found it quite uncomfortable, if I'm being frank, and I am normally a defender of I'm a defender of free speech, but I'm normally a defender of your right to say whatever you want. But I personally found it quite uncomfortable and quite shocking and slightly regressive, but it also is quite nonsensical.
The word you are looking for, Jamila, is reprehensible against people like you. What Pochin and Jenrick said is fucking racist. And look how fucking white I am. I feel aggrieved that they fucking said that. And I'm as white can be.
Because if you want people to integrate, which we all say we do, then making them feel like they're part of the country by, you know, showing what someone who looks like them on TV surely would do that. So I think she kind of missed a trick in that. And yeah, I think Nigel Farage is kind of full of it because he says that, you know, words don't matter, only intentions do. And I think her words and her intentions were the same thing.
Daisy.
I think her comments were blatantly racist.
Absolutely.
And I think your caller had a really interesting question saying, was this accidental or is this a strategic thing? I think possibly in the case of Robert Jenrick, it was a strategic, deliberately
mistake or actual policy belief on that person, on those two individuals, not the party wide, just those two individuals, Robert Jenrick and Sarah Pochin. Was that just their personal opinion, or was that party policy? This is where we need a distinction. On Pochin, I genuinely believe racist. Just her own personal opinion. Don't get me wrong, the rest of them are just as reprehensible to me, really. Jenrick, possibly policy. If he becomes the next Tory leader, we will find out, obviously. No good's going to come from this. Obviously, the discourse is fucking disgusting right now. I detest it. We should be beyond this in a 21st century country. Completely reprehensible, totally fucking racist. Totally racist. I'll give him this. Manfrog is more diplomatic because he knows what he's saying. He knows exactly what to say. He's been doing this game. He's been playing the game of politics for fucking nigh on 40 years at this point. Or over 40 years at this point, probably for most of my life actually, come to think of it. He's a little bit more diplomatic because he wants to become Prime Minister. Don't get me wrong, I do believe he thinks like this. He just doesn't say it. You have to listen to what he says. Read between the lines if you get my drift. But with some of these people, they're out and out fucking racist. They don't care what they're saying. They know what they're saying, and they will say it with fucking gusto. Is the point. They're poaching, and the rest of these fucking ghouls. You have to read between the lines with Manfrog. Or for a good portion of the Reform contingent, grassroots party members and people who are either in council or who want to run to become an MP. Some of them are more diplomatic than others. I have to be able to read between the lines with some of these people. Rupert Lowe, out and out racist. We know this now. Manfrog, I do believe he is racist. He's just a little bit more diplomatic about it because he's been doing this for a while.
dog whistle thing. I think in the case of Sarah Pochin, I think she probably said it by accident. And actually, I don't know which one's worse.
No, she doesn't.
I think she apologised, but it was a half-hearted apology. And I think she was really apologising for the fact that she said it out loud and got called out. I think integration.
Not for the first time.
And not for the first time. So integration is important, but integration is about language and traditions and culture and a lot of local things that happen in your community, not just sort of national, flag waving stuff, but local things and local things that we, customs and traditions that we get up to. And we all have local days and all that kind of stuff. But it's not about the colour of your skin. Yeah. And I think what was so telling and so shocking and ultimately racist about her comments was that she wasn't just saying that she was surprised at the number of people of colour in these adverts. She said it drove her mad. That's a really strong statement. You can imagine somebody watching an advert on television and being driven mad by the colour of someone's skin. That is an outrageous thing to think. It's an outrageous thing to say. It is blatantly racist. And if Nigel Farage is serious as a party leader that he doesn't want racism in his party, he should act.
Have you ever committed news in that way where you've said something in an interview and it's just gone completely bonkers?
No, not in an interview. I said something in Parliament the other week that fed up a little bit. I picked a bit of a fight with Tommy Robinson, and I said I didn't like the fact that Elon Musk was funding him, and I said I thought that.
I'll give her a due. She did. I quite like what she said about that. Lots of people here in the UK do not like him, and I always use his proper name, which is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. Fuck off, Tommy Robinson. You can change your name as many times as you fucking want. Your legal name is Stephen Yaxley Lennon. That is the name that's on your passport. Do not use any of his fucking monikers. That's just giving him shielding that he does not fucking deserve. I do appreciate what she said about him to a certain extent. Thank you, Daisy, for that one at least.
Elon Musk should have an investigation by MI5, and so that also kicked off somewhat on social media. But I don't think that was me deliberately calling out hate and racism on our streets. That was me doing the opposite of what Sarah Pochin has been doing.
And Mark, you're never knowingly controversial.
Well, the one time I think I sort of broke the internet was when I didn't say something.
Oh, I remember this.
And this is when I had Will Self in a studio, 50 feet from here, implied that people who had voted Brexit were racist, and I took exception to that. And we had what the media christened a stare-off for about 30 seconds. And that did
Not everyone who voted for Brexit are racist, but racists voted for Brexit. Lumping them all together like that is wrong and reductionist. I do not like it. Lots of people voted to leave for many fucking different reasons. I voted to remain because I didn't want his party, that band of fucking clowns essentially in charge of running Brexit. And look at what's happened. I am Lexit now. I'm glad that we're out. We need a better left-wing government in charge now to actually take full advantage of what now what we don't need to stick to what the rules were when we were in the EU. We can do better funding for our country now that we've left. But because of neoliberalism and this band of fucking ghouls that we've had for the last my life, basically my life essentially, it is fucking chaotic and mental. Case in point, the story I read earlier on in the stream. The border issue between Northern Ireland and the Republic and everything else that is connected to Brexit. Not everyone who voted for Brexit, they're not all racist, but all the racists did vote to leave. We have to make the distinction in the way they actually fetishized the 17 odd million those who voted for Brexit, lumping all of them into that one bucket, which the Lib Dems were guilty of back in the day for this, by the way. Never forget that one. I just didn't want his fucking party in charge of it. I am glad we're out to a certain extent. We did have some shielding and stuff from global economics and trade tariffs and all that sort of thing. I'm glad we're out. We just need a better government in charge to take full advantage of being out of the EU. Will I get it in my lifetime? You never know. I am not holding my breath, obviously.
temporarily for an hour or so break the internet. And I did that by not saying anything, for the record. But yes, you kindly said you remember.
I remember watching that live and feeling distinctly uncomfortable.
So there we are. But look, on the Sarah Pochin comments, if I may, I understand that Nigel referred to this in the press conference. I didn't see it. I was mainly doing defence stuff today, mainly to do with this Turkish deal. But I'm told, I think you said in the break, Ian, that I think he described her comments as something like monstrous or very unwise, or words to that effect. So if it was a strategic comment, it wasn't.
Well said, Dan. Thank you. Yes. I might annoy him a bit because I get a bit loud at times. Iraqi above us. He is a young man. I do piss him off. And I do apologise when I see him every now and again. I try to be a little bit quieter, don't get me wrong. I do get angry with people like Francois and other ones, obviously. Can't be helped. I'm here to try to change the world. I'm here to change my local area, to change Glasgow, trying to change Scotland, trying to change the EU, trying to change the UK, even not the EU. I'm here to represent people, essentially.
One that Nigel Farage thanked her for. But if I may, I want to make a wider point. Reform are saying that they are a government in waiting. They want to be taken seriously by the British people. They're one club golfers. They've got one issue, which is immigration and brackets race. And they hammer this again and again and again and again. But, you know, for instance, if you believe, as I always have, that the first duty of government is defence of the realm, who is their defence spokesman? Where really are they on Ukraine? What is their actual policy on Putin? What would they do with the National Health Service? So you can't really be a credible party of government just by going on about one issue. And if you look at where they are in administration, in Kent County Council, you know, they're all at you know, each other's throats. You only need Jackie Weaver thrown in and you've got the set. No, but my serious point, if I may, Ian, is if you can't even run a council, how are you going to run a country?
Natok, you do not need to say it at all. Self-hearing, don't dox yourself. Protect where you are. Can you tell me where you're based? Where do you live? You don't need to say, of course, entirely up to yourself. Hello, Glasgow. I love my city so much. I love living here. Glasgow is amazing. Edinburgh is amazing, if slightly expensive. Sorry, Dan. I did enjoy my time coming through for the conference, but dear God, the price of a pint. I said to my sister, my younger one, said the prices in Edinburgh. I said, that's nothing. And she warned me again, if you ever go down to London, do not take your super hubby. I've been to Liverpool. Liverpool is sort of the same pricing structure for like doing things, restaurants, going for a pub meal, having a pint, going to touristy places and stuff. Pretty much the same sort of pricing levels as Glasgow, which is good. Apparently, it's the same in Manchester. Oh, are you the other side of the Atlantic? If you don't mind me asking, are you in a major conurbation or are you outside a major polity? I have friends who are in, I've got Raptor Blue, he's just outside Seattle. I've got Red Jester, he's in Oklahoma, no, New Mexico. I've got my major, my main mod, Shanna Cranky Pants. She's in El Paso. Who else have I got? I've got Queen Laura, she's in Oklahoma. I've got Redolent Thoughts, he's obviously just outside LA. You say USA Irish, I automatically go Boston.
And I think, you know, people, us as politicians and perhaps the media, dare I say, need to start asking Reform tough questions on their other areas. They can't just only ever talk about one thing.
And apparently 2 of those councillors in Kent have now been expelled from Reform UK. Which is interesting. But I know you skillfully avoided mentioning the words Robert or Jenrick in your answer there, because he's got a bit of a track record of being slightly obsessed about these issues too.
Well, he was in the House of Commons today talking about prisons and the release. You know, he wasn't talking about Birmingham or... I think what Robert was... There is a genuine debate, I think, about the effectiveness of integration and assimilation, particularly in some of our cities. Robert made an intervention in that debate. Some people liked it and some people didn't. But
it was reprehensible. Thank you, Mark Francois. What your colleague said is disgusting and racist. And if they want to get rid of her, it's more likely going to be Robert that's going to be your next party leader. And I don't like that one bit. But I'll keep on saying your party is electorally and politically dead at this point. So, fuck it. I hope you get wiped out up here in Scotland, by the way, in the Holyrood elections. You deserve nothing less.
I think there is a legitimate debate to be had. But, but hang on, that is one of a whole range of issues that politicians need to talk about. I come back to my core point, and I really mean this. I think if Reform want to portray themselves as a serious party of government, they've got to talk about something else.
So it's okay for Robert Jenrick, but not Sarah Poacher.
No. But my point is that Robert Jenrick talks about all sorts of issues. He did a brilliant video a couple of months ago about the persecution of Northern Ireland veterans. That had nothing to do with race.
But he did make a video, and he says it was about integration. But he said, I haven't seen a single white face.
Well, maybe he hadn't.
Well, maybe he hadn't, maybe he had. But what's that got to do with integration in the first place? And secondly, Sarah Poacher...
Well, the fact that you even asked that question, I think, is interesting. I mean, obviously, it's about integration. If all you see is a monoculture in a particular area of a big city like Birmingham... I mean, he would argue that's a perfectly reasonable thing to point out.
People being of the same colour isn't a monoculture.
No.
I mean, that's a huge assumption. People can have the same colour and be from lots of different cultures.
I'm saying what he might say.
He said what he hadn't seen, not what he had, which is people from lots of different cultures with different skin colours. They just weren't white. But actually, as I understand it, there were actually some white people in the background as he was filming. But ultimately... that video was filmed by him, wasn't live streaming. It was filmed, it was edited, it was signed off, it was put online. So that line went through all of that process. Now, I think in some ways, I'm with Daisy. I don't know if that's worse.
I actually think, to be fair, I think this remark was made in a speech to a Conservative association. It wasn't actually within the video.
Okay.
But just to be factual.
I think that is correct, yeah.
Right, we have to move on because time is running away with us. It's 8:49.
LBC.
Train to 3 bridges for 2 adults, 1 skeleton and 1 fairy werewolf, as you do.
Defender whenever at big
plans, career plan, because the sad truth, where you need a money plan.
Ian Dale. Watch live on both Global Player and the new LBC app.
Daisy Cooper, Mark Francois, Emma Burnell and Jamila Robertson here taking your questions. Here's one from Humphrey in Rusper. Where on earth is Rusper? West Sussex, apparently, so I ought to know that. It's not too far away from me. Right, Prince Andrew is said to want new houses for both himself and Sarah Ferguson before he'll leave the lodge in Windsor at the centre of the...
Get wrecked. Hello, I'm a Republican. I want to end monarchy. Andrew, fuck off. Get wrecked. Seriously, no.
Low rent row. But given Sarah Ferguson isn't even married to him anymore, why on earth are we supposedly being asked to pay for her upkeep? Shouldn't the king be doing more to boot them both out of this mansion and ignore their moaning? Jamila.
So glad you came to me on this one.
Well, you'll notice I've been taking turns as who gets to go first.
Fine. Obviously, Sarah Ferguson doesn't really have a right to have a state-funded piece of property, so let's just count that out. I think Prince Andrew... It's quite unfathomable because everyone understands, like, even the fact that he wrote that statement where he said, I'm doing my duty like I always have, and I'm giving up my
I will put you somewhere in the sort of area between Arkansas and Missouri, somewhere there. I want you to have a new house, Natok. I really do. Everyone deserves a house. Everyone deserves shelter, a roof over their head. I will say this.
My titles, it's just all a bit tone deaf, and I think the king, he's trying to be a good brother and trying to give him some grace, but I think his time's probably up and
He doesn't deserve any fucking praise. None of them do. None of them. Literally none of them. Fuck off. 21st century. We should not have a fucking monarchy. Thank you. Rant over. I'm pretty clear on this. I'm a part of Republic, by the way. Hello. Republican here. Not the capital R. Smaller. Republican. Get rid of monarchy. Point. None of them have any right. None of them. Fuck off. I'm here to end you.
He probably needs to go
Not
to
with
like Jersey and just do a sort of favour.
What's Jersey got to done to the
Sorry, Jersey.
Daisy.
Yeah, I think...
Nice little semi in St Albans. How about that?
What's that, sorry?
A nice little semi for him in St Albans.
That'll still cost a few bob or two. Look, I think that we need to have a lot more transparency around how taxpayers' money is being used. I think there should be some...
Well, is it being used here? I don't think there's any evidence that that's
Well, we don't know. This is the thing. I mean, the whole sort of royal arrangements are quite confusing. So we have said that we would quite like the Public Accounts Committee to look at this specific issue about taxpayers' money and whether it is and isn't being used. We also think there's a case to answer about titles as well. We said we'd work hand in glove with the monarchy to make sure that that these powers come through. But I think people are pretty shocked. I think Prince Andrew is a real embarrassment to the royal family and to the British public now. And I think it is important that we ask questions about the use of taxpayers' money and the use of these titles as well.
Do you not think that he's being hounded a bit? Sort of like he agrees to give up his titles.
No, he isn't.
And then next he's supposed to give up his house. Where does it end?
I don't know where it ends, but I think there are still questions to answer for sure. Yeah. I mean, these revelations keep coming out, right? And the matter becomes more and more serious with the more and more reports that come out. So I think it is right that it is escalating. I think it's right that democratically elected members of Parliament can ask some questions.
Have you ever met him?
No.
Mark, have you?
Yes, I sat next to him at a charity dinner some years ago when I was a minister in the MOD.
And?
I don't want to betray any confidences, but
you couldn't stand him.
It was not the best evening I've had.
It's amazing you've never been a Foreign Office minister. Your skill of diplomacy.
Well, I've got a friend.
Mark, for the record, are you saying I'm better company than a royal family member?
Well, you were so kind to me early on. I think I've got a. Well, on the Foreign Office. Well, yeah, it's always bemused me. I've got a French surname. My mother was Italian. My middle name is Gino.
Is it?
Yes, it is. Did you not know that?
No.
Yeah, on my maternal grandfather's side.
This is a revelation.
Yeah. So I've always been sort of very pan-European. So yeah, I'm as bemused as you are.
Anyway, to the point.
Should
he be chucked out of the Royal Lodge?
Look, the King has been an exemplary public servant for decades, as indeed was his mother, Her late Majesty. It must be, on a human level, very difficult for him, right? But I think ultimately King Charles will do whatever is necessary to protect the institution of the monarchy, which we've been talking about whether governments are popular or not. All the polling shows consistently that the monarchy is one of the most popular and enduring institutions in this country. And I'm sure at the end of the day, the King will do whatever he has to do to protect that.
Emma?
Good choice.
I'm a Republican. I don't believe that we should have a royal family, but I'm also a Democrat, and I accept what Mark just said. I'm.
Yay, Republican! Bring it. Thank you, Emma. You've given me hope. At least someone in the Labour list is a Republican. Love it. Republican, my livelong day. We should not have a royal family. We should not have lords. We should not have ladies. The sooner it fucking ends, the better. Bring it.
In a minority, and that's how democracy works. I think the problem, and Andrew really exemplifies this, is that when you have a hereditary monarchy, you don't get to choose who you get. So you might get a wrong one, or you might get a great one. And ultimately, it's the luck of the draw that Andrew was the second son.
You always get a wrong one because that's how fucking monarchy works. I just think I want to fucking end it. Will I be listened to? Doubtful. I will still keep on saying this stuff though. Obviously, I'm right here on the margins, saying what I believe should be happening. Anyone can hear me. They can all join. They can listen to me explain why monarchy shouldn't fucking exist anymore. Will it take what I say to heat? Doubtful. And I will say again, I will still carry on saying it. You will not shut me up. Trust me, people have been trying it for decades. Haven't shut up yet.
So that is, constitutionally an issue.
But we were pretty lucky with the Queen, right?
Look, the Queen,
no one would
as a
disagree.
human being, I thought she did a great job.
Yeah.
As a constitutional system, it's not what I'd go for. That's.
What about this fact that this afternoon the King was heckled by a protester who asked about Andrew's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein? The King was at an event in Lichfield.
That was someone who was part of the Republic, by the way, and I loved what they said. None of these people should fucking exist. They have every right to live, don't get me wrong. As an institution, shouldn't fucking exist in the modern century, in the modern world. Well, they shouldn't. Don't like it. Get rid of it. Please. I beg of you. And I will keep on saying it. We should be beyond this. We should be beyond a constitutional monarchy at this point. Really should be. How many different ways can I say this, sir? I'm open to suggestions, comrades.
Cathedral. The protester asked the King, how long have you known about Andrew and Epstein? Have you asked the police to cover up for Andrew? Should MPs be allowed to debate the royals in the House of Commons? Emma, as a Republican, do you think the King's fair game for that kind of heckling?
I never know what value that kind of heckling actually gives public discourse. I think the King's fair game for those questions, and I think the fact that we don't have an ability really to question our head of state.
They are, yeah. It's very infuriating to me. Like I say, 21st century, we really shouldn't have a constitutional monarchy anymore. We should be a republic. If you want ideas from, well, maybe not me, but from my super hubby, look what happened to the Romanovs. That is what I will say of his opinion. He's a Republican like me, but he's a little bit more forceful, if you get my drift. I wouldn't want to see that happen, but obviously I'm not in control of that side of society. I'm not in control of any part of society, really, but there's other people who think that should happen. I will say again, no violence, please. No violence. I'm not here to start that sort of revolutionary action. Don't get me wrong, I want rid of the monarchy and the lords and ladies and all that system. I want that gone. Should be over it by now. Well said, Dan. Well said.
Is an issue. I don't know whether it's shouting at people in the streets. I don't agree with that for any human being, really.
I think what it does show is that there are a lot of people who are very angry about this, and actually whether they're royalists or Republicans, I actually think it doesn't matter. People are really shocked at these reports about Prince Andrew, and I think people want answers, and I think it is right that Parliament has the chance to debate it. Hopefully a committee will look at it, but I think the government also needs to provide time to look at it as well.
And I have to boringly point out that Prince Andrew has denied any wrongdoing on his part at all. Just doing my job. It's time for our fun question, ladies and gentlemen. It's from Joe in Kingsbury. Cadbury's are getting rid of the eclair bar from the Heroes tub as Christmas approaches. But as we head to the time of year when the lights, decorations and sweets start to appear, which Christmas delicacy would you happily never have to go near again? Marc Francois.
Brussels sprouts.
30 seconds. Dan, can you post that in the Discord for me, please?
Andrew has denied any wrongdoing on his part at all. Just doing my job. It's time for our fun question, ladies and gentlemen. It's from Joe in Kingsbury. Cadbury's are getting rid of the eclair bar from the Heroes tub as Christmas approaches. But as we head to the time of year when the lights, decorations and sweets start to appear, which Christmas delicacy would you happily never have to go near again? Marc Francois.
Brussels sprouts.
Daisy?
Sprouts, wherever they come from. Also, can I just say, shrinkflation gets
You
right
can't
up my
all say
nose.
sprouts, because I'm going to say sprouts as well. And I think, Emma, you were going to, weren't
I would
you?
have said sprouts, but I will give your readers a good Marmite answer, which is I don't like orange chocolate, so I wouldn't have a Terry's
You
chocolate
have no
orange.
soul. No soul.
Love chocolate
Listen to me.
I do like the mint version, though.
I'll swap you.
Oh, no, see,
any day.
that's just wrong, having a mint orange.
It does feel a bit odd, yes. Particularly since it also comes in the segments.
Jamila.
I'm no to both. I hate orange and mint in my chocolate. Soz.
But your actual answer?
Both.
Oh, so you're just copying?
Well,
Mind
no,
you, Daisy
these
did
are the
as
ones
well.
I had.
Okay, well, that was a slightly disappointing end to the programme, if I may say so. But thank you all very
Nut
much.
roast.
Oh, yeah, quite. Thank you all very much indeed.
Red sauce. Easy. Roast sprouts with chestnuts or pine nuts and garlic butter are absolutely delicious with your roast turkey. We also have either roast duck or roast goose. Well, gooseberry's not an entire fucking goose. There's only two of us. Don't get me wrong. We've had whole goose. I've suggested that to my mum before, and they done it for Christmas one year, as well as doing a kind of smaller turkey for everyone else. But everyone actually tasted the roast goose. My sister's partner, my younger sister's partner, his uncle is a butcher, and me and him went to the butcher and said, "Oh God, it's you! What now, you crazy woman? Whole goose, whole goose? Seriously?" And he looked at him. Seriously? Yeah, just listen to her. This woman is a genius. I'm good with recipes, by the way, if anyone wants any, just ask. He gave us a whole goose at half price because no one was fucking buying them. So there you go, there's a whole goose. That should be enough to feed all of you, including the gaping maw, which is my younger nephew, by the way. Seriously, he shoveled food into his maw. He's a junior footballer, by the way, so he probably doesn't need the energy and the protein. He loved the goose. Nice one, dude. And said to me, "Thank you, Auntie Katie. This goose tastes delicious." And I'm with you, Natalk. An entire box of hot chocolate. Bring it. Beef olives. Super hubby loves beef olives. I quite like them. I struggle to chew them. The joint up here gets there. The joint, the hinge on both sides here, they're kind of misaligned, and the actual mechanism of like the hinge is wearing down, essentially, which is fun. I struggle to chew. Not good. I quite like sprouts. My super hubby is obsessed with them for some strange reason. Each to their own, especially in their food concerns. Everyone's palate is different. Obviously, my palate is fucking weird. I quite like sprouts with pine nuts. They're delicious. And sprouts with either lardons, like bacon bits, or chopped up chorizo. They are also delicious. Goes well with turkey. Just get rid of the bread sauce. Super happy likes the cranberry. I'll say again, each to their own. Yeah, fun times.
For coming on the show this evening. Tomorrow we have the Conservative Shadow Cabinet Minister Claire Coutinho, Labour MP Peter Swallow, Teresa Bischoff from the Good Growth Foundation, and the Free Speech Union's Connie Shaw. They'll be here taking your calls after 8 o'clock. But in the next hour, we're going to talk about the fact that a new law to force landlords to fix dangerous damp and mould issues comes into effect today following the death of a 2-year-old boy. The legislation is
Elron, are you still here? Rice and cheese? Yeah, no, it wasn't law already. Fun that. You'd think Labour has landlords on the benches. I will say again, ELAP. Our politics are broken, Brodie, you know that. Elron, are you still here, my comrade? Birthday present for you. You can choose what's next. You know what? I never actually done it last week. Let's see what happened last week in debate night. Oh. Ooh, Glen Rosas. A little bit of Scottish politics to educate everyone. Thank you, Dan.
With lively chats about...
Yep. Go.
Tonight, we're in Glenrothes, in the heart of Fife. Built as a new town to house workers from coal mining, it became a centre for electronics and industry. But like many communities, it's faced the challenges of a changing economy and lack of investment. A major regeneration project is now underway to tackle that and breathe new life into the town. And tonight, we're joined by people from right across the area who've come here to the Kingdom Centre to have their say. Welcome to Debate Night.
How many ways can I describe my love for the kingdom? Oh, by the way, it is called the Kingdom of Fife, everyone. They're very proud of that fact. They're one of the early settled places that actually became a kingdom here in Scotland many, many centuries ago. I love Fife. Fifers are amazing people. Some of them are a little bit out there. A little bit crazy, if you wish. But I love Fife. Fife's brilliant. I love Perthshire. I'm very much here for my hometown, my home city. Perth is also awesome. Dan, have you been to Perth? If you need to, if you haven't been, you can travel up. I can show you Perth. I can show you everything. I love my home city. Or if you want to come over here, I can show you the highlights of the best city in Scotland. Sorry, every other city in Scotland, but Glasgow's objectively the best. Sorry, Edinburgh. You might be the capital, but Glasgow's better than you. Sorry. Yeah, Fife is brilliant.
Debate Night is the show where you get to ask the big questions, answering them on our panel this evening. From the Scottish Government, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, Jenny Gilruth. Jenny was a modern studies teacher before being elected to...
Now here's a name, whoops, that some people might recognise. I know you definitely will, Dan. This is Jenny Gilruth. She's SNP. Her wife is Kezia Dugdale. Need to say any more? All the Scottish people in the chat will recognise who Kezia is. Kezia and Jenny were my sister's best friends, by the way. My sister's the lesbian as well, by the way.
Holyrood almost 10 years ago and is MSP for Mid-Fife and Glenrothes. Also with us, journalist and author James McEnany. James started his career as an English teacher on the Isle of Arran before becoming a further education lecturer in Glasgow. Now a freelance journalist, he specialises in education, and his book Class Rules claims to tell the truth about what's going on in Scotland's schools. From Scottish Labour, Graham Downey is MP for Dunfermline and Dollar. Graham was elected to Westminster last year. Before that, he ran his own communications business and was a Fife local councillor. Also with us tonight, the Scottish Conservative MSP for Highlands and Islands, Edward Mountain. He's convener of the Net Zero Energy and Transport Committee at Holyrood. Edward said he won't be seeking re-election next May, saying that
Victory! We don't need to worry about Edward Mountain. Get wrecked. I fucking despise you. Yes, yuck. Bye, Edward. He was one of the ones that was on my hit list, by the way. So I don't need to worry about him anymore. Thank fuck for that one. The main one on my list, Murdo Fraser.
party political disputes and constitutional arguments are holding Scotland back. And finally, Fiona Campbell is CEO of the Association of Scotland's Self-Caterers, representing thousands of tourism businesses right around the country. She's also the founding director of Scottish Agri-Tourism and was recently awarded an MBE in recognition of her contribution to Scottish tourism. Please welcome them all to Debate Night. And welcome to our studio audience here in Glenrothes. It's great to be back with you in the Kingdom, and you can join in the discussion from home, wherever you happen to be in Scotland. BBC DN is the hashtag you need tonight if you're on social media, and our Debate Night podcast will be available for you to download straight after the show. So let's get started. Our first question of the night comes from Catherine Greens. Catherine, good evening.
Good evening. The violence in primary schools with the kids are hitting staff as well as the other pupils. Are you aware of how bad it actually is in the schools?
Thank you, Catherine. I have to tell you, we had a lot of questions around youth violence and youth violence in schools here tonight. More than 3,000 violent incidents have been recorded in 5 schools this year alone. That's more than any other local authority in Scotland. Catherine, why did you want to ask this question tonight?
I have a friend who is a teacher support in one of the schools, and she's actually moved from high school to primary, and she's never experienced as much violence as what she's getting in the primary school, where she is physically being hit by pupils that are in like primary 3. You know, they're so small, very aggressive, and they're also hitting the kids are hiding behind her to avoid being hit, but it doesn't seem like anything is getting done. And she is on the verge of walking now away from the job, which she's loved doing for 18 years. You know, and it's sad to see that, you know, for somebody who loves her job And you shouldn't expect violence. You wouldn't get violence in the National Health, for instance. Zero policy. Why are we letting children, and where are the root, why are children...
I will pause. Let me know when you get it fixed, Dan. Okay? We can just sit and talk. It wasn't like that when I was at primary school. I don't know what's changed. The fabric of society has been kind of destroyed a bit. 14 years of underfunding might be one of the causes, plus other sort of factors that happen within civil society, unfortunately. If you fix the root problem, which is the funding in the communities, actually funding the schools, helping the teachers, that might actually help. Fixing the social issues would help. Just saying. One of my friends up in Perth is a teacher as well up in Perth. And I've asked her about this before, a couple of years ago now. She's busy. She recently got a full-time job. She's a secondary school teacher, but she did work in primary for nigh on 10 years before she moved up to secondary school when she got her degree. Her actual the English literature and composition, so she's an English teacher and modern studies. Oh, damn it. I'll leave this post. Hopefully it's not the 21st. I'll be back momentarily, comments. You have returned. Excellent. All good, Dan? Shall we continue? Hang on. Myself set. That's better. Shall we continue? Whoops. Sorry about that.
acting out like this
Okay.
in classrooms.
Okay, Jenny, you're Scotland's Education Secretary. What's going on?
So look, first of all, our schools should be safe and consistent learning environments for children and young people, but also for the staff that work in them. And I, as Stephen recounted, was a teacher before I was elected in Fife. And I know how important it is that we have consistent approaches to discipline in our schools. I think there are a number of changes that we've seen with our young people. You spoke about primary schools. The government actually published research on this back in 2023. And it was national research. We looked all over the country what was going on. And we saw in some of our youngest children, primary 4 actually, aged 8, so you were talking about primary school pupils, that's where some of our real challenges exist. We know that some children have struggled with the return to formal education following the pandemic. For many young people, it's difficult to go back into that formal setting. We see dysregulated behaviour. We also have in Scotland a much more inclusive approach to additional support needs. Now, I think that's a good thing, but that means we need to reflect, I think, better how we meet that need in schools. And we've had a number of parliamentary debates, I'm sure you'll all be aware on that in recent months. The final point I would make, and there's been a recent report published on this by the Commission on School Reform, but it made absolutely no reference to the impact that poverty is having in our schools. Poverty is having a corrosive effect in Scotland's schools today, and it is impacting on behaviour and the way in which our children engage in their education system. And I have to tell you right now that living in Glenrothes, we've got 2,500 more than children affected by the 2-child cap. Those children's families are being pushed further into poverty, and that's making some of the challenges in our schools much greater than they should be.
Channel 4 produced figures last week showing that Scotland had a higher rate of violent injuries to school staff than the rest of the UK. Why is it so bad here?
I think there are a number of factors in that. That was based, I think, on health and safety executive figures, but more broadly, we have the Behaviour in Scotland Schools research, which is a kind of national look, and the unions, of course, do lots of research on this. One of the reasons we've seen, I think, an increase is, I've been really clear in the last 2.5 years, we want our teachers and head teachers to report incidents as and when they take place. And I think there has been a reticence from the profession historically to do that because they're scared. And I've been really clear in Parliament that we want our teachers to report violent incidents as and when they happen. If we don't have accurate reporting, we can't respond to the incidents as they occur. So we need to have that accurate reporting, and we've set out actually our national action plan on this, which supports local authorities like Fife in updating their approaches to responding to challenging behaviour in schools. And the final point I would make on this is schools can't do this on their own. There's a lot of expectation being put on schools, particularly post-pandemic, to respond to societal challenges, but they need support from home, from parents and carers, from wider society, from other services to do that. So the national action plan that's been written in conjunction with COSLA has actually helped us to provide a partnership approach with councils like Fife coming to the table, looking at the plans they have. And of course, there are a range of different actions that teachers can take to respond to challenging behaviour. I took many of those myself when I was last in a classroom. Exclusion exists, although I know there's been some debate about that recently, but it does exist as an extreme response to some of the challenges. But we need to support some of these young people with coming back to school, because we know that that's been very difficult for some of them to understand the formalities of sitting down, learning and experiencing their education, which they didn't have during the pandemic.
So exclusion is still a last resort. We'll pick up on that just a second. I know we've got teachers in the audience tonight. I'd love to hear from them on this. Man on the end there. Yeah.
I'm a pupil at the school Miss Ruth used to work at. And in my 6th year, unfortunately, the subjects I wanted to study in advanced higher were cut due to budgets. And I went to the next town across 2 schools to study the subjects I needed to get into university. How do budget cuts like that help?
Okay, I'll pick that point up in just a second. James McEnany, you've written about Scotland schools, you've taught in Scotland schools. What's going on?
I used to use this, I remember getting asked years ago, you know, what's going on, what's going wrong in Scotland schools, probably getting 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago now. And I kind of used this analogy for a long time, where I think you can think of the education system as being a bit like the engine in a car, and which obviously needs maintenance, but you can push that engine really, really hard for a long time, you know. And I kind of used to say, like, the education system in Scotland is a bit like an engine that's been revved right past the red line, and you'll get away with that for a while. But the problem is, when that goes wrong, that's not a small breakdown that you're going to have. You know, that's not a kind of creep to the side. That's a catastrophic failure is what you'll have there. And I don't like talking in these terms because I don't want to be alarmist about it. And I've got lots of friends still teaching, and because this really matters to me. But I do worry that what we're actually seeing is a really a really damaging and maybe quite sort of dangerous convergence of lots of different factors.
Well, let's just focus on the violence
No,
aspect.
but the violence is, that's the part that what you're seeing is a system that has been pushed past its breaking point. So what we now have, we have lots and lots of young people in these schools who their needs are not being met. And it's not just me saying that, that came from like the Children's Commissioner a year ago saying that. We have 40-ish% of kids in schools with additional support needs. We've had Audit Scotland making quite clear there's never really been the proper work.
Yeah, there's not enough young people in the audience for this one, and this question, at least, in my opinion. That's not good. I know a couple of teachers that are based up in Perth and Dundee, and they're noticing maybe not outright violence, actual physical attacks or anything, but unsettled children, essentially. Fixing the social foundations, refunding funding the communities properly. More outreach is obviously needed in this area. I did actually toy with the idea of becoming a teacher. Probably biology would probably have been the best fit for me. I couldn't physically do it. Don't get me wrong, I've got the intelligence to do it. I've got the intelligence to be a teacher and everything. I don't have the physical capacity, to say the least. Being disabled sucks. I can do outreach, don't get me wrong. I talk to my nephews, and through them they can talk to their friends as well while they're at school. Being able to fix the social foundations of family life, civil life, and the rest of society, funding the communities properly would help. I'm with Jenny on this one. She's actually quite intelligent about this. We need to make sure the social foundations for family life, for society is better, and that will help fix some of the problems within the education system. I believe. I'm not completely knowledgeable on it. I haven't done my PGCE. That's the postgraduate certification in education. Essentially, it's what you need to be a teacher up here. I'd probably pass it, but oh, something happening. I heard noises. Hello, Brianna. I'll leave the numbers out. Hello, Brianna. She's not a man. She's not a man. Please do not believe what Candace Owens says. That woman is fucking insane. She's not a man. She's a woman. Thank you, Dan. She isn't transgender. She's a woman. She was born a woman. This evidence has already been. Thanks, Brody. Please be Brody. Thank you, comrade. I love my shielders. Thank you so much, Brody. Thank you. Please be the mod, Brody. Thank you so much.
Being done behind that policy to organise it, to make sure we had the resources in place, and they're not in place. You know.
So that's the root of the problem for you.
To be clear, when I'm saying this, I am not saying the root of the problem is that we have inclusive schools and that we have young people with various needs in those schools. Full disclosure, you know, my son's autistic and he's in a mainstream school and it's exactly as it should be. But to reach a situation, if you're a teacher, right, in a classroom and you've now got 40% of kids in that classroom with defined additional support needs, things that you need to get support for, and you're expected to manage that at the same time as you're still trying to cope with the introduction of a curriculum that's been botched, you still don't have enough working time to get your job done properly, there still aren't enough teachers in schools, there are budget cuts affecting schools. There comes a point when I think you need to look at this in the big picture and say, this probably isn't one single factor here. COVID's definitely part of it as well, but I think, again, something to maybe remember there is, I don't know about the rest of you, but I remember during COVID, and I remember hearing politicians, the government, using phrases like, you know, we'll never just go back to normal. But part of the reason loads and loads of kids are struggling the way they are is because we did just try and shove them back to normal in schools and kind of pretend this thing didn't happen to them and happen to us as well, you know. So, as I say, I would never, ever, ever want to present this as some kind of simplistic answer, and I'm not sitting here lightly saying any of this because I know what the implications of it are. But in all seriousness, I think the things that people have been shouting about for the last 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years now, maybe a bit longer if you take all the CFE chaos, I think what we're seeing is pretty much all of it, all crashing together at once, and the result from that is young people in schools whose needs are not being met, and as a consequence, they are finding it difficult to cope and they're lashing out. And the thing is, adults do that as well. You know, if we're put under massive, massive stress, adults behave differently. We all know adults who have done, because they've been hugely stressed, having a difficult time. We seem to find it awfully hard to extend that level of understanding to, like, a 9-year-old autistic kid in a school, for example. You know?
James, there's so many hands up in the audience. I want to hear from people on this. Lady on the end first, yes.
Yeah, Jenny, you're saying about poverty being one of the factors for the violence in schools. Poverty for children in Scotland has got worse since SNP has been in control.
Okay. I'll pick up on that point. I just want
to... The block grant. 14 years of austerity did actually affect the government funding here, by the way. Sorry, it did. We're trying to do more with less funding, by the way. I don't care what Labour said would be the biggest settlement that we've ever got. No, we're barely back up to what we used to be before. We're not even back up to what we used to be before, we're just still slightly under it for the coalition government. Thank you. I'm here to denounce you for that one. Okay, Labour? The best part of 20 years of austerity wrought on the devolved administrations across this country. We're having to do more with less money. That needs to be fixed. Will it get fixed by this Labour government? I am doubtful. You never know, but I'm not holding my breath. That's why I want to give them a fucking bloody nose in May. They fucking deserve it. I'm always going to be here advocating for independence for obvious reasons. Scottish Republic, if you please.
get a sense of the mood in the room. Lady in the back row first.
Yeah, Jenny, you mentioned inclusion, and I think that's actually really important because right now I don't think we're getting it right, and I think inclusion is really important if we are getting it right. But at the minute, I know with my own daughter, for example, she is now on the pathway for an autism and ADHD assessment, and she can become quite violent. She's only 6, and obviously that's heartbreaking as a parent, and you try everything. But for her, she's also quite high functioning, and I don't think she doesn't, you need to have the right learning environment. And I think the problem is, at the minute, we don't have a middle ground. So we have specialist schools and places where children can go if they have moderate to severe learning difficulties. but then, and then we have your, you know, your typical classrooms, but there's no middle ground for children who are perhaps higher functioning, who, like my daughter, you know, very clever, but she can lash out and she can be violent, and you know, the classroom environment isn't always the best place for her. So while inclusion is important when it's working, is it better to have that when it's at the detriment of a child's, you know, health and well-being?
Okay, I will pick up on that with you, Jenny. There's a lot going on here. Man in the front row. Yeah.
I would just like to add to all this. Effectively, you've got all these children going through this scenario at schools and bad behaviour and the like, but surely it starts at home initially and how children are brought up. And the reason I'm saying that is because just recently in Fife and Kirkcaldy and Glenrothes area, you've getting kids throwing stones and all the like at vehicles on major trunk.
Yeah, they do exist. There's not enough of them. Yes, there's not enough of them, Dan. I want more of them, obviously, and I agree with that mother, by the way, for her little laugh. My nephews are teenagers. One of them is now working. He is basically of working age. He's earning his keep, according to my sister. Correct, Brodie, yeah. I speak from experience. My mum done brilliantly with me and my two sisters. We're mostly grounded. Obviously, I'm a bit of the outlier being a communist. But my mum understands my politics. She still doesn't understand how I managed to become a communist. I said to her, you married a Marxist. You what? No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Yeah. It took her a while to realise that. I told her this about 20 years ago. I said, you did realise that you married a communist, didn't you? Oh, by the way, my dad was an ML. He was a Marxist-Leninist. He worked at Vaseline. They knew he was a leftist. They just thought he was a generic sort of leftist Labour voter, essentially here in Scotland, which is pretty much usual. But no. He was an ML. How do people think I became a communist? My dad and one of my teachers at secondary school, who was a Marxist, a classic Marxist like myself. Thank you, Dr. Edie. I love him. He is no longer among us. You can say he educated me in the ways of Marx and Engels and Lenin and Mao a little bit. I don't class myself a Maoist yet because I haven't read enough Mao. I'll get there, don't worry. Definitely a Marxist, definitely a Leninist. I just call myself a classic Marxist, really. That is a proper Fife accent, by the way, from this lovely this gentleman here.
Roads, and also I was driving down the road in Kirkcaldy the other day, and these two kids who weren't the kids, they must have been about 17, 18, on bicycles, and they decided, because it was a dark night, to hit vehicles, and they hit my vehicle with an egg. So as soon as I got home, I've had to obviously get a hot bucket of water and clean my vehicle. So to me, it's not just in classrooms. This is happening from homes, and the kids need to get treated and acted upon straight away.
What do you think needs to happen?
Well, what I think needs to happen? Well, I think the parents who, most parents that are grown up in the 80s and 90s, over the 80s and 90s, need to get a grip of themselves and say, you kids need to behave yourselves.
Okay, well, we've got lots of parents in the audience. The right man in the blue sweater. Yeah.
Yeah, have children.
Since the 80s and 90s, it's got fucking worse, my dude. I'm sorry. He's definitely a boomer. Yeah, they do exist up here, Brodie, by the way, just forewarning. On the whole, most Scots are actually quite decent. Don't get me wrong, there's some absolute mental bastards and still some right-wingers here, obviously. But on the whole, Scotland's a little bit better. Yeah, they are everywhere, unfortunately. I will say one thing, they're all mostly older than myself, and I'm 46 for fuck's sake. My mum wasn't like that, neither was my dad, my biological father. Most of my family have been relatively decent. My sister still look at me like it. My younger sister is starting to understand why I'm a Marxist, why I'm a communist. I get it. I get it, Katie. I understand. It still seems a little bit too authoritarian, and I'm trying to educate her a little bit between her doing her work and basically supporting the household and keeping an eye on her two teenage sons. My middle sister is dealing with things. That's all I'll say. She still doesn't understand why I'm a Marxist. But. No, 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 no. All those arguments are incorrect, Miss Weary. Sorry. I do try to educate her a bit. She understands it, but she still doesn't like it. Fair enough. If you can vote as left wing as you can possibly stand, you can hold your nose and possibly vote for the Scottish Greens. I would actually appreciate that. She's still a Labour Party member, though. She is trying to get rid of Annas, though. That is one good thing. I'll give that for her. And she's not enamoured of Jackie Bailey, which is a good thing. I am not enamoured of Jackie Bailey, obviously.
Today just simply lost respect.
What do you think?
I think they have.
Yeah.
And just like what that gentleman said down there in the front, it does come from home.
Man with the glasses on the edge here, yes.
Yeah, I'm just worried that the conversation is turning into kids with special needs and violence, and that we shouldn't do that. I've got a kid who's on the spectrum, and whilst his behaviour can be challenging, we shouldn't confuse the two things. There are kids that are naughty, there are kids with additional support needs. We treat them differently.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Graham Downey, what do we do about this?
I think there's a few things. First of all, I think so I've got an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old. So they're both at primary school in Fife, and the challenges you see that they have and that their teachers have, the pressure that is put on teachers, they're expected to cope with an array of different conditions that they don't always have. I mean, the lady at the back talked about having a diagnosis for additional support needs. You can't get a diagnosis for a young person in Fife at the moment. Waiting lists are largely closed. Teachers are doing, but teachers are doing their absolute best, but they're not actually getting the support they need to deliver the types of support that they want to deliver.
Let's just focus on the.
Thank you, Monica. I love you desperately for this one. She thought I might have got round to this one eventually, and she emailed me that that is my mum's best friend's eldest. Yeah, who'd have thunk it? In fact, I will lose the chat for a second here. Let's check if he's constituency or list. Oh, he's a year younger than me. Oh no. Oh, he lives in Toryburn. That's a town, just slightly bigger than a village, really, in West Fife. So he's on the coast, on the east coast of Scotland, essentially in Fife. Oh my God, he supported fucking Kim Ledbetter's position. Oh God. At least he supports this submarine dismantling project that's basically either getting rid of Trident or moving it out of Scotland. At least I agree with him on that one. He grew up mainly in Scotland, but also lived for a while in Berlin and Warrington. I don't know, northeast England. Oh God, he was Rindle, 12-year-old Tim Parry, who was killed in the IRA Warrington bombings in '93. He attended Craigmount High School, which is in Kingdom Fight, and he went to Stirling, where he graduated in a BA in politics. Ugh.
Violence, because that's what the question is about. Why is there violence to this extent in Scotland's classrooms, and specifically here in Fife? Why is it the worst in Scotland here in Fife?
I think there is a variety of reasons. I think the point about poverty is one. Just to pick up Jenny, the Scottish government has had the power to overturn the two-child cap for a number of years and have chosen not to recently. We've said
We've got rid of it. Stop fucking lying. Bad, Mr. Downey. Bad, bad, bad. Oh, he's more than silly, Brodie. You have to remember the main puppet is Anna, and it filters all the way down to whether they be actual Scottish Labour constituency MSPs or list MSPs. It all comes filtered down. Main puppet, Anna Sarwar. Anna, I'm coming after you. He's one of my list MSP, by the way. Anna, I hope you're clicking in your boots. As well as your deputy. Would I be upset if I lost my SNP MSP? Depends who replaces them. I'm sorry, Bob. You've done you've looked after us. You've done quite well. I'll give you that. You've not been exceptional. You've been fairly all right, fairly good. I'll say that for you. There's other ones who are on my hit list. Case in point, one of them is on the fucking panel a little bit further down. We haven't actually heard Edward Mountain yet. We will
said
though.
very clearly that we will do that when but what we've got to look at is what support are we getting. I think the point about at home is an absolutely valid. What's happening in the community? We've again seen, as a former councillor in Fife, I saw the cuts to Fife Council budgets and the effect that had in local communities. They've had their salami sliced in all the different communities all the time. So how are you actually meant to support people in the community on things like skills, like education, making sure they've got the same kind of basic life skills that you want people to have? And it's
Did you not just hear Jenny there, Graham? Education got more funding, by the way, at the expense of other areas that the Scottish Government actually have oversight over. I can help. Seriously, Dan, if you want to talk, we can. I can help you get that. I can look for courses that are specifically geared towards those areas in life and the running of a country. I can help if you want. I'm always available. Graham, listen to Jenny. Education was ring-fenced, by the way, at the detriment of other areas in civil life that Holyrood has oversight over. Our block grant is still down from what it used to be, by the way. 14 years of fucking austerity. Tories, get ready. I fucking despise you. Are you? Cool. I know I can help. Get back to me when you finish, and we can formulate if you wish. No pressure, of course. I'm always available.
Being left to the third sector in so many cases in the West Fife villages that I represent now and did as a council, where you're relying on those skills to be provided elsewhere. They're doing a great job in stepping up, but we've not seen that as well, and that does start to come through. Similarly with community policing, we've had a lot of issues as well. But I do think it's how much pressure are we putting on our teachers to deliver the absolute range of things we're having to do, and what space do they have to do it. I was visiting a primary school a few months ago, and it was exactly that point. We've got a young person here that we don't want to take out the classroom because that's bad for them, but the least bad choice was removing them from the classroom from a short period of time so the rest of the class could continue. And they just, I don't really want to do that. That's not the right thing to do, but it's my least worst option.
Right, let's pick that up. Jenny Gilruth, is this approach, I mean, we're trying to minimise exclusions, aren't we, with these other options for trying to keep children in the classroom. Is this really the right approach? Because it doesn't seem to be working.
Well, I want to go back to a few points, Stephen, around about budget. I just want to point out that Labour-run Fife Council had an increase to their education budget this year as a result of... Well, I'm sorry, there's been an uplift provided to this Labour-run council, Graham. Extra funding for additional support needs and also extra funding for teacher numbers. I sincerely hope that Labour-run Fife Council have used it for that purpose. I sat in this very building with them previously and they gave me assurances on that. So I sincerely hope they've not reduced the education budget because I protected it.
Let's set the money aside for just a second and talk about exclusion.
Look, so in terms of exclusion, it still exists, Stephen, as a method of
There's one child who's been permanently excluded in Scotland. One child.
I don't think that's
permanently. You mean expelled?
Yeah.
We used to call it expelled.
But the exclusion rates in general are higher than that. Of course, during the pandemic, they were far lower, and it varies by local authority.
Well, in England and Wales, they're going up. Here, they're going down.
Well, I think in recent times we've seen a little shift on that, actually. However, we've been really clear in the national guidance that exclusion exists as a consequence. But to go back to the lady up the back's point around about a diagnosis, you don't need a diagnosis to obtain support in Scotland. So that's really important. But the second thing I would say is the way in which we fund our schools, and this is to James' point, I agree with some of what James said, although not necessarily all of it. You know, the way in which we fund our schools, I think, has to change post-pandemic, because to the point the lady made about child poverty in Scotland is lower in Scotland because of the input that this government has put in, the child payment that the SNP and government has put in is keeping child poverty rates in Scotland on average lower than they are in the rest of the UK. We shouldn't be having to mitigate the two-child cap, Graham. We shouldn't be having to do that because a Labour government refused to lift these children out of poverty in my constituency. That is shameful.
We're getting far away from the question
here. So let's look at how we fund our schools who are meeting needs.
Jenny, we will come back to
We're not getting far away from the fucking question, Stephen. Sorry, I usually give you a little bit more leeway than this. That is incorrect. Because of the block grant going down and the effects of the pandemic, the way schools get operated now and the way they get funded has been detrimentally affected for 14 years of Tory fucking bollocks. And now it's still getting carried on by this Labour government down in Westminster. You're having to do more with less fucking funding from the block grant. These affect lots of different areas in civil society here in Scotland. I want to fucking change that, especially in education. Will they fucking listen to me? I'll keep on talking about this stuff, by the way. You're probably going to get fed up with me actually saying that we need better funding in education and we need better funding in energy infrastructure as well. How loud do I need to get? Tell me, I can literally stand on fucking Ben Lomond fucking Schiehallion, even in Perthshire. I can stand on the highest fucking building here in Scotland with a microphone, with a loudspeaker, and will still fucking listen to me or hear me. Are there seats? You never know. They probably would hear me in Holyrood. Though that won't make much of a difference. Who we need to actually reach out to is fucking hundreds of miles away down in London. I'm so fucking fed up of dealing with these fucking bastards. Nigh on 20 years of defunding for Holyrood and for the Scottish settlement. So no, the ballot formula can go and fuck off as far as I'm concerned. This is fucking dog shit. We should be independent already at this point in my life. I've been campaigning on this for 25 fucking years.
This, I promise you. But let's focus in on that question about violence in our schools and what we do about it. Edward Mountain.
Well, first of all, I don't think this has all happened in the last 5 years. It's happened over a period of time. In fact, I remember my wife coming home in 2003 saying that she couldn't go back to school having been beaten up by a 6-year-old child who laid into her and bit her and kicked her, and she didn't want to go back. And she never went back to helping in the classroom. So
Is it bollocks? It's because the lack of funding. There was better funding back then, from about 2000 and 1999 to about maybe 2007, 8. There was better funding back then. That after 2010, the block grant funding just fucking nosedived because the Tory fucking scumbags fucking cut it. Fix the roof while the sun is shining. Get wrecked, you fucking ghouls. Might notice, Edward Mountain doesn't sound Scottish, does he? I'm fed up of these English bastards being in my politics. I really am. Nothing against English people whatsoever. There are some best English people. Love yous. I do not like Edward Mountain. Murdo Fraser is Scottish. I will give him that. That is the only thing I will give him. He is Scottish. Still a ghoul, still a fucking bastard. I want to get rid of him. And I want to get rid of Edward Mountain. But apparently I don't need to worry because he's standing down. Second great bit of news. Kate Forbes has already announced. Thank you. See you later, Kate. Bye bye. Edward Mountain, thank fuck. Piss off. Bye.
it's been going on for a period of time. And my point is the government promised to reduce class sizes and promised to make sure there were proper facilities available for children with special needs. And what we've done is we haven't reduced the class sizes. They've stayed huge, far too
Again,
big.
no violence.
We've given more and
I
more
would
work
just
to
say
teachers who spend
nothing.
probably only 60% of their time during the week being able to deal with pupils. And we've got less learning support needs people across, certainly across the Highlands. So my call to the government is, if we're going to address this problem, and I do believe it's got to be addressed at home as well as at school, we need to have more teachers so they can be there to help in the classroom, and more support, additional support needs people in the classroom to make sure this doesn't happen. But it's a whole myriad of things, and you know, it depresses me. And one of the reasons why I'm getting out of politics is this back and forth. It's you did this, you didn't do that. Our children need help. Our school needs help. Our teachers need help. Let's get on and deliver it to them.
Whose fucking fault is that, Edward? Just saying. Do you think he fucking realizes? I think he probably realizes it. I just don't think he gives a fuck. Correct, Brody. Correct. I'm finding that. I'll pin Dan's one first.
Fiona Campbell.
Well, first of all, it is deeply troubling that we're even having this conversation, and something clearly must be done about it. But I think, going to this gentleman's conversation, this is symptomatic of issues to do with society and the culture that we are living in today, whether it's parental intervention or lack thereof, that may be one thing, whether it is generally what's going on in our society. But I think there's also a route to play in school whereby rather than punishing bad behaviour, you incentivise good behaviour. I've got 6 children. If any one of them had kicked or punched a teacher, their life wouldn't be worth living right now. That's beside the point. But the point is actually 3 of my kids went to Arica Primary School, brilliant primary school in Loch Lomond. They have this wonderful painted tree in their sports hall. And when they did good behaviour, when they did something that was helping the community, doing brilliant piece of work, they would get a plastic apple. And the best thing you could ever do is get the golden apple at the end of the year, because then you go on your own little trip. But you got to hang these apples off these trees, and you got a sense of pride, and you got a sense of that community and benefiting that community. So I think there's a lot to be said for incentivising rather than punishing. And that goes across society, whether it's regulations. Don't punish, incentivise good behaviour. And I think there's a lot to be said there.
Thank you. Tonight, we're in Glenrothes. Next week, we're going to be in Aberdeen. So if you'd like to come along and be part of the audience for that show, or the next week when we're going to be in Bathgate for the first time, just go to the website. It's bbc.co.uk/debate night. Let's go to our second question of the night. We've got a lot of questions about schools tonight in Fife. It comes from Andrea Saunders. Andrea, good evening.
Good evening. With Scotland's education system facing falling literacy and numeracy levels, what specific reform should we be implementing to improve classroom standards?
Thank you, Andrea. Latest PISA results produced by the OECD show a long-term decline in Scotland's performance in reading, maths and sciences as well. James McEnany, what needs to change?
Just one thing, you need to be careful with the PISA stuff. The most recent one does show a decline, but in previous years, things that have been reported as declines haven't been statistically significant. It's a very complicated data set.
There's a long-term trend. There
is sort of now you can see it across it, but you see a similar trend across a lot of other countries as well. It's a really complicated data set. But in terms of what I would do the thing that
That would work, Dan. That would work. I like that. I'm trying my own little way to try and educate adults. Because I've got this 18 plus, if I wanted to bring in younger viewers, like the 16 to 17-year-olds, I could change it. I would need to maybe not swear as much, but still give the same sort of information and not get so fucking angry. Whoops. Mind you, they probably had worse in their own homes. I know I did.
I think I probably said the same thing 10 years ago. I would do the thing that Jenny's government promised to do 4 years ago now, which is to significantly reduce teachers' class contact time. And I appreciate that sometimes this sounds really counterintuitive, because you look at a situation, you say, right, so the problem here is we need to get teachers more time in front of their classes, because that gives them more time teaching. But if I put it to you this way, I was an English teacher, and I was an English teacher in a pretty small high school, and I still had 5 or 6 classes of 25 to 30 each. So imagine you're one of the parents at that school. You probably, when you come to see me at parents' night, you probably want me to be able to tell you I've at least spent, what, 10 minutes a week on your kid. That is a minimum, you know. How many hours are we talking about, you know?
Roddy, are you busy? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Like,
Give me a minute. Let's see if I can get myself back. Give me a minute. I saw it working earlier on. Excellent. Hello. I'll be back. Yeah. There we go. There. Hello. Can everyone see me? If you've got some time to spare, I'd love to get you on and get your actual experience because you're literally. Do you want to come on now? Or we can set it up for later if you like. It do be late. But if you're up for joining the stream, I'd be more than welcome. What's the education system like in your neck of the woods in that talk? Wealth of experience from all over the world. I want it all. Ah, right. If you want to set up and you can give your experience because you're literally just out of secondary education, I'd love to hear you. You're more welcome to join. We can set it up for later on if you want.
like, and that's only to sit and read through your kids' work. Do you also want me to review the whole class's progress? Do you want me to be preparing lessons that are based on that and going to help them develop both as a group and individually? Do you want me to be able to be doing professional development that makes me better at the teaching side of my job as well as everything? You probably want all that, yeah, when you come and speak to a teacher at Parents' Night, rather than just them telling you that, oh yeah, I turned up to, you know, deliver a lesson somebody had written. You know, you want professional teachers who know your kids and can do really the kind of thing that probably a lot of you remember your teachers doing for you. But you can't do that just now because there's no time. There's no time for this at all. Teachers spend hours and hours every week beyond their contracts, desperately just trying to do the bare minimum because they are. Every single time something happens, every single time some new issue appears, something new will get dumped on teachers.
Is that part of the reason they're balancing on strike action?
It's exactly why they're balancing on strike action, and maybe some people in here who know better than I do, but I'm yet to meet many people in the EIS or teachers currently who have much doubt about the way that vote's going to go either.
Well, let's see.
That's the promise that was made to cut teachers' contact time, that is, if you want to compare Scotland to the top performing countries in the OECD along the PISA type of scores, you know what you'll find in loads of those top performing countries? Teachers with a lot less time.
Right, so we're back to where we started with those PISA figures. So Jenny Growth, is that the secret? Is that your aspiration, is to reduce teaching time for teachers?
Yeah, so I agree with broadly James's point in terms of teaching time. He and I both share a previous profession, having worked in our schools.
We had more time, didn't we, when we were doing it though?
Well, we know how important it is to have that time. So to the lady's point, which I think was on literacy and numeracy, I think creating time for teachers is important. We are working with the trade unions on this. I appreciate the ballot at the current time. We do need to get COSLA to the table as well, so it's got to be a tripartite agreement on that.
I should point this out, actually. I would concede that. I did write it in the Herald, I think, last week. It's not just the government on this failing. COSLA want to control what teachers do with that time, and they shouldn't.
Well, look, I really want to work with the teaching unions about this. I've been very clear about creating the necessary time, and I think we do need to learn lessons to the point I think you were making on Curriculum for Excellence about how we implement change. Yes. But we also need the profession to lead that change. So the point on numeracy was raised, and the PISA results that I think you mentioned were those which published in late 23. They were called at that time the COVID edition. Essentially, most countries hadn't seen the type of improvement we would have expected because of the pandemic. But I was very clear in my response to Parliament that we needed to see improvement. We started with numeracy because there were real challenges in relation to the exam results, the maths results back in 2023. So I've now appointed, or I did 2 years ago now, Andy Brown, who's a maths teacher to trade. He's a former head teacher. He's seconded out of school just now, and he's leading the change in our curriculum to improve standards in numeracy. I've taken exactly the same approach across our curriculum, empowering classroom and head teachers and middle leaders to lead the change we need to see in every part of our curriculum. I think that's important.
Is Curriculum for Excellence still working, Jenny?
I think it is, but I do think we need to reform our curriculum and approach. That's why we're taking forward the curriculum improvement cycle. And the approach to that we've taken has been teachers leading the charge. Now, some of you in the room, I think, are teachers, and you might have been in schools when Curriculum for Excellence was introduced. I think it's important.
Please be my friend up in Perth. She loves the Curriculum for Excellence. It is the roadmap. I do like it. I've actually checked it out before a couple of years ago now, just when it got released, about 6 months after it got released. From when, from what Jenny was actually the one that was actually promoting it. It was actually quite good. I quite like it. It looks amazing. Being able to do the Curriculum for Excellence, bringing up our education standards here in Scotland is a mission of mine. I want this. Educate the youth, educate the younger parts of society to make the country better, get all the necessary skills we need to run a country. Please be. I love it. Bring it on. I want to expand that. I want to make it as best as it can be. If I can help in my own little way, I am here for it. I want to expand the reach of education to actually educate the society, to make it as best as it can be, to make us a more forward-looking nation. We are a little bit more forward-thinking in other parts of than other parts of the UK. Don't get me wrong. The English curriculum seems a little bit stunted, in my opinion. Just my opinion. Just mine's, okay? Raising the standards of education in the entire fucking country will be a good thing, in my opinion, especially in STEM, especially in civil society sort of aspects like better social care, better NHS, obviously. And that I want root and branch change. Who'd have thunk that? A leftist wanting what's best for the country. Never been known, apparently. We're all just lefty loonies. We do not know what we're talking about, apparently.
And we learn lessons from that. We allow teachers to have the time that James spoke to. And the final point I will make is professional learning. Now, we launched a new Centre for Teaching Excellence, which I know James is not a fan of, quite recently, but I cannot tell you as Education Secretary the positivity that was in the room the day we launched that at Glasgow from teachers who'd come out of school, who'd been given time to work on the curriculum and pedagogy and to have that approach to engaging with their trade. So I think it's important we do create those opportunities for teachers to come out, to have that extra time, I agree with James on that, and to lead the change we want to see in terms of raising the improvement that the lady rightly spoke to.
Back to the question, Graham Downey, how do we improve standards in Scotland's schools?
I think, it's interesting if Jenny talk about we're going to learn that lesson and we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to do all of these things. Except the problem is it was the SNP that were in power for all of those mistakes that were made the first time round. So you're trying to say, which you're saying.
Not enough funding. You absolute fucking twit. Just saying.
you've not closed the attainment gap. You've not actually reduced class sizes. You've not increased teacher hours. These are all things which you've stated you were going to do. And teachers I speak to, I'm sure teachers that everyone speaks to, will tell you those things just haven't been delivered. They've been promised but not delivered. I don't think any of us are going to disagree on what some of the solutions are. But you've been in charge of education policy for almost 20 years, and you've not actually delivered it. And that's why you see so much resentment and so much problems in the classroom and amongst teachers who are saying, sadly, they are thinking, back to the first question, about getting out of the profession because they're getting so many things that are just not being delivered. They're promised and not done. I think James's point about other things that do get put on to teachers as well happens. Teachers want to teach. Feels very basic. How do you make sure they have literacy and numeracy standards? You let them actually teach the way that they know how to teach. Give them the time that James describes to come out and plan, how am I going to tackle this class this year? Every class is a little bit different. They'll all have a little bit challenges. How do I actually focus on this class and deliver that literacy and numeracy for them? That works really well when teachers have that kind of space to deliver it, but it's just not been done.
Fiona, your members employ the young people coming through the education system. Are they coming with the skills, with the abilities that you'd expect, that you need?
Well, I think broadly they are. So, you know, I'm not here to knock Scotland's education. You know, as I say, I've got 6 kids who have one of them's out, the other few at university, etc., and a couple are in senior school. They are getting taught incredibly well. Now, just going back to the concept of what are we doing well, what aren't we doing well? Is the curriculum for excellence still working? All of that conversation. I think if we're looking at changes being needed, then how do you get those changes? And my recommendation to government in all sorts of subjects is partnership policy making. So sit down with teachers, and I appreciate you have been a teacher. Yep. Sit down with teachers, with students, and understand what we need to achieve and how to get there.
Edward Mountain, how do we improve standards in Scotland schools?
Personally, I think it's about giving the pupils more time. Now, I don't know how that's going to be achieved, whether that's going to be achieved by asking teachers to work a few more hours and rewarding them for that, or whether it's a question of employing more teachers. But I think we've got to do something to take the pressure.
Self-care, good. You go away and have a sleep. Thank you for being here. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with alcohol. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you're on any. Look after yourself. Stay based. Free Palestine. Bye, Dan. Say bye to Dan, everyone. Correct, Brody. That needs changed. As always, Dan, thank you for being here. It's always good to have an extra Scottish person in the stream. Praise be Scotland. I love my country. You look after yourself. Feel free to get back to me.
Off teachers, because it appears to me that every time something goes wrong in education, we change the curriculum or we change the standards or we make it more difficult for teachers to actually deliver. So we need to make sure that happens. We need to make sure they've got the correct support. I said this before, for people within the classroom who need that extra help. And the final thing is, and I don't know what it's like down here, but up with us in Highland, we need to make sure all the vacancies are filled. We've got vacancies across Highland schools where there are no teachers. You know, people that just can't find the people to do the jobs. I was at one school last week, you know, there were 14 people in this school who didn't turn up for work because they felt stressed and under pressure and couldn't do the job. That doesn't help the teachers delivering the curriculum to the pupils. So I think we need to do a root and branch reform on a lot of it, but a lot of it is making sure the resources are there. And I'm sorry, at the moment, I don't think they are. And Jenny's going to have to bear some of the responsibility for that, or her party is.
OK, you'll have your own views about this. We spent a lot of time on it tonight because it's been a big issue for people in the audience here. Share what you think. Hashtag is BBCDN on social media. Let's go to our third question of the night, which comes from Pamela Kay. Pamela, good evening.
Evening. What do you think has gone wrong with the NHS, and will there ever be a quick fix solution?
Thank you, Pamela. A recent Scottish social attitudes survey found 69% of people questioned felt the standard of the health service had declined, the lowest satisfaction since 1999. I think you're a former nurse, aren't you, Pamela? What do you think?
I mean, I was a nurse for 42 years, and unfortunately I had to retire due to ill health. Unfortunately, my husband, who was a teacher, he had to retire due to ill health. And now we're on the other side. I've never experienced anything like it. It's not nice being on the other side. My husband needed to see a GP, and for 3 days in a row, he couldn't even get through. My elderly parents needed the GP, and my dad was getting frustrated because he kept getting cut off. I thought, oh, I've never experienced that. I phoned again, got cut off. I think that there was talk last week of the SNP starting the walk-in GP centres. For me, the basic start to the entry into the NHS is with your GP.
Yeah.
And if we can try to fix the solution there, then hopefully it would have a domino effect and would maybe start correcting, i.e. not so many people turning up into A&E, not so many people having horrendous times to wait in A&E.
As always, I will use myself as an example. I am not the majority. I might not even be the minority. I am an individual. I am one lowly human in this healthcare landscape, essentially. I have never had a problem getting an appointment with a GP or my dentist or the provision I have here. I am in a major city. There is hundreds of GPs across Glasgow, obviously. I've never had this problem, so I can relate to a certain extent, I guess, especially with A&E and casualty provision. But for GP, for first contact from like GP, dentist, physiotherapist, or a dietitian, I've always been able to get them relatively easy and relatively quickly. That is my own personal experience. I hear what people are saying, even family members. My sister is a community nurse up in Perth, and I ask her, I get her lived experience doing her job being a community nurse up in Perth. Mine's is different, obviously. I've always been well looked after. I love my GP. He is fucking amazing. I love him desperately. I love my physiotherapist. He is great. He's Irish. He's also a Celtic fan, so that might help me actually being able to relate to him. And he's kind of a leftist, mostly. I've always been well looked after. Always throughout my entire, well, with one exception was my GP in Claybank. Billy said about him, I only had him for about a year. But other than that, every other GP I've ever had in my entire life and every other dentist I've had in my life, they have always been great for me. I've always been able to get appointments with them relatively easily, very quickly over the last sort of 15 years with my GP. I get 6 month checkups with my dentist. I've always been well looked after. So when I hear this things, I can kind of relate, but not fully because I've never had to worry about that. I can see where people are getting frustrated. It depends on the NHS list for whatever area of Scotland you live in, obviously. But the two places I've actually lived in, my home city of Perth and down here in Glasgow, I've always been well provisioned. I've always had access to my GP relatively quickly. I've always had access to either my rheumatologist or my physiotherapist or my radiographers. about 4 of them for the last sort of decade, really. I've always been well looked after. I love my NHS up here in Scotland. It is still the best performing, even though it's getting slated. Why do you think that happens? Just saying. My sister sees where I'm coming from and says, I'm glad you've always got well looked after. I'm harassed. My job is very time consuming and I don't blame her for it. Her job is time consuming being a community nurse. She is knackered. She does good work. She looks after her patients. She's there to help her patients. I don't know how I can help. I can say how it can be fixed. Will it be adopted? I'm not entirely sure.
Genuinely who need to be there and people who are maybe just there because they can't access any other NHS, who could be somewhere else if there was directed, first of all, to do that.
Pamela, thank you. Graham Downey, you've been wrestling with this Labour south of the border for the last year with a range of reforms and no real sign of any great improvements so far.
I think there has been reforms that have happened down south that actually are starting to make that 8 a.m. nightmare call that we all have to try and make either for ourselves, for young people and for children much better. I mean, again, this is an issue that is frankly plagued my parliamentary inbox and did when I was a councillor in West Fife Villages as well. So we have High Valleyfield surgery in Fife, which is and has been historically for now at least 5 years. You cannot get an appointment in the morning, you can't get through. They've put in a call waiting system now, which means at least you can get through to be told there's no appointments. You're constantly told, oh, there's no GPs, there's no appointments, we don't know what's going on. We definitely can't give you an appointment for next week. It's today or nothing if you get through by 1 minute.
We know the problem.
8.
Why do you think this is going on? Because Labour had the same issue in Wales with the NHS. You're facing similar problems south of the border.
But we started
What's
the reforms,
problem?
and we've started the reforms in England that actually are starting to turn that round. And as for the SNP announcement last week about walk-in centres, even if you believe that all of that would be delivered, every single bit of it would be delivered, which I think on NHS promises in Scotland we can safely say it.
We already have them in Glasgow, by the way. He seems to be failing to mention that. Funny. By the way, it's an SNP council here in Glasgow. He fails to notice that one of the major cities in the entire fucking country seems to be operating quite well with their NHS. That never gets mentioned. Who'd have thunk it? You keep on forgetting that one of the best performing NHSs, even in Scotland, still the best NHS performing in the entire UK, and one of the best is here in Glasgow. You never fucking mention that, Graham, by the way. Neither does the actual MPs or MSPs for here in Glasgow. None of you's ever fucking mentioned this. I wonder why. Should it be shown up? You think?
Wouldn't be. It would not even scratch the surface. So the reason I get, the excuse I always get is there's not enough GPs. And I've written to the health secretary this over the years and different health secretaries and they've said, the issue is there's not enough GPs. Okay, so how are you staffing a walk-in centre then? You haven't actually got, if the truth is you haven't got GPs, then how are you staffing walk-in centres and doing anything else?
We've got more GP provision up here in Scotland, by the way, Graham. Thanks. Failed to mention that as well. Funny. Who'd have thunk it? They make it so fucking easy for me, don't they?
The other issue that we have, again, I speak about this one very personally, is the state of the buildings themselves. So in Kincardine out to the west, the very far west side of Fife, they have a building which used to be a police station. It's over a century old. It's basically a cottage that's sitting there. The people in Kincardine were promised a new health centre over 10 years ago, and the Scottish Government won't release the funding that will actually finally deliver. That's a growing village, somewhere we want to be successful. There's no disabled access in there. The practice find it really hard to get GPs to work in there because you wouldn't want to work there. So the problem is, you are absolutely right, the point you make about we need to make that front door to the NHS much better. That's where you've got to start fixing the problem. But I see certainly across Fife, the biggest problem we have is people cannot get an appointment for a number of reasons. The buildings aren't up to scratch, and all we're getting is another kind of latest off-the-shelf, it sounds good at a party conference solution that will not solve the problem and isn't deliverable.
OK, Jenny Gilruth, he says it won't solve the problem, these new GP drop-in centres, because we haven't got the GPs to staff them. What do you think?
Well, look, I think it's worthwhile pointing out that the government's budget this year has seen a 14% increase to the health budget coming to the NHS in Fife. And Graham's colleagues abstained on that budget and that increase in funding that we know is desperately needed here in Fife. So, look, I think the rhetoric here from Graham is interesting, but the action says something else. To the lady's point, well, there's been an increase in the budget, Graham, and your MSPs refused to vote for it.
Well, let's not bicker about the money. Let's just answer the lady's point, Jenny.
So to the lady's point, of course, we had the announcement very recently about the walk-in centres. I think you discussed them last week as well, Stephen. We think this is a really important approach to how people experience their medical profession, and you're right to say that the GP service is often the way in which people first engage with that. I'm a patient myself in Markinch locally, but I know that other people's experience of phoning the GP in the morning might be different in Kennedy, might be different in other parts of Glenrothes, because we've got independent practices. So this approach from the government is looking at a way to provide that accessible approach to healthcare in our communities. And on Graham's point, I hear him bemoaning the investment from this government. Actually, GP numbers in Scotland are increasing at the moment because of the investment we put in. Waiting times are going down, and today there are more people waiting for appointments, or rather for operations in England, than there are in Scotland. Over 7 million people in England are sitting on waiting lists just now. So I'm sorry, I don't accept the rhetoric from Graham, because the delivery in England looks very different to that which we're experiencing in Scotland.
You're the people looking for that delivery, looking for the appointments. What's been your experience? Ma'am, the blue shirt.
For every 5 people applying to train as a GP, 1 gets a post. How's that going to help the 8 AM rush? That's worse than last year.
Thank you. Man with the glasses in the middle here. Yeah.
I agree that there are doctors who are fully qualified and ready to go into practice and are not getting posts. One of the major problems is how general practice is organised, as it was in 1948 with independent contractors. It is very difficult to establish a common level of service across all practices. We hear about the problems in High Valleyfield. The problems we have in Kirkcaldy, we don't, because the practice we are with is absolutely excellent, and it's very easy to get an appointment. And they also provide one other very magic thing, which is continuity of care. And therefore, when you speak to your GP, he knows who you are and what your problem is. And so continuity...
That's my experience. I love my GP. He has given me a wealth of contacts to actually help with this individual. I love it. It is amazing. Like I always say, I get so much care from my NHS here in Glasgow. It's brilliant. I'm well looked after. Between Super Happy, who's currently still in bed, and my GP and my physiotherapist, and all the radiographers who actually do my MRIs and my X-rays. Oh God, my body's a mess. I've always had connected care. I've always had it, no matter where I've lived, either up in Perth or down here in Glasgow. I've always been well provisioned. It is amazing. I love it. I'm always here to sing about the praises of the Scottish NHS. It does work well for this individual. It works well for Super Happy. It works well for my extended family as well, and some of my friends here in Glasgow. It is amazing. There is problems, don't get me wrong. But on the whole, in my experience, it has been great. Well looked after.
Revision of how general practice is organised in this country is vital. And I would hope that after this next election, we might all get together and have a very rapid review on general practice that breaks down the conventions, get the BMA involved, etc. But we need to get a change in how general practice is organised. The current system will never necessarily get better.
Interesting. Thank you. Man with the tweed jacket, the stick. Yes.
Yeah. I was up in Dundee last week, and I was talking to a group of dental students, and they were telling me that there's 140 in their class, but only 40 of them will be offered jobs at the end of the training. What's happening with the other 80? Nobody can get a dentist in Glenrothes.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Several questions about dentists, actually, specifically tonight. Edward Mountain.
One thing's for sure, when we need medical help, we need to make sure it's ready for us when we go there. And my experience of the National Health Service, because I had treatment about 4 years ago, was absolutely superb once I got in through the door. And the people who deliver the treatment was great. But it was getting in through the door. It was the whole process of getting to that. So on the secondary care level, my comment would be, we need far better organisation than we've got at the moment. And it seems fairly shambolic to me. I mean, to be told halfway through your treatment that some of it would be looked at because you were dealing with cancer, and then after that, once the cancer had been removed, you were off the cancer waiting list and you'd just gone to a general waiting list to have further surgery, frankly, is diabolical. And so we need to make sure that it's
Someone connected to me hasn't experienced that. They've had a cancer diagnosis. They've been well treated. It was found out rather late, and it was already late stage. It was stage 4. But their connected care has been there. It's been amazing for them, which is good. I love that. I say again, Glasgow. I know what it's like in Glasgow. I know what it's in parts of Perth and Dundee from family members, and up in Aberdeen with another family member. Their experience with the NHS has always been good. Obviously, the diagnosis, obviously, major life-changing thing happening, having a cancer diagnosis, but their experience with it within the NHS actually treating them and helping them get through this either through surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy, it's been good. Individual experiences can actually say quite a lot to a certain extent. Not the same for everyone, obviously. I know this. We're not a monolith, obviously. I don't have cancer diagnosis. I've just autoimmune disease. Body failing me, getting eaten away by my own immune system. Delightful. My experience has always been quite good. It is amazing. I've got good care. So as other family members through their health issues.
properly done and properly managed. On primary care, my view is there's far too many surgeries across Scotland where there seems to be lone practitioners, lone doctors trying to hold a GP practice together, and a lot of locums coming.
My practice, just my practice, the practice I'm a member of, a patient of, 3 partners because of the way the NHS licensing works. They get money from the NHS, they run this practice. So I've got 3 members and 3 locums, and we're going to be having another locum in the new year. So we are well provisioned in my actual practice of GPs. We have a wealth of physiotherapists and radiographers and dietitians and cancer specialists and gynecological GPs as well. I say again, well provisioned here in Glasgow. Well provisioned up in Perth and somewhat well provisioned in Edinburgh as far as I can tell from talking to people. Excuse me.
In. Now, my view is very simple. It's not my party view, that's my simple view, is that we want to encourage people to become GPs. And the way to do that is to help them when they're going through university and getting their training.
Don't charge them. We don't charge them up here. The only thing they really need to spend money on is their books, which they also get a refund on, and well, stationery, like books, pens, pencils, stationery essentially, and they get heavy discounts on laptops or computers and things of that nature. Access to better IT when they're doing their degrees. We have all that in place up here in Scotland because we don't get charged student fees. The result of that, not charging someone to become a nurse or a GP or an engineer, it works. Amazing. Love it. Bring it on. Make it UK-wide. Make it worldwide. We shouldn't be charging people to become doctors or nurses or physiotherapists or radiographers or dentists. Really shouldn't be. That is daft. That is good for society. The sooner capitalists actually realise that having a healthy, fit society, which you can exploit if you want to, might be better for them. Just saying.
So my view would be give them a certain amount of money each year, a stipend. It doesn't matter what it is, we can argue the figure. Say it was £20,000 each year to help them go through their training so they didn't come out with masses of debt afterwards. And then say to them, for the period of your training, your 5 years that we put you through to become a GP, we want to see some payback. And you're going to come into the system and work for NHS Scotland. And that way, we get a return on our investment, and the person that's doing the training gets reduced costs. And that way, we could stop people who go to training, look at the system in Scotland and say, I frankly think it's broken, I'm going to go and practice somewhere else.
Okay.
And we're losing huge amounts of talent overseas, which we should frankly not be doing.
Okay, man on the aisle, towards the back, yeah.
Yes, I'm in my late 70s now, and I can remember that when I was younger, we used to turn up at the doctor's. We had 2 surgeries a day. There was a morning surgery and there was an afternoon surgery, and you turned up and you waited in line until you got in. I think we all agree getting past into the doctor's is the difficult part that we have here. Why can't we reintroduce something like that? Once you're through, once you've seen the doctor, I think you were saying your treatment with the NHS is
Slightly different, bigger practices. I usually get an appointment if I want. If my practice opens its lines for appointments at 8:30 every morning. If I needed to see my GP, I could call up in basically 4 hours, and I'd probably get an appointment for either Monday or Tuesday, so within a week. And if there's a cancellation, I might even get one either tomorrow or Friday. I don't have to wait that long. The longest I've ever had to wait was during the pandemic, and it was 8 days.
good.
Thank you. And lady of the blonde here, right on the aisle. Yes.
Hi, I moved here just over a year ago from Ayrshire and have been struggling, and I mean struggling, to find an NHS dentist. I've been through many forums trying to get registered. It's almost impossible. It never used to be like this because I worked in dentistry for many years. What's gone wrong?
Okay. Fiona Campbell, we've got an ageing population in this country, more complex medical needs. Dentistry aside, are we expecting too much from the NHS these days?
I think what's really critical is that the NHS is an incredibly wonderful and proud institution, and we should be proud of it.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't slate it all the time. I live in Argyll, and I never have to wait more than half a day to go to my GP.
69% of Scots questioned in this study said they're not satisfied with the NHS.
Yeah. I mean, I have only ever had incredibly positive experiences, as have my family, so maybe I'm lucky. I will keep that luck, thank you very much. But I don't think there is an easy fix, and I do think we need to look at this more holistically. We need to look at prevention rather than fixing. We need to look at how we're eating and how we're exercising and all of that, so that we're not reliant on the NHS at the end of the day. And also the other thing is the NHS can't do this all alone. They need to help with housing, education, social care, and the economy. You know, we have to look at this, and we talk about reforming things to fix them, but we have to look at them in the round and not look at policy development in silos. We have to look at the long term and what we're trying to achieve. And I think in terms of your question about an older generation, we need prevention rather than cure.
Stephen, I know you're going to cut across me, but the way we're going to achieve that is all the parties at Holyrood getting round a table after the next election, recognising the problem and coming up with solutions, because there should be no politics in health, in my opinion.
James, I'll come to you in a second.
Oh, I agree with a Tory. End me. Edward Mountain has a point. But
Would you go along with that, Jenny Gilruth? Do we need to get health out of politics?
We need to get education out as well.
You've been arguing tonight about the finances of it. Do you need to all work better on this?
Yeah, I think undoubtedly we do as political parties. Of course, I agree with that sentiment.
Politics out of politics.
But look, yeah, well, exactly. We exist in a party political system, so I think there'll always be an element of debate. But I don't necessarily disagree with Edward's point. I see it often in school education, where I think there should be much more collegiate kind of approach to how we fund our schools. And actually, I thought Fiona's point there about shared services is something I'm interested in, to the point the lady at the back made earlier on around about how we fund our schools post-pandemic. You know, our schools are now meeting a number of needs now they didn't used to. Health needs. I'm astounded by the number of schools I go into that have food banks, clothing banks. So we need to think again about how we fund our public services. I think this is a bigger question than just healthcare on its own, because if we do it in the siloed approach that Fiona quite rightly spoke to, we will miss an opportunity to join up services. So just on that point on education, we've actually got a former head teacher who's leading a bit of work on that just now, looking exactly at how we fund our schools post-pandemic, because I think the way in which schools are meeting needs, which include health needs now, has completely changed.
Okay, we're getting away from the NHS again. Let me bring it back to you, James McEnany. You fixed education for us. Fixed the NHS for us.
So I don't really the sort of emotional attachment, you know what I mean? The NHS, I love it, and it can never be changed, and it's something I don't really care much about the structure. I want the healthcare. I've got a wife with a chronic disease. I've got autistic son. I want it to work. What I would say is I suppose kind of building what people have said here, right? I'm 39 years old, sorry. I'm 39 years old. My entire adult life has been lived in the context of the public sector being cut, of cuts all the time. There has never been a point, I walked out of university in 2008 of all years, for God's sake, right? But there's never been a point in my adult life when the discussion in public services and public finances hasn't been either brutal cuts, or the best case scenario, things are really, really tight and difficult. So my entire adult life. I'm now in a situation, people wonder why like my generation are so angry about things, because now we're seeing our kids go into that as well, right? Being affected by the NHS. So at the time when that's happening, all these other services that should exist, right? All the things that you know that used to exist but are now kind of gone and aren't there anymore. A lot of those were the things that either helped people with issues around schools or kept people out of hospitals. And they are either gone or they are being hacked to bits in front of our eyes constantly. And as I say, this is not like the last few years have been hard. 39 years old, entire adult life lived under this. It's just constant. So some of you, maybe it's great to be able to remember a time when it wasn't like this. Maybe it makes it worse, I don't know, right? But there's definitely something about this, I think. There's definitely something in here where we are looking, again, like the kind of schools thing, are we basically looking here at the consequences of a pretty grand scale failure to understand that if you constantly hack away at services, if you make people's lives materially worse year after year, if people can't feed their kids, if they can't turn the heating on, if they can't get better jobs, if everything's getting too, if that's constantly happening all the time, putting more and more pressure on everyone, including, by the way, the people who work in the NHS who then can't go to work because there's a part of me that looks at all this and just says, like, well, what the hell do you expect? Like, this was always coming.
Okay. Your views on that and everything else tonight. The hashtag is BBCDN on social media. We've got time for one last question tonight, and it comes from Heather Gregg. Heather, evening.
Hi, good evening. Should Police Scotland stop investigating and recording non-crime hate incidents?
Thank you, Heather. The Met Police this week announced they will no longer investigate non-crime hate incidents to allow officers to focus on matters that do lead to a criminal investigation. Edward Mountain, should the same thing happen here in Scotland?
Well, it's always nice to see a policeman up in the Highlands. We don't see many of them. And it's nice for them to be able to investigate real crimes, crimes where there are victims, where they've had their houses broken into or damage to properties. So I think the way that this is being dealt with in Scotland has got totally out of hand. And the answer simple is yes. Get on with doing what they should be doing on the beat, dealing with real crimes which affect people who are actually really struggling because their house has been broken into, their car's been stolen, and they just don't see a policeman. So, yes, I'd much rather get on and deal with those crimes.
So these are incidents where no criminal offence has been committed, but an individual feels that prejudice or hostility based on protected characteristics has led to something happening against them. Graham Downey, do we need in Scotland to follow the approach south of the border on this now?
I think at the risk of agreeing with Edward, I think the primary job of the police...
Nothing wrong with that.
It happens rarely, Edward. I think the first thing is that, again, the police in the communities, I think this is something that we'll all see in the communities when we go around and speak to constituents, is communities say, can you please stop a crime happening, first of all? We don't want a crime to be investigated. We don't want the crime happening in the first place. And one of the ways you do that is having good community police on the ground who know what's going on, who actually can say, well, we know the right people, we know where the problem spots might be. That's the type of thing you need police to do. And I think fundamentally, yeah, police should be out there and actually enforcing the law on the things which cause the most harm to individuals and to communities. That's not to say other laws don't matter. Of course they do, and you've got to watch that you're not diminishing certain laws. But fundamentally, people in the communities want to see their house safe, their car safe, their community safe, and bring that level of policing back down to the community so you know someone who actually is there and looking after you. And the reassurance that that gives communities, just knowing that there is someone there. And again, I'm sure we've all dealt with these issues across Fife and elsewhere in Scotland, where people say, I just want to feel safe in my house. I just want to feel safe walking down the street. And that's got to be the primary goal of policing and the justice system.
Thank you. Jenny Gilruth?
We have really good community policing in Glenrothes, so our community police presence here is very strong. Many of you will know our community police officers. They're in and out of the town centre here regularly, they're in and out of our schools. And I feel in general that they're not prohibited from investigating, obviously, criminal activity, but also that should be a matter for the police to decide upon. They have operational independence from people like me, ministers, and I think that's right.
But if they're policing tweets, they're not out at the bus station stopping antisocial behaviour, are they?
I hear the point, But actually, there's been extra investment that's gone to the area committee here in Fife to allow them to police the bus station where there have been incidents. So I don't necessarily accept that these things are not happening already. I think, in general, it's important that we support the police. And of course, the justice system has had an uplift to the policing budget in recent years, and that's helped to support more community policing efforts.
Should police Scotland stop investigating non-crime hate incidents, though? The Met have decided to do that. Should we take the same approach here?
I think it's very difficult for ministers to look at that in isolation from the operational independence that our police officers have. So I trust our police officers to investigate crimes as they see fit. They, of course, have that independence from ministers, and I think that's the right approach we have in Scotland. We trust our police to do that.
Let me hear from the man on the end down there.
We've just spoke about early intervention. How do we stop these horrific tweets or whatever it is on social media from becoming a crime? If we're not going to investigate these things.
Okay. Fiona Campbell, what do you think about this?
I think ultimately the police should be investigating crimes. Now, where it's a prejudice-based crime, that can be incredibly subjective. If there's evidence of a crime, absolutely they should have investigated it. But ultimately, they should be investigating assaults, thefts, and all those material crimes that we all want to see out of our lives and off our streets.
Can they do both?
But the other thing is, we need to stop giving them more jobs. For example, it is up to the police to enforce short-term licensing. For me, that is a waste of resource and a waste of their time when they could be doing something fundamentally beneficial and stopping crime.
Thank you. Man on the end of the row at the back. Yeah.
I think it's a bit unfair to say we should focus on real crime, because I myself have actually, over the last couple of months, I've suffered real racism on the street.
Yep.
So to now say, you know, police won't
But that is a real
focus on
crime.
that.
That is
But
Rejoice! Long time no see. Wampa, hello. Rejoice. Mm. Self-care is good here. Take your meds. Get back to me, Brody. I'm here to rescue you, as always. Go and look after yourself. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. I love you. Night night. I'll be finishing up in fucking hell. 3 minutes, eventually.
That's
crime.
But then that's coming from online down onto our real streets, right? And so if we're kind of talking about this, focusing on as we say, assault and these kind of things, does that not diminish the importance of these kind of
So
things?
that's interesting. So that's a real hate crime, and I'm sorry you've been on the end of that. But you think that that filters down from social media to the streets?
100%.
Okay.
And yeah, I think that actually also needs to be tackled, because the rhetoric right now in media is fueling these kind of divisions, and which we are seeing on the street.
Thanks for raising that. James McEnany.
A rare moment of generosity, I'll say I don't think it's what you meant when you were saying it, but I can see why you took the sort of comment that way of, like, you know, we shouldn't worry about the sort of hate crime stuff and deal with real crime. I was kind of sitting thinking, I didn't think you'd mention that, but I was sitting thinking it might be an idea for, you know, a panel of 6 white people to accept that hate crimes are real crimes.
Yeah.
The other thing is, you know, the idea that, you know, we shouldn't be doing that because we need to maybe, you know, bring down the rates of, you know, housebreaking and burglary and car theft. They're all, like, a way down, aren't they? They're all, like, at lower levels than they've been historically. Like, people, on those stats, people are safe in their homes. But this thing about, you know, what the police, you know, doing far, far too much. I'm not so across the regulations for short-term lets. I do
She'll
know,
tell you later, don't worry.
Yes, I do know that, for example, like, let's say you have a loved one who has a, you know, massive mental health crisis. Who do you have to phone to go and send the police after them? Is that who you'd want to see if that was you in that kind of situation? All that being said, however, the specific of this, which is the police recording and keeping records on things that the police say are not crimes, I don't think, even leaving all that, I don't think I'm hugely comfortable living in a country where the police see it as okay to keep records of things that are not police matters, that are not criminal offences. So on that particular point, no, I don't like the idea. I don't like the idea of the sort of mission creep that comes with that. But I would want to caveat it by saying I don't therefore buy into. I say I'm not. This isn't an accusation against you. Okay. But I don't want to buy into the sort of the way this is sometimes framed, which is that the police should be out dealing with real things and stop dealing with racism, stop dealing with transphobia and stuff like that.
We're out of time. We're out of time this evening. Your views from home, whatever you think about that. The hashtag is BBCDN on social media. That's it for tonight. We're with you next week in Aberdeen. The week after that, we're in Bathgate for the first time. Look at the website if you want to come along and join us there. If you missed any of tonight's show, we're repeated a bit later on BBC One Scotland, or you can catch us any time that suits you on the BBC iPlayer. Thank you very much indeed to my panel here tonight, and to our audience here in Glenrothes, and to you at home for watching, wherever you happen to be. We'll see you next week in Aberdeen. In the meantime, stay safe, stay well from all of us in Debate Night. Good night.
Give money. Give money. Mine's isn't at the end of the month. Mine's is in the middle of the month. I usually get my payout between the 13th and the 16th of each month. So give money to fund this educational stream, I guess, and to watch me rant. Okay. I'll be nice to Barbie and I'll read out now. Let's see. Where are we going? Xerxes is going. Xerxes. No. The same level. Segue. You say whole. No, or Xerxes. Let's go and say hi to Gnome.
Wow, where did he steal that from?
Well, it's been a while since I've done one of these, but a lot of people like these. This is my response, and
I agree, this is reasonable. I am a feminist because I believe all people should be able to live authentically and without fear. Fucking agreed, based as fuck!
since I